Chapter 436, Pure Yang Treasure. When Chen Mobai opened the ancient version of the Pure Yang scroll, he found that it was written entirely in classical Chinese, and many of the terms were industry jargon such as lead and mercury, embracing the primordial essence. With his current level of understanding, he could only comprehend about 1 or 2/10 of it. Moreover, the techniques, spells, and magical artifacts are all written in a mixed manner, and the layout is not very user-friendly. After Chen Mobai read through the entire book, he finally found all the chapters in the Chunyang Scroll ancient book that mentioned magical artifacts. They are the Pure Yang Sword, Pure Yang Mirror, Pure Yang Bell, Pure Yang Cauldron, Pure Yang Immortal Robe, and Pure Yang Pearl. Of all these, the one that most captivated Chen Mobai was the Pure Yang Pearl. Once this magical artifact is cultivated to its peak, it can transform into a second nascent soul. If it can absorb enough innate pure yang purple energy, it can even evolve into a second primordial spirit, which is equivalent to an incarnation of the nascent soul realm. To refine this magic weapon, one needs a spirit pearl with the yang fire attribute, which is fairly common, but at most, the resulting artifact will only reach the 4th rank and cannot be transformed into a second primordial spirit. If one wishes to reach the pinnacle, one needs a spiritual pearl containing innate Taoist essence, so that it can absorb innate pure yang purple energy. Chen Mobai definitely wanted to get it right the first time, but unfortunately, even in the eastern wilderness, they had never heard of such materials. After reading the introduction of the Pure Yang Pearl, he looked at the other 5 Pure Yang treasures and was even more excited. In ancient times, cultivators of the Pure Yang scroll carried a mirror in their left hand and a sword in their right, wore immortal robes, held a precious pearl in their mouths, had a golden bell on their heads, and a precious cauldron hanging from their feet, a style known as the Pure Yang set. A cultivator with the Pure Yang set is undoubtedly invincible among those of the same cultivation level, because they have a lot of equipment and are completely flawless. Moreover, this set of magical artifacts is also very helpful for overcoming tribulations, as it can effectively restrain both heavenly tribulations and inner demons. However, since the immortal sect era, very few Pure Yang cultivators have been able to be so extravagant. Although ancestor Yuan Yang also mastered 6 Pure Yang sets, only his sword was at the 5th rank. Because the sword was this ancestor's natal magic weapon, it could be upgraded along with the cultivator's realm. After reading the introduction of the Pure Yang set, Chen Mobai was itching to try it out. He had resources from the Heavenly River realm, so maybe he could get a set to try when his cultivation level was higher. But that's for the future. Right now, the priority is to determine your destined magical artifact. This required careful consideration, so he wondered if he could borrow the ancient copy of the Pure Yang scroll and take a good look at it. This is a photocopy, you can borrow it. The person in charge of managing the library at Wuki Dao Academy was a foundation establishment teacher nearing retirement. He glanced at the ancient Pure Yang scroll, nodded, and then took Chen Mobai's student ID to begin the borrowing process. If you are looking for magical artifacts with the Yang Fire attribute, there is a book called Complete Collection of Magical Artifacts, Volume 4, compiled by the principal and his team on the 3rd floor of the library. It contains all of these. Borrowing books requires filling out a reason, so Chen Mobai said he was considering the matter of a magic weapon embryo. Then, the librarian, who was also from the weapon crafting department, gave him a suggestion. After thanking him, Chen Mobai immediately went to borrow the book as well. The Complete Collection of Ritual Implements is published by Wuki Daeyuan and consists of 9 volumes. The 4th volume is entirely composed of ritual implements with the Yang Fire attribute. After looking through them, Chen Mobai also found many things that moved him. Examples include the 9-Fire Dragon Cover, the 5-Fire 7-Feather Fan, the Heaven-Reaching Divine Fire Pillar, the Fire Jade Heart Lotus, the Purple Flame Golden Lamp, the Fire Spirit Mystic Pearl, the Beacon Fire Futon, and so on. After finishing reading the 4th volume of the Complete Collection of Magical Artifacts, Chen Mobai went to look at the Pure Yang set. Suddenly, I'm having trouble making decisions. He was used to asking his teacher for help or searching for information online when he encountered difficulties. Now that he was suddenly asked to make a decision on his own, he was really overwhelmed and found it hard to choose. He stood at the window of the wooden cabin, looking out at the green forest and then up at the villa on the mountaintop where he held many fond memories. He took a deep breath. Chen Mobai opened the door and walked into the depths of the small mountain. In the fresh air, his thoughts began to become more and more active. He carefully considered all his strengths and weaknesses, and then, based on his own conscience, felt that it was better to avoid his weaknesses. After all, after graduation, he will definitely focus his main energy on the eastern wilderness, where all the cultivators are ruthless fighters. If he has any weaknesses, he could easily be targeted and taken away. In terms of attack, his swordsmanship is at its peak. In terms of defense, he also possesses numerous second and third-tier magical artifacts, meaning that none of his peers can pose a threat to him. As for his spiritual consciousness, he only has the protection of the great camellia flower. Last time, he had already exhausted a lot of its power by blocking the netherworld messenger's possession outside his purple mansion sea of consciousness. He didn't know if he could block it again next time. There is another consideration. That is, after breaking through to a higher realm after establishing the foundation, there is a tribulation of inner demons, and Chen Mobai is not very confident in himself. Moreover, the successor of the divine mechanism mansion said that he would face 3 tribulations in his core formation. Although Chen Mobai had made targeted improvements, his union with Meng Huinger could not guarantee that he could truly break through to the core formation level of divine sense. He still needed to take further precautions. Therefore, he wanted to refine a magical artifact that could suppress inner demons and protect the purple mansion sea of consciousness, thus solving this problem once and for all. After selection, the next items are the Pure Yang Bell from the Pure Yang set and the Fire Jade Heart Lotus from the complete collection of magical artifacts. Among these, the Fire Jade Heart Lotus is relatively easy to obtain, requiring only a jade stone with the Yang Fire attribute and a red lotus that grows deep within a volcano. Chen Mobai could try to trade a piece of Millennium Warm Jade with the Snowfall Palace for a piece of Yang attribute jade. As for volcanic red lotus, it can also be found deep within the treasure cave, but the exchange fee is quite high. The third-tier crimson lotus requires 200 credits. However, if Chen Mobai puts together enough credits by the end of this year, he will have enough credits. But compared to the Fire Jade Heart Lotus, he wanted the Pure Yang Bell even more, even though the 2 magical artifacts had almost the same function. However, the main material of Fire Jade Heart Lotus, warm jade, may expose the turtle treasure, and its potential for improvement is limited. The Pure Yang Bell, however, has the potential to form a Pure Yang set, offering huge room for future improvement. The materials for the Pure Yang Bell are relatively difficult to collect, and since it is to be made by a nascent soul cultivator, the origin of the materials must be clear. It is best to purchase the main material for making the bell, 3rd grade red copper, from the immortal sect. Chen Mobai checked the price online and found that if he wanted to refine the Pure Yang Bell, he might need to spend nearly 20 million merit points to buy red copper. Moreover, this 3rd grade red copper is a product controlled by the immortal sect, and even a foundation establishment cultivator like him cannot buy it. However, if the Pure Yang Bell is chosen as the embryo of the magic weapon, Master Chengshuan and Master Qi Yucheng should be able to help right. If all else fails, you can choose the same method as Ming Yihua, open a similar bell-shaped magic artifact from the artifact sphere and have the principal modify it. This would save a lot of material costs. With this in mind, Chen Mobai temporarily regarded the Pure Yang Bell as his first target for the development of his magic weapon. After making his choice, all his worries vanished. After calling Ming Yihua to express his gratitude, Chen Mobai once again entered the process of adjusting the Wuxiang puppet with renewed vigor. As it turns out, the pinnacle of this immortal puppetry technique is indeed extraordinary, and they encountered all sorts of problems during the debugging process. However, once Chen Mobai fully comprehended the situation, he overcame and resolved each problem one by one. The only issues were things like replacing parts, which cost another 1 or 2 million merit points. All of these were recorded in Zhou Tiangong's account. During this period, Wenren Zuwei also maintained long-term video connections with them, because the materials for bionics could only be cultivated and produced at the Jumeng Taoist Academy. Some animals that needed to be retrained were immediately arranged by Chen Mobai after she placed the order, and then airlifted over as quickly as possible. It was originally expected to be completed by the end of June, but it was delayed until the end of August. However, no one complained, because they could see the formless puppet becoming more and more perfect every day. When it was finally completed, seeing the expressionless, human-sized puppet standing on the ground in the middle of the studio, Chen Mobai and the other two, along with Wenren Zuwei on the other end of the video, all showed satisfied smiles. Let's try starting it up. Zhou Tiangong took out a spirit stone that had been refined by the immortal sect, placed it on the puppet's head with practiced ease, and then inputted a qi cultivation technique into it, beginning the process of foundation building and technique demonstration. In the middle of the chaotic workshop, filled with all sorts of parts and tools, the faceless, eye-filled, and forehead-covered Wuxiang doll began to become transparent, and then its meridians, bones, and internal organs emerged. Amidst the tense expressions of the four, the number dial in the doll's left eye began to slowly rotate, moving from 0 to 1. It quickly turned into 9 and began to simulate the foundation-building process. Seeing this, the four of them couldn't help but feel happy and gave each other a high five. After more than half a year of hard work, we have finally achieved perfect results today. Thank you for your hard work, 3 junior students. Although Wenren Zuwei was not physically present, she felt the same way. She smiled at the 3 of them with narrowed eyes and clapped her hands gently. You've worked so hard, senior. Although Wenren Zuwei only came 3 or 4 times, without her help at Jumeng Academy, the progress of this Wuxiang puppet would probably have been delayed by 1 or 2 years. Senior, come and celebrate with us too. The day after tomorrow, we'll go to the Immortal Sects Professional Certification Department to apply for certification of the formless puppet. If we pass, the 4 of us will get our 3rd-tier puppeteer certificates. Chen Mobai extended an invitation to Wenren Zuwei on the other end of the video call. She nodded slightly, knowing that she definitely had to be there for such an important occasion. Afterwards, Chen Mobai filmed a video of the Wuxiang puppet in operation and sent it to Qi Yucheng, along with a sentence. Teacher, I did it. In the office, Qi Yucheng was reading a newspaper when he glanced at the image on his phone screen. He couldn't help but gasp, and then an indescribable sense of relief appeared on his aged face. Well done, you're ready to graduate. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai smiled, but he remained humble. There is still so much I need to learn. Qi Yucheng chuckled and watched the video of the Wuxiang puppet in operation over and over again. Finally, he couldn't resist anymore and went to Chen Mobai's studio in person. Teacher Qi. The 3 people present were all Qi Yucheng's students, and they all showed him great respect. You are all doing well. Qi Yucheng touched the Wuxiang doll, which, although still somewhat lacking in refinement, was basically fully functional and looked on with satisfaction. The professional certification for 3rd-tier puppeteers all require my signature, because I am the authority on formless puppets. You will definitely get the 3rd-tier certificate without any problems. After personally inspecting the items, Qi Yucheng said something to Chen Mobai and the others that made them even more overjoyed. When Wenren Zuwei arrived, the 4 of them took the Wuxiang puppet to the Immortal Sect for authentication, which immediately alarmed Hong Mengqi, the cave master of Chicheng Cave. The 3rd-tier certification for puppeteers is different from other 3rd-tier titles. The only standard is the creation of a formless puppet. The formless puppet is something only the 4 major academies possess. Even the 10 major academies cannot create it. With this certificate, as long as the 4 of them are willing to refine the formless puppet, the 10 great academies are willing to offer an astronomical sum to invite them to join them. However, these 4 people, 3 of whom graduated from the Dance Weapon Academy, and 1 of whom is a Changchun Taoist from the Jumeng Academy, will definitely not go to the 10 great academies. You 4 wait a moment, I'll go and call Qi Yucheng over to have it appraised. As expected, after Hong Mengqi tried out some of the functions of the formless puppet, he had them sit down and then personally called Qi Yucheng. On the other end of the phone, Qi Yucheng pretended to be incredulous, shocked that a junior in the immortal sect could actually refine a formless puppet. Oh, so it was completed by my disciple, no wonder. When Qi Yucheng arrived, he looked at Chen Mobai and said something as if he had just realized something. Hong Mengqi, standing to the side, looked uncomfortable upon hearing this. On the contrary, the leaders of the immortal sect's professional certification department immediately followed Qi Yucheng's words and praised him, saying that the Dance Weapon Academy truly deserved to be the #1 university in the immortal sect, and that Chen Mobai was indeed worthy of being called a nascent soul cultivator. After a barrage of praise, Qi Yucheng demonstrated all the functions of the formless puppet in front of everyone, including performing magic, divination, cultivation, fighting, and protection. After confirming that everything was in order, Qi Yucheng filled a form with checkmarks, signed his name, and affixed his professional seal. Chen Mobai took a look and realized that it was actually a 4th-level puppeteer. The immortal sect only has 2 4th-tier puppeteers, namely Teacher Qi Yucheng and Master Xinji of our Jumeng Dao Academy. This was to reward them for completing the epic-making work, the formless puppet. After Master Xinji passed away, only Teacher Qi Yucheng remained. Seeing the puzzled look on Chen Mobai's face, Wenren Zuwei, who was standing to the side, explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai looked enlightened. He had heard about this matter before. What kind of person was Master Xinji? Seeing that Qi Yucheng was chatting with Hong Mengqi after verifying the Wuxiang puppet, while the people from the immortal sect's professional certification department were making the 3rd-tier puppeteer certificates and seals for the 4 of them, Chen Mobai also started chatting with Wenren Zuwei. He was a genius. Back then, among the students of the 4 major academies and his generation, no one could rival him, just like you are now. Chen Mobai became curious upon hearing this. He is now at the level of a deity. Master Yuangsu of Bushan Dao Academy entered the academy in the same year as Master Xinji, but at that time he was known as the eternal 2nd place because he could not compare to Master Xinji. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai looked shocked. Who is Master Yuangsu? He is the only recipient of the Flying Immortal Award in the immortal sect in the last 1,000 years, and is known as someone whose mind is at the level of a half-god level being. This Master Xinji was actually able to suppress this one. That's comparable to his potential as a nascent soul cultivator. The passing of such a hero is truly a great loss to the immortal sect. Chen Mobai sighed. Logically speaking, since Master Xinji was more outstanding than Master Yuangsu in his youth, he should have also reached the nascent soul stage. However, he stopped at the golden core stage and passed away 30 years ago. This illustrates that a child prodigy may not necessarily achieve greatness as an adult. Chen Mobai should not be arrogant because of his current achievements at school. He still needs to be humble, work hard and improve himself, and strive to become Master Yuangsu rather than Master Xinji. Master Xinji originally had the hope of achieving nascent soul cultivation, but the successive deaths of his Taoist partner and daughter dimmed his resolve, ultimately causing him to fail. Afterwards, he became somewhat possessed by demonic possession. At this point, Wenren Zuwei suddenly hesitated and stopped talking. Chen Mobai glanced at her. He hated people who only said half a sentence. Did Master Xinji die from a qi deviation? I don't know either. His records were actually heavily edited in the immortal sects. I have a higher authority in the academy because I cultivate the everlasting spring technique, so I know some things. In the latter half of his life, after failing to form his nascent soul, he worked hard to revive his Taoist partner and daughter. The formless puppet was one of his attempts. It was probably Chen Mobai's talent that had won over Wenren Zhuwei these days. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly used telepathy to transmit the following words to Chen Mobai's ears. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was greatly shocked. Using puppets to resurrect my Taoist partner and daughter, how could such a heaven-defying act be accomplished? Others may not be able to do it, but I think it's possible for Master Xinji. He is a fourth-level professional in alchemy, medicine, puppetry, bionics, cell anatomy, and spiritual science, so it's possible for him to find a path. Wenren Zhu shook her head. However, she originally did not believe in these things, but 9 years ago, she saw that person at the Tao Academy's freshman entrance ceremony. But Master Xinji still passed away peacefully, so he probably didn't manage to resurrect anyone in the end, right? Chen Mobai reiterated that he still believed resurrection was impossible. There's something I'm not sure if I should tell you. Wenren Zhuwei's words made Chen Mobai raise an eyebrow. He disliked people who were deliberately mysterious. However, remembering that the last person to act mysteriously in front of him was a successor of the divine strategist's mansion, he immediately began to humbly ask for guidance. Chen Mobai, speak freely. Wenren Zhuwei, is King Nu your friend? Chen Mobai, yes, the best kind. Wenren Zhuwei, her appearance is exactly the same as Master Xinji's daughter. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was so shocked that he froze on the spot and couldn't utter a single word. End of this chapter. Chapter 437, The Great Battle Begins. Chapter 437, The Great Battle Begins. Chen Mobai had also had doubts about Qing Nu's origins. However, after listening to Kong Feiken recount their childhood stories, Chen Mobai felt that the situation was too complex, and it was better for him to remain ignorant. After hearing what Wenren Zhuwei said today, and combining it with what he already knew, Chen Mobai felt even more confused, and had a feeling that there might be a very big secret of the immortal sect hidden here. He recalled that when Kong Feiken handed over the devouring serpent to him back at Jumeng Academy, he had mentioned that this matter involved the 3 hall masters of the immortal sect. If that's really the case, even a nascent soul cultivator might not be able to protect them. Chen Mobai began to worry about Qing Nu. As one of his best friends, he was quite familiar with Qing Nu's personality. She's in the Sky Mending group, and it's unclear whether she's heeded any advice. If they're still investigating her childhood, the closer they get to the truth, the deeper they'll likely sink into an abyss. Besides you, is anyone else aware of this? Chen Mobai asked with a solemn expression. Wenren Zhuwei hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. The principal knows, but she told me not to worry about it and to treat them as ordinary students. The principal of Jumeng Taoist Temple is none other than Master Peach Blossom. However, as a person with a heavenly spiritual root, Qing Nu's background would definitely be thoroughly investigated by the Jumeng Tao Academy before she was allowed to enter the academy without taking the exam. Given the power of the Jumeng Tao Academy, they should be able to access some of the truth about what happened in her childhood. Since Master Taohua has this attitude, then at least the immortal sects are friendly towards King Nu, who has a heavenly spiritual root. After hearing Wenren Zhuwei's words, Chen Mobai felt a little relieved. However, he had already made a mental note of this matter, and if he were to rise to a high position in the immortal sect in the future, he would definitely make an example of it. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Chen Mobai thanked Wenren Zhuwei politely, and she smiled slightly in response. At this time, the Immortal Sect's Professional Certification Department had already prepared the third-tier puppeteer certificates and seals for the 4 of them. Come on, it's rare for you to come all this way, so I'll treat you today. All 4 of you should come too. On the other side, Hong Mengqi had already invited Qi Yucheng to reminisce, while waving to Chen Mobai and the other 3. The group of 6 arrived at a very elegant restaurant in Chicheng Cave. The 2 big shots sat together drinking tea and chatting, and their conversation unexpectedly turned to Bayan Jingchun. I haven't thanked you yet for using the true dragon cauldron to cultivate. It's a small matter. No matter how high-level a magic artifact is, it can only play its role when it's needed. Besides being your disciple, she is also a graduate of our academy. If I can help her lay the foundation for forming her core and transforming into a dragon, it will be considered an achievement during my tenure. Qi Yucheng spoke casually. As the Dean of Academic Affairs at the Wuki Dao Academy, although he was often distracted by various trivial matters, he always put education first. Chen Mobai had been at the Taoist Academy for nearly 10 years and had never seen Qi Yucheng miss a single puppet lesson. However, when it comes to Bayan Jingchen, Chen Mobai almost forgot about this senior. It seems she is still cultivating the dragon transformation scripture in the treasure cave with the help of the true dragon cauldron. I wonder how much merit she needs to expend to borrow a fourth-order magic weapon. The true dragon cauldron probably doesn't earn as much as the purple lightning sword. If I want to cultivate the dragon transformation scripture in the future, I absolutely cannot offer such high compensation again. Chen Mobai now regrets giving Zidian's sword a high-grade spirit stone a year. He should have asked Pei Qingshuang about the market price beforehand, which might have saved him more than half. After completing the formless puppet, Chen Mobai had already finished his graduation project for the Dance Weapon Academy ahead of schedule. After celebrating for 2 days with their 3 partners, Zhou Tiangong, Chai Lun, and Wenren Zuwei, they went their separate ways. After all, they were all Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the lowest-ranking Chai Lun was the owner of a company. He hadn't taken any orders for almost a year because of the Wuxiang puppet matter, and now he was in a hurry to go back and save his puppet manufacturing company, which was on the verge of bankruptcy. As the chief engineer of Tiangong Machinery Factory, Zhou Tiangong was the busiest of the 4, and he only stayed at the celebration for half a day before taking his leave. Finally, Chen Mobai went to see Wenren Zuwei and Chai Lun off. I'm probably about to form my core, so you need to hurry up too, or we'll have to wait too long ahead. Before leaving, Wenren Zuwei said something joking to Chen Mobai, which made him pause slightly. Changchun Kung Fu is truly amazing. Hearing this, Chai Lun looked on with envy. In the entire immortal sect, only Wenren Zuwei didn't need to wait for the core formation spiritual object. I may need another 20 years after all. I still need to cultivate the pure Yang Dharma body to the 6th Yang realm. Chen Mobai thought of his plan to form his core, and with a sudden inspiration, he first revealed it to his 2 close friends to lay the groundwork for the future. Oh, do you perhaps have a seniority from your ancestors that you can inherit? Chai Lun looked surprised. Besides, even Pei Qingshuang, a second-generation immortal, had to endure 60 years of hardship before she was qualified to exchange for a core formation spiritual item. I want to try forming a core without a spiritual object. Chen Mobai's casual remark made Wenren Zuwei's eyes light up. She looked at the handsome and confident young man before her, a strange light appearing in her eyes. What you're saying isn't impossible. However, failing to form a core and failing to establish a foundation are not the same thing. Many people probably only have one chance in their entire lives. You are exceptionally talented. If you are delayed at this step and cannot realize your full potential, it will be a great loss to the immortal sect and the Dao Academy. You should be more cautious. Chai Lun was mature and prudent, and he cared a lot about his junior, Chen Mobai, fearing that his potential to become a nascent soul cultivator would be wasted halfway, so he couldn't help but offer some words of advice. The opportunity that the senior mentioned is because, in the immortal sect system, most people can only exchange for one core formation spiritual item. If I try to form my core without using a core formation item, even if I fail, I will not only gain experience, but it will also not affect my ability to exchange for a core formation item. With the aid of elixirs, the chances of success are actually higher during the second core formation. Chen Mobai gave a seemingly plausible reason, but after listening to it, Chai Lun found that it was indeed true and wondered if he could do the same. Without a spiritual object to protect the Danshan and Purple Mansion, the backlash from a failed core formation will leave most cultivators with incomplete bodies. Junior brother Chen, you should be more careful. Wenren Zuwei's words shattered Chai Lun's illusions. Relying on the profoundness of the everlasting spring technique, She had already attempted to form her core several times and possessed the most extensive experience in this area among the immortal sects. Don't worry, I won't force myself when I first try to form my core. If I sense any signs of failure, I will dissipate my spiritual power. At worst, I can start over. It won't take more than a few decades. Since Chen Mobai had already said that, Wenren Zuwei and Chai Lun stopped trying to persuade him. After seeing the two off, Chen Mobai returned to Chicheng Mountain. What are your plans next? In Chi Yucheng's office in building number 1, the master and apprentice were chatting and drinking tea in a relaxed manner. I'm thinking of going to the Heaven Mending Academy. Facing Chi Yucheng, Chen Mobai had nothing to hide and spoke the truth. I agree with this. Although I'm reluctant to admit it, Bushin is indeed the most powerful sect among the immortal sects. If you go there to gain experience, it will be much easier for you to do things within the system in the future. Among the upper-level cultivators of the immortal sects, those with backgrounds in the Heaven Mending Tao Academy make up almost half of the ranks. Transform into a spirit that draws stars. Master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, Master of the Righteous Law Hall. In addition, the current principal, Venerable Yuangsu, the principal of Taiyuan Academy, Venerable Kingping, and the principal of Guangxing Academy, Venerable Meihua, also studied and trained at Bushin Tao Academy. If Chen Mobai has the background of the Bushin Tao Academy, his starting point will be very high if he enters officialdom in the future, and he may even become one of the 3 hall masters. Moreover, if you can master the Fangkun book, it will be of great help in breaking through cultivation realms in the future. Chi Yucheng added that among the 7 great cultivation techniques of the immortal sect, Fangkun Shu, although it is also a cultivation technique, is actually more inclined towards the cultivation of spiritual consciousness and mental state. It is compatible with any cultivation technique and is known as the #1 auxiliary cultivation technique of the immortal sect. After hearing this, Chen Mobai recalled the scene of fighting with Master Ling and Lu Fengcheng at Jumeng Academy. Although they were both inferior to him, they had almost tested all of his trump cards when they were about to lose. That kind of detached, purely rational fighting style left a very deep impression on Chen Mobai. Then I will apply to Director Fu Borong. After talking with Chi Yucheng, Chen Mobai also decided on his future plans after graduation. Since he has already completed the formless puppet and is firmly in first place in his graduation project, he can stay away from the academy for the next 6 months. After leaving building number 1, Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, but still called Yan Bingxuan. After graduation, I plan to study at the Bushin Tao Academy for 5 years. Okay, I'll apply right away. After saying all that, the two fell silent again. Yan Bingxuan was a man of few words, and Chen Mobai didn't know how to handle her feelings. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hung up the phone. I wonder if she will be able to pass the postgraduate entrance exam and get into the Bushin Tao Academy. Chen Mobai thought about it and actually hoped that she would fail so that he wouldn't have to face it. But upon closer examination of my own heart, I realized that I actually hoped she would succeed. He wanted to relive the memories of going to school together with her. During high school, the two only truly got to know each other and develop a friendship in the last month before the college entrance examination. But even those few interactions were precious memories for Chen Mobai. If I had spent 5 years at the Bushin Tao Academy, would those memories have become even more beautiful? Thinking this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Mobai's lips. Immediately, he suddenly felt the pure yang spiritual power in his Danshan and Danshan being affected by his emotions, and it suddenly began to condense and increase. It's time for a breakthrough. Chen Mobai sensed this and smiled slightly. He teleported from his wooden house to Xiaonan Mountain, then took out a mid-grade spirit stone and began to absorb spiritual energy and refine it. At the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the mountaintop began to converge towards the wooden house, forming extremely magnificent and dazzling clouds in colorful light. This is Zhu Ting, who was harvesting spirit rice with Zhu Ming at the foot of the mountain, was shocked to see this scene. It must be that master has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Zhu Ming was not surprised by this at all. The last time Chen Mobai took a set of longevity tree fruit, the situation was even more exaggerated. Uncle Master Chen, you are indeed a true genius. Zhu Ting had also witnessed Lan Lingping's aura during her cultivation, but compared to Chen Mobai, she was far inferior in both spiritual energy and imposing presence. The thought that Chen Mobai was only a 30-year-old boy, while Lan Lingping was over 100 years old, filled him with emotion. It's quite a coincidence. You can say goodbye to your master before you leave. Zhu Ting has been studying at Xian'anchen for more than half a year, and has already gone through a complete cycle of planting and harvesting fire spirit rice with Zhu Ming. The fire spirit rice that has been harvested is also going to be sold to the Snowfall Palace, and Zhu Ting will deliver it there when she leaves. I had originally thought that I might not be able to say goodbye to Chen Mobai before leaving, but now that I see the situation, I guess the latter has made a breakthrough in his cultivation and will be coming out of seclusion soon. The summit of Xian'anchen Mountain. Chen Mobai opened his clear eyes, placed the spirit stone that had turned into spiritual essence in his palm into his storage bag, and happily felt the vast pure yang spiritual power in his dantian. Finally, I've reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. If it weren't for the delay caused by crafting the formless puppet, I probably could have broken through a month earlier, but it's about the same now. Before graduation, one had reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, which was far above average even in the thousands of years of history of the Dance Weapon Academy. After some self-assessment, I realized that, although I wasn't at the level of a nascent soul cultivator, I was at least no worse than Ling Diashi, Taishi Shu, and Zhangzi. Based solely on the cultivation level of the Pure Yang Scroll, Chen Mobai and the other three are rightfully called the Four Chiefs, and there is no need for him to feel guilty. We need to continue our efforts and strive to emulate Lan Haitian and Yan Qiangji, opening up the Golden Core realm when we reach the foundation establishment stage. Full of pride, Chen Mobai stood up and activated the Cloud Mist Array. Immediately, Zhu Ming and Zhu Ting, who were at the foot of the mountain, came up. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Uncle Master Chen. Chen Mobai nodded, gesturing for the two of them to get up. A short while later, Liu Wenbai and Luo Yixuan also arrived. The former had been in Xian'anchen recently because he was dealing with the matter of selling fire spirit rice to Chuixu Palace. Wenbai, please take this opportunity to escort Zhu Ting back. After being reminded by Zhu Ming, Chen Mobai remembered that the female cultivator from the Snowfall Palace was about to return. He touched his storage bag and took out a purple fire sword talisman. You've worked hard at Xian'anchen these past 6 months. Consider this sword talisman a gift. It can save your life in a critical moment. This is too precious. Zhu Ting dares not accept it. Chen Mobai was generous, but Zhu Ting knew the rules. She was very grateful for the time she had spent in Xian'anchen over the past 6 months, so she dared not accept any more second-tier talismans. Take it, I drew it myself. It's not worth more than a few spirit stones. Although Chen Mobai said this, Zhu Ting knew that the purple fire sword talisman was a powerful talisman renowned by the Divine Wood sect. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would be seriously injured if caught off guard, making it extremely precious. After repeatedly declining, Zhu Ting excitedly stretched out her hands and solemnly accepted the second-tier talisman from Chen Mobai's hands. This is how to use it, but if you want to activate your ice spirit power, you need to convert it a little. Chen Mobai taught her once, and Zhu Ting's comprehension was better than he had imagined. She immediately remembered and understood it. Uncle Master Chen, these past 6 months have been the most relaxed time I've ever had since I started cultivating. Before descending the mountain, Zhu Ting, her expression filled with excitement, bowed deeply to Chen Mobai once again. May we meet again someday. Chen Mobai nodded and said those words. In his mind, this female cultivator from the Snowfall Palace was merely a small fragment of his long life. After selling another batch of fire spirit rice, Chen Mobai earned another 150 mid-grade spirit stones. He, along with Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan, began preparing for the planting of fire spirit rice in the second half of the year, while also keeping an eye on the green jade spirit rice that had been planted at the beginning of last year. Having a lot of spiritual energy means you're good-looking. Looking at the tender green seedlings that had already grown, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel gratified. Due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the immortal sects, after the second-tier spiritual rice matures, many of them need to be stored in the spiritual fields for the same number of years before they can be planted again. However, in the Heavenly River realm, there is absolutely no such concern. After inspecting the 50 acres of spiritual fields, Chen Mobai and his 2 disciples started a picnic again. He was completely unaware that Zhu Ting was missing compared to the last time. By the way, Xuaner, please make a trip to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion later. The sect leader promised me last time that he would put 3 azure wood fiends on the market, but I was busy with my seclusion and forgot to exchange them. Could you please do me a favor? Yes, master. Luo Yixuan obediently accepted the sect nameplate that Chen Mobai handed her. In the afternoon, Chen Mobai and Zhu Ming continued to inspect the 1,000 acres of spirit fields, while she went to take care of some business. However, when Luo Yixuan returned that evening, she brought with her the sect leader's decree. On the border of Lei Kingdom, Shenmu sect and Hanshan Peak are now engaged in battle. Zhou Wangshan and Zai Yunshan mobilized the aristocratic cultivators of the entire Lei Kingdom, as well as the disciples of the Shenmu sect, and recruited rogue cultivators from other countries, totaling 3,000 cultivators. They set up a large battle formation and stormed into the territory of the Yan Kingdom. However, Jai Dingjin was no pushover. Although his number of cultivators was less than that of the Shenmu sect, the body cultivators on the summit of Hanshan Mountain were all experts in combat. In addition, he spared no expense in using spirit stones to recruit many tribulation cultivators to help him. He actually managed to hold off the Shenmu sect's army of cultivators on the front lines of the border battlefield. The 2 sides are now locked in a battle of attrition, with cultivators dying and being injured every moment on the border between Lei Kingdom and Yan Kingdom. The entire eastern wilderness has focused its attention on this event, waiting for the core formation ancestors of the 2 sects to make their appearance. However, Chen Mobai knew that Ancestor Fu had a puppet body hidden near the battlefield, which was used to guard against possible core formation-level combatants at the summit of Mount Han. The imperial edict issued by Chu Zuoshu instructed Chen Mobai to make preparations. The Shenmu sect is currently gathering a second batch of cultivators, including not only the sect's disciples, but also independent cultivators and aristocratic families from the 4 kingdoms under its jurisdiction. Just like Qingguang Island defends against the attack of demonic beasts, they distribute spirit stones daily. With generous rewards, there will inevitably be independent cultivators. The Shenmu sect has now recruited more than 200 rogue cultivators, but the situation is more complicated with the aristocratic families. Due to their connections, although Chu Zuoshu issued a recruitment order, very few responded. The entire 6 great families of the founding of the nation could barely muster 60 people, and most of them were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refining. Since the commander of the second batch of cultivators was Chen Mobai, and he was also the garrison commander of the newly established country, Chu Zuoshu wanted him to make a trip to try to reach a total of 100. End of this chapter. Chapter 438, The Celestial Instrument. Chapter 438, The Celestial Instrument. There were originally 7 great families of cultivators in the founding of the nation, but the Yuan family of Black Cloud Mountain has been removed from the list because of their abduction and killing of Chen Mobai. However, when Yuan Hongyuan did this, he naturally considered the possibility of failure. Therefore, the core members of the Yuan clan had long since fled outside the territory of the Shenmu sect, leaving behind only most of the cannon fodder. These cannon fodder were previously forced by the Shenmu sect to mine, but now they have been sent to the front lines. Besides these major immortal cultivation families with foundation establishment cultivators, There are also several second or third-rate minor families and sects in the country. The Shenmu sect intends to destroy the summit of Hanshin Mountain, so it has been gradually mobilizing the entire sect's strength within its sphere of influence. They were relatively polite to the major immortal cultivation families, but they showed no mercy to these minor families and sects, directly apportioning the cost of 1/10 of the harvest. The lower you are, the less options you have. The Shenmu sect plans to send 1,000 cultivators as part of its second batch of reinforcements. Of these, the sect has recruited 500 disciples, while the remaining 500 will be drawn from outside the sect. This group consists of independent cultivators, large and small families, and minor sects. Among them, the recruited rogue cultivators have already achieved their goal, and the small families and sects have also obediently sent their own outstanding disciples, hoping to make contributions in this war between the two sects and exchange them for resources from the Divine Wood sect, or even Foundation establishment pills. Only the 6 major families, due to their strong sect connections, were able to obtain Foundation establishment pills from the major merchant guilds, and were therefore less willing to do so. They only symbolically dispatched 10 people to represent obedience to the decree of the Shenmu sect. After receiving the sect leader's order, Chen Mobai did not hesitate and took Luo Yixuan to various markets to talk to each family head. Among them, the Guo family, because their backing was the Five Elements sect, although some of their cultivators had already moved away, still felt insecure after Chen Mobai came to urge them, and gritted their teeth to send out 10 more people. Among them, an elder from the Guo family at the 9th level of Qi refining, whose days were numbered, personally led the team, which can be considered as giving Chen Mobai and the Shenmu sect enough face. Chen Mobai was very grateful for this. The other families, the Yuhu Fu family, the Changqui Wang family, the Qinghang Liang family, the Zufeng Bai family, and the Huan Baoyuo family, seem to have all spoken in advance and agreed to send 5 more people after Chen Mobai's visit. The sect's idea is that the 6 families should contribute a total of 100. The second elder of the Guo family personally led a team of 20 cultivators. If each of your 5 families contributes 15 people, you will still be 5 short of 100. How about each family contributes 1 more person? Chen Mobai summoned the heads of the 6 major families who had founded the nation together and calmly stated his demands. Although Chu Zuoshu did not make any mandatory requirements and would not say anything even if a few people were missing, Chen Mobai still tried his best to do his best. Even 5 Qi refining cultivators couldn't decide the outcome of the battle on the front lines. Luo Jushan, the head of the Huan Baoyuo family, spoke tactfully, implying that Chen Mobai should turn a blind eye and let it go. Yes, Commander Chen is renowned far and wide. This time, when he leads the team out of the mountains, the opponents will definitely retreat at the mere sight of him. The people we sent out are just there to make a show of things. It doesn't matter if there are more or less of them. Wang Gondo of the Wang family also spoke up, and the others, including Fu Ziyuzuo, echoed him. They were polite to Chen Mobai, but they were not willing to have an extra person. In that case, have all the members of your respective families gather at Giantwood Ridge in half a month. At that time, the person in charge of each family can contact Xuaner. After hearing this, Chen Mobai didn't say much, just nodded calmly and then left with Luo Yixuan. Master, these people are really unreasonable. They won't even send 1 more person. On the way back, Luo Yixuan looked somewhat indignant, but Chen Mobai just smiled and shook his head. Xuaner, it's not that they're unwilling. Look, as soon as I came over, they immediately sent 5 more cultivators. Just as they said, a cultivator at the lower level of Qi refining can't really decide the outcome of the battle, but they did this just to show that they have some bargaining power in this matter, so they secured this 1 cultivator as a way to make room for negotiation. The Divine Wood sect suppressed the 4 kingdoms. Although the 6 great families that founded the kingdoms also had Foundation establishment cultivators, they certainly wouldn't dare to resist. So after the edict was issued, they all obediently sent out their family cultivators. However, they wanted to highlight their difference from the smaller families and sects below them, so they deliberately omitted one. This was both to demonstrate its influence to the other cultivation forces in the country, and to show the family members that even when facing the Divine Wood sect, it had the power to negotiate, thus cultivating a sense of pride among the family's cultivators. Luo Yixuan finally understood the subtlety of the situation after hearing Chen Mobai's explanation. However, they still didn't give you face, master. But even after Luo Yixuan understood, she was still somewhat indignant. Wenbai's Zion Engine shop was able to spread throughout the country, which can be considered as their help, so I can't say much. Besides, they at least gave me face in replying to the sect leader, and they still sent more people. Chen Mobai had heard his maternal grandfather say since he was a child that the world is not so clear-cut, and that some places and things need to be left with some room for maneuver. Master, I understand. Luo Yixuan was a very clever person, and she understood immediately after Chen Mobai said it. However, he secretly thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely give these 5 families a good talking to on behalf of his master. Upon returning to Giant Tree Ridge, Chen Mobai naturally went to the Divine Tree Hall to report back to the sect leader. Yes, you've worked hard. The second batch of cultivators should be able to assemble in about a month. All the elders in the sect can be sent out. Which ones do you need? As expected, Chu Zuoshu didn't care how many people the 6 major immortal cultivation families of the founding of the country sent. He took out a list and showed it to Chen Mobai. The cultivator army will certainly not send only Chen Mobai, a foundation establishment elder, to hold the line. The Divine Wood sect is very determined this time, and nearly 1/3 of the sect's foundation establishment cultivators will be deployed to the front line. This was Chen Mobai's first time commanding a large army as the main general, and he was still quite excited. However, his understanding of commanding a large army of cultivators in battle far surpasses that of anyone in the eastern wilderness. Because the immortal sect possesses a mature tactical system in this area. Countless experiences in opening up new frontiers in warfare, coupled with various modern magical artifacts and communication systems, enable the immortal sects to overwhelm their opponents in wars, even when their high-end combat power is at a disadvantage, by leveraging their overall strength to achieve victory. Are there any foundation establishment cultivators from the weapon forging department, talisman making department, array formation department, or puppet department? Chen Mobai didn't know much about the foundation establishment cultivators in the sect. Although he knew people like Mu Yuan, Yan Jinai, and Yu Lion, he felt reluctant to bring his good friends to the battlefield. So he asked Chu Zuoshu to recommend some he needed. Although he had not systematically studied war knowledge in the Taoist Academy, he knew that communication was paramount in the wars of the immortal sects. Only by ensuring smooth communication between superiors and subordinates can one command the entire army as easily as one's own arm, thereby forming various battle formations and creating forbidden areas that even core formation cultivators dare not trespass upon. Therefore, Chen Mobai's first thought was to create a simple communication phone so that he could contact his cultivator generals at any time. This requires the help of experts in puppet making, weapon crafting, and talisman making to do the hard work. These should meet your requirements. The departments Chen Mobai chose, namely the puppet department, were a bit strange, but Chu Zuoshu didn't pay attention to it and pointed to the 4 people on the list as he had instructed. Then Chu Zuoshu selected 4 more, making a total of 9 foundation establishment cultivators, including Chen Mobai. Among them, Mu Yuan and Yu Lion were selected by Chu Zuoshu. Meng Hong's injuries from his failed attempt to form his core had almost healed, but he didn't want his disciple to stay by his side any longer, so he sent him away. With nothing to do, Mu Yuan applied to go to the front lines to hone her skills. After consulting with Meng Hong, Chu Zuoshu nodded in agreement. Yu Lion, on the other hand, left a deep impression on Chu Zuoshu. When Chen Mobai first arrived at the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence, Chu Zuoshu was not yet the sect leader. Through the incident with Yu Lion, Chen Mobai was highly regarded by Chu Zuoshu and was taken as a close follower. After Yu Lion reached the Foundation establishment stage, he was sent to guard the mine at Lonely Soul Ridge for 3 years. Chu Zuoshu wanted to completely incorporate it into the Shenmu sect, so he sent Chen Mobai to the front lines to see some blood, preferably to kill as many shaking mountain cultivators as possible. With merit, he could be promoted in the future, and there would be no gossip within the sect. Besides these two, there were also Chen Zhenwu and Liang Lingjun, the two supervisors of the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence. Among them, Chen Zhenwu is one of the rotating elders of Lingbao Pavilion. He was the one who received Chen Mobai when he exchanged for King Musha last time. Liang Lingjun was born into the Liang family of Jiangyu Qinghong. Both of them were colleagues who had fought alongside Chu Zuoshu on the front lines with Chen Mobai last time. They had a certain understanding with each other and could be considered to be from the same faction. Chen Mobai could at least command the people sent by Chu Zuoshu. In a team, if only half of the people are obedient, the rest will also follow the crowd. How is the puppet making by Elder Fu coming along? After discussing the matter of the cultivator army, Chen Mobai inquired about the Ziyang puppet from Chu Zuoshu. If Fu Zongju can master this, then the Shenmu sect will have an absolute advantage in high-level combat power. I don't know about this either, but Njinghui has been traveling around collecting various materials throughout the year, so he should be working on it intensively. Njinghui, the head of the puppet department, was also a disciple of Fu Zongju and had received the true teachings of the ancestors' puppetry skills. Chu Zuoshu, the sect leader, made a rough deduction based on his judgment of Njinghui's whereabouts. The two chatted for a while longer, and one by one, the Foundation establishment cultivators from the sects they had chosen arrived. First came Mu Yuan, then Chen Zhenwu and Liang Lingjun. Yu Lion is still guarding the mine at Guhunling. After the imperial edict is issued, it will probably take a few more days before he can return to Jumuling. The remaining 4 people are Yuan Feihu from the weapon forging department, Hong Lincoln from the talisman making department, Zhu Hankyu from the array formation department, and Su Wanqi from the puppet department. All of them were selected according to Chen Mobai's requirements. That's how it is. Although junior brother Chen is young, in the eastern wilderness, people are always judged by their cultivation level. He will lead the expedition this time. As the sect leader, Chu Zuoshu spoke first, which can be seen as him supporting Chen Mobai. Most of the people present were convinced of Chen Mobai's abilities, knowing that he had broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage 2 years earlier and had even mastered the sword fiend technique, making him a peerless genius who surpassed them in both cultivation and combat power. In the eastern wilderness, whoever is stronger calls the shots. Aside from Yuan Feihu and Hong Lincoln, who were focused on their cultivation, they spent their days practicing on their own spiritual mountain and were not good at socializing. Therefore, they were quite skeptical of the overly young Chen Mobai. Junior brother Chen, why don't you say a few words? After Chu Zuoshu finished speaking, he handed the stage to Chen Mobai, who nodded and took out a blueprint from his storage bag. This is the oldest model of mobile phone he modified for the immortal sect. It uses a spherical magical artifact as the core of a relay satellite and can support real-time calls for about 50 mobile phones. This magical artifact is called the Heavenly Communication Instrument. It is one of the things I recently acquired in the Divine Tree Secret realm. Its function is to allow communication anytime and anywhere within a certain range. The great battles between sects are clashes between battle formations. The more cultivators there are, the greater the power of the battle formation. However, the more people there are, the more complex the communication becomes. When information is relayed from top to bottom, there will inevitably be some misunderstandings, which will hinder the operation of the battle formation and prevent it from exerting its full power. In ancient times, the longevity sect was known as the #1 sect, because it possessed a magical artifact called the Heavenly Communication Instrument. The principle behind this thing is very simple, but it requires the cooperation of experts in weapon crafting, talisman making, and puppet making to create it. The sect leader chose our senior brothers and sisters, which shows his trust in you and his hope that you can create it in the shortest possible time. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, everyone present looked somewhat bewildered. In the heavenly river realm, cultivators naturally know that the battle formations they form are incredibly powerful, but they usually achieve their best by relying on long-term training and practicing the same cultivation method together. This communication was, in their view, a secondary issue. After all, the battlefield is only so big, and the speed of spiritual communication between Foundation establishment cultivators is not slow. The key to a powerful battle formation lies in intensifying the training of independent cultivators and disciples from aristocratic families, and uniting them from their disorganized state. Junior Brother Chen, what is the effective coverage area of this heavenly teleportation instrument? On the contrary, Chu Zuoshu, as the sect leader, saw the vast future of this magic artifact and his eyes lit up after hearing Chen Mobai's introduction. If the completed celestial telescope is fully functional, it should be able to provide signal coverage within a radius of 100 miles. That is, the area equivalent to that of Shenmue City, which is more than enough to cover the entire battlefield. It's a pity. It would be great if it could cover the entire Giantwood Ridge. Chu Zuoshu shook his head regretfully. Because Giantwood Ridge covers a vast area, and the disciples of the sect are scattered in various spiritual veins, if he wanted to summon a Foundation establishment elder, it would take most of a day by the time the message talisman was sent, and the elder received it before coming over. Sometimes, if an elder is in seclusion, the message talisman will get stuck at the door and won't come back, wasting who knows how much time. If we had this heavenly teleportation device, and gave every Foundation establishment cultivator in the sect a cell phone, then at least instant communication would be possible. If there is no reply, it means he is in seclusion, and Chu Zuoshu doesn't need to wait any longer. Why not just get more celestial spheres? Chen Mobai made a suggestion that caught Chu Zuoshu's eye, but the latter was unaware that Chen Mobai was also thinking of building a satellite in the sky above the eastern wilderness to connect the entire Shenmue sect's sphere of influence and achieve real-time communication. Unfortunately, the satellite blueprints on the immortal sect's side are at least 4th tier, and even if they can be downloaded, Chen Mobai can't understand them. Junior Brother Chen, could you guide them to create one first, and I'd like to see how it turns out. Chu Zuoshu also became interested and personally summoned Luo Zuer, the hall master of the reward hall, to prepare 2 sets of materials needed to refine the Tangshan instrument in the name of the sect. This heavenly instrument is a relatively simple 2nd-tier magic weapon among the immortal sects. Although Chen Mobai is not a weapon refiner, he knows the principles behind it. Although the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Wood sect did not know the principles, they were capable of doing the work. Under Chen Mobai's guidance, Yuan Feihu of the weapon forging department forged pieces of metal into rectangular shells. Chen Mobai also took out his talisman pen and talisman paper, and personally drew 2 sets of communication talismans, seal talismans, and phonetic conversion talismans. The message talisman is the most commonly used communication talisman by the Shenmue sect and even the entire eastern wilderness, used to record written content. Tongyin Fu is a type of talisman that replicates patterns and markings. It was originally used for copying books. The phonetic conversion symbol is a kind of unorthodox talisman that can convert written words into spoken words and then convert spoken words back into written words. It was originally created by a deaf and blind talisman maker couple for communication purposes. These 3 talismans can be used to build the most basic functions of a mobile phone. Then Chen Mobai took out several rectangular pieces of Qingyang spirit wood that could be held in one hand and made them into a very simple sound vibration writing puppet. He then wrapped it in a metal shell and stuffed it with 3 kinds of talismans that he had drawn himself. A simple mobile phone was thus completed. Sect leader, please take this. Chen Mobai handed one of the Qingyang spirit wood phones to Chu Zuoshu, who looked at the 3 buttons on it with a puzzled expression. I'll go outside the hall. Once the blue button lights up, sect leader, press it to connect. After giving a brief introduction to the phone's call-answering function, Chen Mobai landed outside the Divine Wood Temple, even moving quite a distance away to make sure that no one inside the temple could hear him before he began making a call. The three talismans inside were activated instantly. His words were transformed into text through the phonetic conversion talisman, and then the writing puppet began to write the text into the communication talisman. Subsequently, the seal talisman synchronized these text contents to Chu Yuoshu's mobile phone, and then the reverse process was carried out on Chu Yuoshu's mobile phone to convert those texts into speech. And so, Chen Mobai's words rang on King Yang Lingmu's phone. Everyone in the Divine Wood Temple was shocked by this incredible scene. With just 3 first-tier talismans and a small puppet, they actually managed to create an effect similar to a third-tier teleportation talisman. The transmission talisman was the talisman used by Chu Yuoshu to report to the two ancestors, causing them to manifest their phantom images. It contains a wisp of the divine consciousness of a core formation cultivator and can only be possessed by direct descendants. Junior brother Chen, quick, give me another set of mobile phone talismans. After Chen Mobai returned, Chu Yuoshu was still playing with his phone, but unfortunately, after one call, the 3 talismans had turned to ashes, and he needed to put 3 more in before he could make another call. For Chen Mobai, creating first-order talismans was as simple as writing. He completed the work in one go, and his fluent brushstrokes and techniques left Hong Lincoln of the talisman-making department in awe. I never expected junior brother Chen to be so skilled in talisman making. A talisman maker can roughly tell the level of someone just by looking at their technique. Hong Lincoln felt that she was inferior to them, and finally understood why the sect leader had chosen this young man as the commander. The direct connection distance between these mobile phones cannot exceed 1 kilometer, but if a telescope is added as a relay, it can be extended to a radius of hundreds of miles. After Chen Mobai explained, Chu Yuoshu finally understood why he wanted to refine the Tongxin Yi. Cooperate fully and strive to produce a heaven-connecting instrument before the second batch of cultivators sets off. Chu Yuoshu gave the order to Luo Zuer, who immediately nodded in agreement. Yuan Feihu and Hong Lincoln, who had previously had some doubts about Chen Mobai, now showed admiration after this incident. The working principle of the Tongxin instrument is very simple. Once explained, even without Chen Mobai, the 3 foundation establishment cultivators could easily complete it. With the full power of the sect activated, even moving mountains was a piece of cake. 3 days later, the first Tongxin Yi was completed. After reviewing the document, Chen Mobai offered several suggestions for revision. While the weapon refining department was busily reforging the second heavenly instrument, Yu Lion also returned to Giant Wood Ridge. Greetings, senior brother Chen. After Yu Lion returned, he went to Chen Mobai's place first. Yes, the sect is about to engage in a decisive battle with the summit of Hanshin Mountain. You and I will be heading to the border battlefield as part of the second batch of support cultivators. You should prepare yourself well. Yes, senior brother. Yu Lion was a man of few words. After listening, he nodded, asked about the departure time, and then disappeared into the courtyard. Half a month passed quickly. Minger, you'll have to work hard at home. Your teacher is taking Xuaner out to make a name for herself. At the foot of Zion Ancient Mountain, after Chen Mobai and his 2 apprentices finished sowing the last acre of land, he patted Zhuo Ming's head, which was covered by a straw hat, and said something. Master, I want to go with you next time. Zhuo Ming, however, suddenly volunteered for the battle, which was quite unusual for him. Everyone has their strengths. It would be a waste for you to go to the battlefield. Chen Mobai shook his head. He knew that since Zhuo Ming became his disciple, she had never been on the battlefield because she was protected, and there were some rumors and gossip about her within the sect. However, he believed that Zhuo Ming, who was farming in the rear, was far more useful than any of the sect's true disciples on the battlefield. Don't worry, senior sister, I'll kill a few more cultivators, including yours. Luo Yixuan, who was standing to the side, said something that left Chen Mobai speechless. They're gone. Crimson clouds and smoke luo carried the master and disciple into the air. Zhuo Ming watched their departing figures and secretly resolved to cultivate diligently so that one day she could also go to the battlefield with her master. End of this chapter. Chapter 439, Jiamu Deyubing. Chapter 439, Jiamu Deyubing. After watching Chen Mobai and Luo Yixuan leave, Zhuo Ming originally wanted to check on the growth of the rice seedlings in the spirit field, but under a surge of emotion, she felt the spiritual energy in her dantian begin to flow intensely. She was blessed with good fortune and went to the mountainside of Zionan Mountain. After lighting an incense stick in front of her, she held a spirit stone and began to meditate with her eyes closed. The spiritual mountain where Chen Mobai cultivates has a spiritual vein level of mid-grade 3rd rank. The wooden house at the top of the mountain can even be upgraded to high-grade 3rd rank in a short period of time after being amplified by the spirit gathering array. Although there is only 2nd-grade high-level spiritual energy at the mountainside, it is more than enough for Zhuo Ming, a qi refining cultivator. The pure spiritual energy flowed into Zhuo Ming's mouth and nose, where she absorbed and refined it using the Earth Mother technique. The low-grade spirit stone in her palm began to dim slowly, but Zhuo Ming's divine sense was already in a hazy state, as if it had merged into the mountain beneath her feet. She seemed to feel the spring, summer, autumn, and winter that this land had experienced, the wind, rain, cold, and dew, and the tiny yet tenacious little lives clinging to the earth. A day and a night later, a bright red flower suddenly bloomed on the lawn at Zhuo Ming's feet, a bright spot in the lush greenery that stood out. But soon after, another tender yellow flower also bloomed. As if by signal, small white flowers, small orchids, and other flowers suddenly sprouted from the lawn and bloomed around Zhuo Ming. The colors are vibrant, as if everything is growing under the bright spring sunshine. Amidst a field of flowers, Zhuo Ming slowly opened her simple yet vibrant eyes. She exhaled softly, and in an instant, the flower buds, which were originally just small, colorful flowers, suddenly burst into full bloom, vying with each other for beauty before her. Zhuo Ming, however, was completely dumbfounded when she saw herself surrounded by flowers. Where did these flowers come from? Could this be a side effect of breaking through to the 9th level of qi, refining in the Earth Mother technique? I didn't see this mentioned in the cultivation method. Zhuo Ming stood up with a puzzled look on her face. Looking at the beautiful scene of hundreds of flowers blooming on the lawn as she sat there, she took out her notebook and wrote it down, planning to ask her master about it at the end of the year. However, Zhuo Ming's face immediately showed a hint of excitement. She's actually reached the 9th level of qi refining. Back in Nangxi Fangxi, she never imagined she would achieve such success. If they perform even better in combat, they might even have a chance to obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill from the sect 3 years later. All of this is because I have my master as my backer. I will definitely not let my master down. With these thoughts in mind, Zhuo Ming bowed deeply towards the summit of Zionan Mountain. Afterward, she cleaned up the ashes of the burnt incense stick and went down the mountain to inspect the 60 acres of spirit fields. Chen Mobai was unaware that his 2nd disciple had naturally broken through to the 9th level of qi refining. He had already led the 2nd batch of cultivators from the Divine Wood sect, piloting 9 airships at breakneck speed through the sky, heading towards the border of the Thunder Kingdom to provide support. These sect's airships are also 2nd-tier magical artifacts, requiring Foundation Establishment cultivators to pilot them in order to unleash their full power. If the 9 airships are combined, they can also be arranged into a simple 3-3 battle formation. The 3 airships form a triangle, and then the triangles form another triangle. With the psionic energy interconnected through the array plates, a protective barrier called Flying Rainbow Glow can be formed. However, to form a 3-on-3 battle formation, the cultivators on the airship need to infuse their spiritual power, and only when everyone is of one mind will the power be greater. Just as the Tangshan instrument was completed, Chen Mobai began to test it. The 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators of their Shenmu sect each piloted an airship. They then disrupted the 500 qi refining cultivators from their sect's main branch, using them as the backbone to lead the recruited rogue cultivators, aristocratic disciples, and others in practicing the 3-on-3 battle formation. At first, it was naturally chaotic and a complete mess. After all, rogue cultivators are known for being loners and distrusting everyone. At this point, Chen Mobai showed no mercy. He and the other 8 Foundation establishment cultivators stood on the top of the airship, their divine senses sweeping coldly over each uncooperative rogue cultivator. From now on, do whatever I say. If you oppose my Shenmu sect, my sword will not be at a disadvantage. As soon as these words were spoken, coupled with the powerful spiritual pressure of the Foundation establishment cultivator, the previously noisy rogue cultivators immediately fell silent. The Eastern Wilderness is different from the immortal sect. If you really anger a cultivator from a major sect, people will only say, "good riddance," when you are killed. With the suppression of the 9 Foundation establishment cultivators, the previously sluggish 3-on-3 battle formation suddenly began to function smoothly. Wisps of pale red glow shone on the exterior of each airship, as if a red cloud was carrying the flying boat forward in midair. As each qi refining cultivator poured their spiritual power into the airship and it was absorbed, the rainbow glow spread wider and wider. Gradually, the 9 airships merged into one, transforming into a vast expanse of fiery clouds. They streaked across the sky with overwhelming force, like a burning blue sky collapsing towards the earth not far away, blazing and surging like a tide. Along the way, Chen Mobai continuously adjusted and trained his army of cultivators. Generally speaking, the command structure of major sects in the Eastern Wilderness is relatively primitive. For example, these 1,000 cultivators, conventionally speaking, would be led by Chen Mobai, the main general, with 200, and the remaining 8 Foundation establishment elders each leading 100. This might be due to the commander's intentions. For example, if he wanted to use the rogue cultivators as cannon fodder, he would keep the direct descendants of the Shenmu sect by his side and let his colleagues whom he didn't like lead the disciples of the rogue cultivator families. Among these factions, the 100 cultivators from major families, the 100 cultivators from minor families and sects, and the 200 or so independent cultivators would be ranked according to their relationship with the others, and thus be sacrificed as cannon fodder. Chen Mobai, contrary to his usual practice, dispersed the entire 1,000-strong army and then reorganized it into 1,000-man teams in a similar proportion, appointing 10 true disciples of the Shenmu sect as team leaders. Below each of the 10 squad leaders is an adjutant, who is elected by the squad members themselves, thus giving the aristocratic families and independent cultivators some say. This, ironically, made the rogue cultivators who originally harbored ulterior motives and planned to take advantage of the daily spirit stone subsidies, and then scatter and run away as soon as they went to the battlefield start to feel uneasy. But the qi refining cultivators from those aristocratic families and minor sects were relieved. After this reorganization, each rogue cultivator had at least one disciple of the Divine Wood sect by their side, as well as disciples from aristocratic families who clearly favored the Divine Wood sect. The rogue cultivators were kept under close watch. If you show any signs of running away on the battlefield, you'll probably be hacked to death by your teammates first. Many independent cultivators immediately showed expressions of regret. However, once they're on the airship, if they decide they don't want to continue, the Divine Wood sect doesn't have a great reputation in the Eastern Wilderness, so they probably wouldn't mind using them as a sacrifice first. We can only take it one step at a time and figure out a way to escape once we get to the battlefield. Many rogue cultivators thought this way, but quite a few genuinely ambitious rogue cultivators, who even wanted to make a name for themselves and join the Divine Wood sect, were overjoyed. This reorganization of teams means that they are now bound together with the disciples of the Shenmu sect, sharing life and death, and are no longer the cannon fodder that can be sacrificed at any time as imagined. 10 years have passed, and he has become so strong and stood so high. Inside the airship piloted by Yu Lion, A pair of senior and junior disciples from a small sect looked at Chen Mobai, who stood at the forefront of the airship, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. They were in the same team as Chen Mobai on Qinguang Island. Although the latter was already extraordinary at that time, they could not believe that he was only a qi refining level 7 cultivator back then. Now, he has not only successfully established his foundation, but also holds a high position and great power in the Shenmu sect, a major sect in the eastern wilderness, and can become the commander of a 1,000-strong army of cultivators. I wonder who our captain is. It would be great if we could run into someone we know. With her delicate features and outstanding appearance, Luo Lin thought hopefully, while Shi Pengyi stood silently to the side. After giving everyone a brief demonstration, Chen Mobai let them rest and then began to arrange personnel. This time, the Shenmu sect is genuinely determined to fight, so they are not stingy with sect contributions and spirit stones. True disciples can get 10 points every day if they go to the battlefield, and the rest are based on their qi refining realm. For example, someone at the 7th level of qi refining would be at 7 o'clock every day. Chen Mobai roughly calculated that this batch of 500 sect disciples would need to contribute about 2,000 sect contribution points per day. Including expenses such as talismans and pills, it would cost about 3,000 low-grade spirit stones per day. If the battle on the border of Lei Kingdom lasts for a year, then his army of cultivators alone will cost the Shenmu sect more than 1,000,000 spirit stones. If we also include the disciples from the independent cultivator families we recruited, then the total is nearly 2 million. This reminded Chen Mobai of an ancient saying from the immortal sect: when the cannons roar, gold flows in. The first batch of 3,000 cultivators led by Zhou Wangshan and Zai Yunshan have been fighting on the border and at the top of Hanshan Mountain for 2 months. According to Luo Zuer, the sect has already spent 800,000 spirit stones. Of course, the Shenmu sect expended a lot, and the mountaintop shaking event also involved a significant amount. In battles between major sects, if the strength is evenly matched, the later stages will be a contest of their foundations and resources. It all comes down to who can't hold on and gets beaten down first. Chen Mobai had already planned to reorganize the squad, so he applied to choose Yuoshu for 10 true disciples this time. Besides his youngest apprentice Luo Yixuan, the other 9 are Li Yixian, Zai Jinghuo, Qi Rui, Qi Hu, Niu Longyuan, Guan Zai Along, Lian Maozhe, Gu Yan, and Zhang Xingheng. Among them, Zai Jinghuo, Qi Rui, and Qi Hu are all good friends of Chen Mobai and have secured their positions as his disciples over the years. Upon hearing that Chen Mobai is the commander-in-chief, they all volunteered to fight. Because they all had their eyes on the foundation establishment pills that would be available 3 years from now, especially Qi Hu, who still hadn't finished paying back the 10,000 contribution points he had lost in his previous failure to establish a foundation. If the commander is a friend, their safety on the battlefield will be more guaranteed. The other disciples shared the same mindset, striving to contribute to the foundation establishment pill. Each of you will lead a 100-man squadron. Xuaner and Li Yixian will receive the orders directly. The other 8 squadrons will be responsible to the 8 elders respectively. I will relay any orders via mobile phone. The foundation establishment elder and the squadron leader will each take 1. Then the 100-man squadron will be divided into 10 10-man teams, with each team meticulously divided to ensure that my orders are accurately delivered to each individual. After Chen Mobai explained how to use the mobile phone to the 10 disciples, they were all shocked and had no idea that the sect possessed such a divine artifact. Junior brother Chen, it's not that I have any objection to your military command, but is it really feasible to do it this way? When all 10 disciples had received their orders and were gathering their team members in the airship to identify faces and assign them to squads, Chen Zhenwu of the Hall of Rewards couldn't help but ask. Generally speaking, rogue cultivators are cannon fodder. Disciples of aristocratic families are considered lackeys, while the disciples of the Shenmu sect are the most precious, and they will only take action during the final battle. But Chen Mobai's way of dividing it up is equivalent to treating everyone equally. If we can't work together as a cohesive unit, our army of 1,000 men will probably be less effective than just 500 sect disciples. Although Chen Mobai hadn't taken many military courses from the immortal sects, he still knew the basic points. With communication guaranteed, the first step is to understand the troops, then train them and finally strengthen them. An army that is disorganized cannot be trained into a strong force. Sufficient spirit stones, coupled with fairness and impartiality, are the two best fundamental guarantees for motivating both independent cultivators and disciples of aristocratic families. Among the 8 foundation establishment elders, some had reservations about Chen Mobai's actions, but since he was the one in charge, none of them voiced strong opposition. During the subsequent journey to Lei Kingdom, Chen Mobai began to train this army of cultivators step by step. Although the space on the airship was not large, it was enough for everyone to have a place to stand. Chen Mobai then had Luo Yixuan and the other disciples begin practicing the Jiamu Deyabing battle formation. This is a secret war formation passed down by the Shenmu sect. It can gather the spiritual power of many people and transform it into a large spiritual soldier. The more people there are, the stronger these Jiamu Dao soldiers become. This reminded Chen Mobai of the Jiamu technique he obtained from the Divine Tree Secret Realm, which could transform 100 low-grade Crimson Sun Spirit Woods into a high-grade Azure Sun Spirit Wood through fusion. I wonder if the Jiamu Deyabing battle formation evolved from here. Because the Jiamu Dao soldiers can only be formed when the spiritual power of more than 100 people is gathered, Chen Mobai divided his army into 10 branches. It is said that the Jiamu Dao soldiers trained by 10,000 Qi refining cultivators possess the combat power of a golden core perfection cultivator in normal times. If they fight desperately, they can even unleash a strike with power close to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Chen Mobai was quite looking forward to it. End of this chapter. Chapter 440 Mysterious Cliff. Chapter 440 Mysterious Cliff. On the border of Lei Kingdom, the 2 major camps, Shenmu Sect and Hanshan Peak, had already set up their battle formations. One after another, Saiyan giants, each over 10 meters tall, wielded wind and thunder, smashing down on a yellowish-brown mountain. Rumble! Amidst a series of earth-shaking tremors, in the center of the mountain-shaking camp, Jai Dingjin stood respectfully beside a man and a woman in front of a stone house. The Jiamu Dao soldiers are indeed worthy of their reputation. In the past, the Hunyuan ancestor led the 5 elements Dao soldiers across the 3 realms and ranked among the 7 wonders beyond the Dao. They had a great reputation in the eastern land. It's just a pity that they sought their own death and went to the gates of hell. The male cultivator had a handsome face and a tall stature. He was dressed in a golden Taoist robe and was pointing out the landscape to the blue giant of the Dingshan battle formation who was attacking their side. The 5 elements sect has split up, and the Wuji Hunyuan, which combines the 5 elements Dao and the weapon, will never appear again. Another aloof and beautiful female cultivator in gold robes also spoke up. Her eyes were a strange sky-blue color, as clear and lustrous as jade. This is also thanks to the brilliant strategies and skillful maneuvering of Master Zhao of your palace. If it weren't for his 60 years of solitary journey into the eastern wilderness, and the division of the 5 elements sect into 5 branches after the death of the primordial ancestor, this territory would probably still be under the control of the 5 elements sect. Jai Dingjin said respectfully, 60 years ago, even though the primordial ancestor of Hunyuan was dead, the 5 elements sect still had a number of core formation cultivators that crushed any other sect in the eastern wilderness. If the 5 elements sect hadn't split up, Huishan Valley would probably still be at their mercy, becoming their subordinate temple for alchemy, and Shanding Mountain would be the 5 elements sect's mining laborer. By integrating the power of the eastern wilderness, Zhou Shenking might have already reached the nascent soul stage. To prevent the 5 elements sect from producing another nascent soul cultivator after Hunyuan's death, and also to plunge the eastern wilderness back into war, a major sect within the eastern barbarian territory sent a core formation cultivator surnamed Zhao to the eastern wilderness to form alliances and secretly prepare a rebellion against the Five Elements sect, uniting with sects such as Huishan Valley, Hanshan Peak, Chuixu Palace, and Liujia Mountain, which had been suppressed by the Five Elements sect for hundreds of years. While the uprising was underway, the cultivator surnamed Zhao did not forget to plant pawns to sow discord within the Five Elements sect. Beset by internal and external troubles, not long after the death of the primordial ancestor, Zhou Shenqing and Mo Duguang separated from the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements and Five Lineages split into two factions and began to fight each other. With the help of other sects in the eastern wilderness, this war lasted for 20 years. Although the war ended, the Five Elements sect, the #1 sect in the eastern wilderness, declined and no longer had the absolute power to suppress the entire eastern wilderness. Uncle Zhao is still not ruthless enough. If he had led your 4 sects to attack the Divine Wood sect and Golden Light Cliff after the Five Elements sect, and its 5 branches ceased hostilities, the Five Elements sect might no longer exist in the eastern wilderness. The golden-robed male cultivator looked at the Jiamu Dao soldiers who were constantly attacking the battle formation on the top of the mountain, and said something indifferent that made Jai Dingjin's mouth twitch. After the Five Elements sect and the Divine Wood Golden Light ceased hostilities, the cultivator surnamed Zhao did indeed suggest that all 4 sects should use their combined strength to attack the weakened Five Elements 5 veins. Unfortunately, all 4 sects combined only had a few core formation ancestors. Leaving aside the chances of victory, even if they did win, it was estimated that 2 or 3 sects would be completely wiped out by the counterattack of the Five Elements 5 veins. So after weighing the options, they all rejected the proposal. After the Five Elements sect split, there was no longer an absolute superpower, and the situation in the eastern wilderness was balanced to a degree that satisfied all 4 major sects. Everyone is recruiting disciples and developing their own small sphere of influence, and they have enough resources, so there's no need to fight to the death. My ancestor wanted to do the same thing in the past and persuaded the southern true man of Liujia Mountain. It's just a pity that the 2 core formation cultivators of Huishan Valley and Chuixu Palace were too conservative. But it's not too late now. As long as your palace raises its banner, our Hanshan Mountain will definitely respond to all your calls and crush the 5 lineages of the Five Elements sect. Jai Dingjin's words to the golden-robed male cultivator carried a hint of flattery, as if he were a person of very high status. I'm about to form my core, but my master said that my state of mind is not detached and indifferent enough. I may be tempted by inner demons when I form my core. Jai Zhenqi just happened to come to find me, so I might as well come to the eastern wilderness and kill a bloodbath to forge my supreme Tao heart. The golden-robed male cultivator spoke indifferently and coldly, as if there were no cultivators in the eastern wilderness that he cared about, and his words implied that he regarded the eastern wilderness as nothing. I, along with all the cultivators atop the mountain, am willing to obey your commands, young master. Upon hearing this, Jai Dingjin couldn't hide his joy and casually handed over the 2,000 cultivators under his command to the golden-robed male cultivator in front of him. The 300 disciples of the Dao Palace have already set up the Golden Bridge battle formation. We can make our move now. At this moment, the aloof female cultivator in golden robes spoke, and in front of her, 300 chi refining cultivators wearing golden masks and golden armor held golden spears and knelt in a neat square formation before the male cultivator in golden robes. After about 10 rounds of bombardment, the Jiamu Dao soldiers will take a break for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. This is because out of the 3,000 cultivators of the Shenmu sect on the other side, only 1,000 are disciples of the Shenmu sect. If they continue to bombard them, these disciples will suffer excessive spiritual energy depletion. When you take that opportunity to unleash the Dingshan battle formation, the enemy will definitely think you are going to launch a counterattack. However, the Shenmu sect master will not be afraid because of the large number of cultivators and will definitely fight back. When you've killed half of them, I'll lead 300 Dao Palace disciples into battle formation and charge out. More than half of the Shenmu sect's army of cultivators are a rabble, As long as we kill more than 300, that's 1/10, the enemy will surely be defeated. At that time, the disciples of Chen Mobai should still be able to barely maintain the battle formation. You and I don't need to worry about them. We just need to follow my battle formation and do our best to hunt down the fleeing rogue cultivators and aristocratic disciples of the enemy. After this round of attacks, even if the Chen Mobai leader is able to regroup, his numbers will be at most half of what they are now. In that case, our cultivators will actually outnumber theirs, and the tide of battle will turn. My Golden Bridge battle formation is specifically designed to break through the armored wooden Dao soldiers. As he said this, the golden-robed male cultivator's eyes were filled with cruelty. He seemed to already see himself crushing and annihilating the entire army of Chen Mobai sect cultivators before him. If he can achieve such a feat, his iron-blooded Dao heart will surely be perfected, and he will be able to successfully form his core upon returning to the Dao Palace in the future. He might even be able to compete for the position of Dao Child. It is our honor to be able to follow young Master Xuanqiao. After hearing Xuanqiao's strategic plan, Jai Dingjin was also excited and his blood boiled. He personally went to the Foundation establishment elders guarding the key nodes of the Dingshan battle formation and explained the tactics for the counterattack, defeat, and pursuit to everyone. Although he had reached the peak of Foundation establishment, this round of running had already taken him nearly half an hour. The main goal is to ensure that everyone truly understands the upcoming tactics, so as not to be held back at this crucial moment and miss the opportunity to achieve the greatest results. Now, after delivering the message, Jai Dingjin stayed by Xuanqiao's side. The female cultivator with azure eyes seemed to have cultivated a kind of spiritual eye technique. She accurately seized the crucial moment when the Jiamu Dao soldiers began to lower their guard and the spiritual energy in the Chen Mobai battle formation began to weaken. From stabilizing mountains to shaking them, begin the counterattack. Jai Dingjin had no doubts and immediately began shouting loudly. As a body-tempering cultivator, he could hear almost everything he shouted. Having already received his orders, the Foundation establishment cultivators atop Mount Han immediately began leading their qi-refining cultivators to change the formation, shifting from a defensive posture to a mountain-shaking one. After a muffled roar, the earthen yellow mountains that had enveloped their entire camp suddenly flew up, then crashed down like a mountain falling from the sky, landing heavily above the Chen Mobai battle formation. However, the Chen Mobai also made a change in their defensive formation. 10 Saiyan giants raised their hands, and a huge transparent Saiyan leaf appeared out of thin air in the void above their heads. The earthen yellow mountains crashed down, unleashing terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy from the transparent green leaves. Rings of white air currents rippled across the area where the two battle formations clashed, spreading outwards and creating strong winds that uprooted trees and sent rocks flying. Amidst the deafening roar, the thousands of qi-refining cultivators, who served as the foundation of the battle formation and the source of spiritual power, all turned pale. If this direct clash of battle formations were not stopped, everyone would be reduced to ashes. Therefore, even the rogue cultivators opened their danshan and allowed the battle formations of the two sects to absorb their qi. Strange, why does this old tortoise dare to come out and fight? Inside the Chen Mobai camp, Zai Yunqian and Zhou Wangxian exchanged a glance, both looking puzzled. However, this was also a good thing for them. After all, they outnumbered each other, and in the clash of battle formations, they were the ones who would be able to hold out until the end. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wangxian ran around once and gave the order to all the Foundation establishment cultivators of the sects to fight. Oh no, what is that? Just as he finished conveying the message and returned to Zai Yunqian's side, the latter suddenly widened his eyes and cried out in surprise. When King Zhou looked up, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Amidst the colliding mountains and green leaves in the sky, a magnificent golden bridge stretched out from the mountain peaks and descended directly onto the battle formation of the Divine Wood sect. The transparent green leaves that could withstand the falling leaves from the mountains were like tattered cloth pierced by a needle in front of this golden bridge, allowing them to penetrate freely. After the golden bridge pierced through the battle formation of the divine wood sect, the 300 chi refining cultivators in golden armor and halberds were like an incomparably sharp wood-cutting knife, instantly killing dozens of divine wood sect cultivators nearby. Then, just as if a flawless defense had a loophole, the cultivators at the top of the mountain began a charge through the golden bridge into the battle formation of the divine wood sect. Damn it, it's the golden bridge battle formation of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Those bastards finally made their move. Upon seeing this, Zai Yunchen cursed angrily, then immediately wielded his flying sword and led over 100 elite disciples from the sword training department to charge forward. As expected of the sword training department, which ranks first in combat strength in the divine wood sect, they immediately withstood the massacre of 300 disciples from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace as soon as they joined the fray, and even began to launch a counterattack to plug the gap created by the Golden Bridge Cave. Although it's a bit beneath me to use you as my first enemy in this slaughter in the eastern wilderness, after looking at your divine wood sect's camp, it seems you're still the strongest, so there's no other choice. Just as Zai Yunchen was wielding his flying sword straight towards the gap in the battle formation, a golden light descended from the sky, suppressing his flying sword. Xuan Kaio slowly stepped down from the golden bridge, his tone lonely and helpless. He seemed disappointed that he couldn't find an interesting opponent in the eastern wilderness. Who goes there? Zai Yunchen could basically tell his background from Xuan Kaio's golden Taoist robe, but he pretended not to know and asked a question. Young master of Dongyi, you may call me Xuan Kiao. Upon hearing the word Xuan spoken, Zai Yunchen's heart sank, and he was absolutely certain. Do you want to oppose my Shenmu sect? Oppose me? You're using the wrong word. The mere divine wood sect is not worthy of being my opponent. At this moment, Xuan Kaio had already landed at the very bottom of the golden bridge. He looked like a golden-armored god descending from the sky on the golden bridge, his tone contemptuous yet full of confidence. HMPH, don't be so arrogant. Today I'll make sure you don't leave alive. Zai Yunchen realized that further words were useless. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and he opened his mouth and spat out a stream of cyan light, which flew straight towards Xuan Kaio, who was standing at the end of the golden bridge. Bang, bang, bang. Golden beads of light flew out from Xuan Kaio's palm, transforming into golden light curtains, but under the flowing light of the cinnabar and blue, they were shattered and crushed one after another. But these golden orbs seemed endless. After Zai Yunchen desperately shattered 23 golden light curtains with the azure flame sword, he finally exhausted his power and turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing 3 inches in front of Xuan Kaio. Oh, you've actually mastered Sword Fiend with just a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. I underestimated you. Xuan Kaio looked at the azure flame sword aura that had dissipated into nothingness before his eyes, raised an eyebrow, seemingly somewhat surprised, but then looked regretful. My golden pearl technique has 30 light barriers. If you can break 7 more, you will be able to touch me. If you can harm even a single hair on my head, I will let the people of your divine wood sect go today. After Xuan Kaio finished speaking, he flicked his right hand, and another shower of golden beads was scattered around him, forming a golden sea of light as if surrounded by stars. Don't look down on me. Upon hearing this, Zai Yunchen's brows furrowed with anger, but in private, he secretly instructed Zhou Wangshan to lead the 1,000 disciples of the divine wood sect, and the disciples of the aristocratic families to retreat, leaving the rogue cultivators behind as cannon fodder, and striving to preserve most of their strength to retreat back to the third-tier protective formation in the Thunder Kingdom market. In this way, when Chen Mobai's second batch of cultivators arrives, they will still have the strength to fight against the summit of Hanshin Mountain. Minister Zai, take care. After hearing this, Zhou Wangshan hesitated for only a moment before realizing that this was the best strategy. He was a decisive person, and without saying a word, began to order the Foundation establishment elders on the battlefield to retreat. End of this chapter. Chapter 441 This is how the sword fiend is used. 8K. Chapter 441 This is how the sword fiend is used. 8K. Zai Yunqian was quite famous in the eastern wilderness. Before Chen Mobai appeared out of nowhere, he was known as the #1 sword cultivator of the Divine Wood sect. He even studied swordsmanship under the tutelage of old ancestor Mo at Golden Light Cliff for half a year. It is one of the few Taoist seedlings in the Shenmu sect with the hope of forming a core. He was quite proud of himself, believing that the vast eastern wilderness, apart from a few core formation ancestors, was entirely within his grasp with his sword. Especially after mastering the Azure Flame Sword Demon, Zai Yunqian became somewhat arrogant. And the source of this confidence was Chen Mobai. Because after Chen Mobai mastered the Sword Fiend, he unleashed its power for the first time, fighting 5 opponents in a row, killing Yuan Hongyuan, the Netherworld Messenger, Hong Su, and the Tang siblings, all of whom were at the Foundation establishment stage. This greatly shocked Chen Mobai with the power of the Azure Flame Sword Fiend. He then performed an equation conversion. Zai Yunqian believed that since Chen Mobai was able to do it, then Zai Yunqian, who had also mastered the Sword Fiend technique, should also be a master of that level. But this pride and confidence gradually disappeared after facing the guy named Xuan Kaio. At this point, he realized that he was no match for his opponent. However, in order to cover the retreat of the core disciples of the Divine Wood sect, Zai Yunqian remained silent for a moment before his divine sense and spiritual power suddenly erupted. Amidst the clanging sounds, his blazing flying sword, like a blazing sun, burst forth with intense light and suddenly broke free from the suppression of the mysterious golden light. With a loud bang, the flying sword, like a dragon emerging from the sea, carried raging flames and spewed out waves of sword light like a meteor shower, rushing and slashing wildly towards Xuanqiao, who stood on the golden bridge. In that instant, Zai Yunqian had already pushed the crimson flame sword technique he had cultivated to its limit. The blazing sword light resembled rolling waves, and the void near the golden bridge ignited under his sword strike, causing the air to distort slightly, displaying terrifying power. Some cultivators who rushed down from the top of the mountain were caught off guard and stained by the sword light and fire rain. In their terror, their flesh and blood began to boil, and they screamed as they turned into blood mist and ashes. Faced with Zai Yunqian's earth-shattering sword strike, Xuan Kaio also showed a look of admiration. Immediately, he spread his 5 fingers on his right hand, and pure and vast spiritual power surged out. In an instant, the golden beads on his body transformed into layers of even more brilliant and dazzling light curtains. The blazing flying sword was like a fiery dragon carrying flames that crashed into the golden sun. When it suddenly projected onto the golden light screen, it was like a meteor shower that shattered and burst forth, burning the entire sky. As the layers of golden light shattered, Zai Yunqian's face grew increasingly pale, but he still gritted his teeth and steered his flying sword toward Xuanqiao. Amidst the thick smoke and fire, the void reflected an image of oil being ignited, with raging flames spreading like wildfire, turning the blue sky blood red in an instant, the flames roaring on. However, amidst this boiling sea of fire, that golden radiance, like the most dazzling gold, was completely unafraid of being refined by the real fire. It always stands at the very center, bathed in the blazing sun. Is the difference between the late stage of Foundation establishment and the perfect stage of Foundation establishment really that big? When Zai Yunqian saw this scene, his heart sank. He had only mastered 1.5 sword techniques, and he originally thought that it would be enough to dominate the eastern wilderness, and that he would not be afraid even when facing Jai Dingjin. But unexpectedly, they encountered a successor of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. I originally wanted to finish this quickly, so I used a sword aura directly, but it didn't break the golden bead's protective spell. Now, even when he tries to use his ultimate sword technique with a flying sword, he still can't do it. How can we break through his protective spell? Just as Zai Yunqian was pondering his next move in the battle, a golden light suddenly flashed out from the flames. Zai Yunqian tried his best to dodge, but his right hand was still cut off at the shoulder by the golden light that was as sharp as a knife. He felt the intense pain in his shoulder and the loss of a lot of essence and blood, so he quickly put a regeneration talisman on himself. However, the wound was wrapped with gold thread, preventing his severed arm from being reattached. Zai Yunchen could only stop the bleeding first, and then put away the severed arm. It gave me a little stretch. At this moment, Xuan Kaio waved his hand, and the raging flames in midair were instantly torn apart, revealing his golden and dazzling figure. Seeing that Zhou Wangshan below had already gathered the disciples of Shenmu sect and were retreating, Zai Yunchen didn't waste any words with Xuan Kaio. He used his remaining left hand to control his flying sword, and once again activated the Crimson Flame Sword technique. Chant! The flying sword rang out, like a fiery dragon, hurtling towards the golden bridge and the cultivators descending from it. Xuan Kaio did not make a move, letting the flying sword pass by him and rush towards the cultivator on the summit of Hanshin Mountain behind him. This is not because he was unwilling to help those in need. Although he is a proud man, he would not stand idly by and watch his allies sacrifice themselves at this time. Another golden light descended and landed on the blazing flame flying sword. Zai Yunchen's top-tier second-order flying sword was suppressed once again. He unleashed his divine sense and spiritual power, trying to break free of the flying sword. But a slender, white hand descended, and delicate jade-like fingers gently touched the flying sword. In that instant, Zai Yunchen felt his connection with the flying sword be completely severed. He felt as if a piece of his mind had been ripped out and his vision blurred. He almost lost control of his body and fell to the ground. Proceed according to plan. After Xuan Kaio severed Zai Yunchen's arm, his junior sister Xuan Jinjai also fell from the golden bridge. She suppressed the flying sword as easily as breathing and drinking water. With a light wave of her hand, she commanded the cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace and Hanshin Mountain to chase down the cultivators on the outermost edge of the Shenmu sect's battle formation. These are clearly independent cultivators, who are neither valued nor trusted. At the beginning, there were still quite a few people who were trying their best to fight back and kill the enemy. But as time went on, when Zhou Wangshan, who was in the very center, began to lead the disciples of Shenmu sect in a step-by-step retreat, all the rogue cultivators who could no longer see any hope of victory stopped fighting. They remained cautious and guarded their own territory. Some of the more astute ones even risked injury to sever their spiritual connection with the divine wood, sect's battle formation, and fled. At first there were only a few, but it quickly triggered a chain reaction, and in an instant the outermost battle formation completely collapsed. Everyone retreat. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Zhou Wangshan stopped hiding his intentions and led his disciples to run at full speed into the territory of Lei Kingdom. Not far away was a market they had been running for a long time, protected by a third-tier array, which was enough to hold out for a while they waited for the sect's rescue. Do you have any last words before you die? In midair, Zai Yunchen, who had been completely defeated, looked at the male and female cultivators standing on the golden bridge with a pale face, and finally despair appeared in his eyes. He had fought against cultivators who had reached the foundation establishment stage before. He had not only sparred with Meng Hanchu's Yuoshu from his sect, but also fought Jai Dingjin several times on this border battlefield. But no one else made him feel this insurmountable, desperate gap as the couple in front of him. The sect is likely facing a great calamity. The thought flashed through Zai Yunchen's mind. Apart from the two patriarchs, probably no one in the Divine Wood sect could rival these two in terms of strength. Now that the summit of Hanshin Mountain has received assistance from these two, Lei Kingdom will likely find it difficult to hold out. It remains to be seen whether the battlefield can be contained within Yun Kingdom and not affect Jian Kingdom, where the sect is located. In that case, it's likely that both the sect leader and the former sect leader, both cultivators at the peak of foundation establishment, will have to personally come to the front lines. Although Zai Yunchen estimated that they wouldn't be a match for these two, at least as cultivators of the same realm, they could still hold their own with the help of the formation. This was the best strategy Zai Yunchen could think of before he died. As for Chen Mobai, Zai Yunchen believed that he was about the same strength as himself, and even after Zai Yunchen mastered the sword fiend, he was probably not as good as himself. After all, he was at least at the late foundation establishment stage, while Chen Mobai had only just broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage a few years ago. However, Zai Yunchen believed that Chen Mobai had the potential to grow to the level of the two Xuanxiao Dao Palace successors in front of him. He hoped that the sect could hold on long enough to buy time for him, Hong, and others to cultivate, grow, and even form their cores. No last words. Never mind, even if you did, I wouldn't remember them anyway. Seeing Zai Yunchen's lifeless expression and his silence, Xuan Kaio assumed he was stalling for time to allow the Shenmu sect disciples to retreat, so he decided not to waste any more time. He raised his right index finger, and a golden light shone, condensing into a golden bead. It then transformed into a thin, straight line, drawing a semicircular arc in midair from Xuan Kaio's fingertip before quickly landing on Zai Yunchen's head. A second-tier high-grade shield magic weapon flew out, barely blocking the golden light death line. Xuan Jinjai, standing beside Xuan Kaio, had a glint in her azure eyes, and her fair hand, radiating golden light, descended, suppressing the magical artifact as well. Zai Yunchen cast 2 more defensive spells, barely managing to hold on for a few breaths before he was on the verge of death. A golden line of death fell straight down. Zai Yunchen's face turned ashen. He felt his scalp being cut open, and he was about to be cleaved in two. In the end, his instinctive will to survive made him activate a third-tier spirit leaf talisman personally crafted by Ancestor Zhou. A vibrant green leaf suddenly sprang from his body, deflecting the sharp, golden death line above his head. A futile struggle. Xuan Kaio spoke with pity, then raised his index finger again, and another golden bead condensed and flashed, the golden light slashing down towards Zai Yunchen once more. I have lived up to the sect's expectations. In his final moments, Zai Yunchen's expression suddenly calmed down. He shouted and then raised his head to face the golden light. Thank you, senior brother. I will definitely lead the sect disciples to survive. Zhou Wangshan, who had already withdrawn from the battlefield, saw this scene in the sky and his eyes welled up with tears. However, he gritted his teeth, turned around and led his disciples, whose faces were filled with various emotions such as frowning, pain, anger, and despair, to continue their retreat. Sizzle! At that moment, a thunderous sound, like the clear cry of a bluebird, suddenly rang in the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Then a beam of cyan lightning, like a long spear, shot out from a cloud in the distant sky. Boom! The thunder spear arrived in an instant, precisely colliding with the golden death line bursting from Xuan Kaio's fingertips. The collision of the 2 third-tier divine abilities unleashed a terrifying and deafening force. With a crisp snap, to Xuan Kaio's disbelief, his golden death line was severed by the dazzling blue lightning. The power of thunder continued unabated, shooting straight up with a roar, heading towards him who stood on the golden bridge. 30 golden beads shimmered and coalesced, forming 30 layers of golden light curtains on Xuan Kaio's body that were even more dazzling than when he fought Zai Yunchen. Amidst a deafening roar, the golden bridge standing between the mountains and the earth trembled twice, and the 30-layered golden light curtain was torn apart by the terrifying power of lightning, with 29 layers broken. Only the last thin layer remained, shielding it from the last wisp of shimmering blue lightning. Xuan Kaio's face showed shock. He thought it was the 2 core formation cultivators from the Divine Wood sect who had made their move. Xuan Jinjai, on the other hand, took out a golden token defensive magic artifact, and even condensed 25 golden bead light screens herself, preparing to use them to resist the terrifying lightning magic. Oh, besides Jai Dingjin, there are other Foundation Establishment Perfection cultivators on the summit of Mount Han. How come the sect's intelligence didn't include this? The Witchcraft Department and the Transmission Department have seriously neglected their duties. A clear voice rang out from the horizon, and the rainbow-like glow spread out, revealing a series of enormous airships. As the boy on the foremost airship spoke, he transformed into an elongated phantom of flames, traversing half the sky in a single step to stand before Zai Yunchen, blocking the way for Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai. You? Zai Yunchen looked at the back of the boy standing in front of him, his lips trembling slightly, wanting to say something, but under the immense shock, he didn't know how to start. Who are these two guys? Oh well, it doesn't matter if I don't know, they're going to die soon anyway. Chen Mobai turned to ask Zai Yunchen, but then shook his head in response. His words caused Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai on the Golden Bridge to suddenly turn cold. No one had ever dared to ignore them like this before. These two should be successors of a major sect in Dongyi. They are both at the peak of foundation establishment and practice metal-based techniques. The female cultivator is skilled in a secret technique to suppress magical artifacts. Be careful that your flying sword doesn't get suppressed. At this moment, Zai Yunchen finally realized what was going on. Although he didn't understand why this junior could also master the third-tier Yiwood Divine Lightning while mastering the Sword Fiend, he still told Chen Mobai the information he had gleaned during their earlier exchange. Hopefully, this will increase Chen Mobai's chances of winning. A suppression artifact. That's really unfortunate. I never intended to use an artifact against a mere foundation establishment opponent. After hearing this, Chen Mobai said something that left Zai Yunchen speechless. Even if you've mastered the Sword Fiend and the third-tier Yiwood Divine Thunder, you can't be this arrogant in front of two foundation establishment perfection disciples from major sects. Arrogant? I was just careless earlier, only using 70% of my power. Even so, your Wood Divine Lightning couldn't harm me in the slightest. I'll show you my full power soon. Xuan Kaio could no longer bear it. He had never seen anyone more pretentious than him. Every word Chen Mobai said after arriving was stimulating his already proud and sensitive nerves. As he spoke, Xuan Kaio once again activated his profound technique, and golden beads condensed in front of him. Under his divine sense, they transformed into golden threads, which then crisscrossed to form a golden net that flew towards Chen Mobai and Zai Yunchen behind him. Just now, a golden line of death had already forced Zai Yunchen to exert all his strength, and even using Ancestor Zhou's Spirit Leaf Talisman was barely enough to neutralize it. This net of golden light and death lines is probably only something a core formation cultivator could confidently withstand. Zai Yunchen looked worried. After teetering on the brink of death, his initial resolve to die had crumbled, and now he suddenly wanted to live again. However, he really didn't think Chen Mobai had a good chance of winning against Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai. Watch closely, this is how you use the Sword Fiend. Facing the overwhelming golden net, Chen Mobai said something to Zai Yunchen behind him, and then gave a live demonstration. He opened his mouth and spoke, and a stream of cyan-colored light condensed into a beam. Like starlight piercing through the gaps between the clouds, or like a world-shaking divine sword tearing through the sky, it severed and burned all the golden light lines the moment it came into contact with the golden net. Then, the blazing blue prairie fire spread along the golden light to Xuan Kaio's front on the golden bridge. Although Xuan Kaio saw that the situation was not good and decisively severed his connection with the magic, a wisp of azure flame sword aura still stained the tip of his index finger. As a successor of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, he naturally knew the power of the sword aura. Although Zai Yunchen's sword aura couldn't even hurt a hair on his head, it didn't mean it had no killing power. A cold glint flashed in Xuan Kaio's eyes, and he directly sliced off a piece of skin and flesh from his fingertip. "Oh, you're quite decisive, aren't you?" Seeing this, Chen Mobai said something in surprise, but then waved to the two of them. "Let's attack together. I'm in a hurry to find Jai Dingjin for a fight." Chen Mobai had not fought many times in the eastern wilderness, so he had a deep impression of the duel with Jai Dingjin that ended in a draw, and had kept it in his heart all these years. They wanted to take advantage of this sect war to settle things once and for all. Junior brother Chen actually has this kind of personality. Zai Yunchen had few interactions with Chen Mobai, and on the few times they did, the latter was always a gentleman, gentle and refined. However, he immediately recalled the rumors circulating among the sect's upper echelons. The former sect leader, Meng Hong, said that this kid was extremely competitive. He had fought with Yuan Hongyuan when he had just reached the foundation establishment stage, severely injuring the powerful man who had reached the foundation establishment stage through strength. After returning to the sect, he concealed the incident, intending to take revenge himself after he had mastered the swordsmanship. Perhaps it was the result of years of cultivating the land and nurturing the sword, cultivating its sharpness in ordinary times. Today, once unsheathed, its brilliance was fully revealed. With a single stroke, the world turned white. As Zai Yunchen thought this, Xuan Kaio on the Golden Bridge was already furious. He took out a golden halberd, and amidst the flashing light, a dazzling golden beam shot straight into the sky, which he hurled fiercely at Chen Mobai. Zai Yunchen knew he was certain to die in this attack. Just as he was wondering how Chen Mobai would react and dodge, the latter made a move that made his eyes widen. Chen Mobai spread his right hand and grasped the golden halberd that was powerful enough to pierce the earth. Then, amidst flashes of five-colored light, he used his bare hands and five-element sword finger to mold this second-tier magic weapon into a gold ingot. "If you guys don't come, then I will." Chen Mobai was too lazy to waste time with them. He used the flame light escape technique and instantly rushed to the Golden Bridge, facing Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai. Both of the disciples of Xuanxiao Dao Palace involuntarily took a step back, but Xuan Kaio immediately felt that this action was very weak, so he took another step forward with anger, his whole body flashing with golden light, and each golden bead bursting out with brilliant brilliance. "You just said you used 70% of your strength." Chen Mobai looked at Xuan Kaio, who had taken a step forward and was almost face to face with him, and suddenly said something. Then he opened his mouth and spat out 3 cyan sword pellets. "I probably used about 20% of my strength." Then to Xuan Kaio's incredulous gaze, the 3 azure flame sword auras erupted completely. A bright, clear sun shone over the Golden Bridge. Compared to Zai Yunchen's previous display of power that had almost burned half the sky, this time the aftershocks of the sword's aura were all confined to a 3-meter radius around the 2 combatants. Such exquisite control of divine sense. Junior brother Chen's understanding and application of sword energy far surpasses mine. Seeing this, Zai Yunchen was completely convinced. He is only at the stage of having mastered the sword aura and being able to use it. However, Chen Mobai had already begun to master the sword fiend technique, even reaching a level of consummate skill. The two are simply not on the same level. I actually thought I was pretty much the same as him. Zai Yunchen felt ashamed of his previous thoughts. Fortunately, it was only his own opinion, and he had never said it aloud, otherwise he would have been extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Xuan Jinjai finally couldn't hold back any longer, and used the golden token in her palm to join the battle between the two, wanting to lend her senior brother a hand. With her assistance and the magic artifact, Xuan Kaio finally broke free from the azure sun formed by the azure flame sword. The golden light screen around the two of them had long been burned away. If it weren't for a powerful third-tier talisman and the golden token, they would probably have already met their demise. "Junior sister, this guy is a monster, let's retreat." Under the bombardment of the 3 azure flame sword fiends, Xuan Kaio finally regained his senses. His desire to survive overwhelmed all his pride. After saying something to Xuan Jinjai, he began to ride the golden bridge beneath his feet and retreat towards the mountains above. At this moment, he began to feel fortunate that he had not left the vicinity of Jinqiao, otherwise he probably would not have been able to escape. A good battle formation. It seems to be specifically designed to target my Shenmu sect. Chen Mobai activated his void eyes and saw through the true nature of the Golden Bridge battle formation. He could use the principle of metal overcoming wood to easily break through the divine wood sect's battle formation. But the key is still the 2 of you. If you die, there will be no one to lead the battle formation, and it will be useless. As he spoke, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth to breathe, and another burst of azure flame sword chi was exhaled from his mouth. How many sword auras did he actually master? Zai Yunchen was shocked to see this. With his hundreds of years of cultivation, he had only mastered 1.5 stages. Any more than that and his body would not be able to handle it. But Chen Mobai unleashed one azure flame sword fiend after another, and in a short period of time, he had already unleashed 5 azure flame sword fiends. A beam of light in shades of cinnabar and blue shone from the sky, then, like a blue meteor shooting upwards, crashed straight onto the golden bridge. Cover the young master. From the top of the mountain, Jai Dingjian's panicked voice rang out. He also put on a suit of armor and rushed out from the battle formation, throwing a powerful punch to try and help. Unfortunately, in order to kill the enemy, Chen Mobai specially activated the flame burst technique with this sword strike. The force of his fist was like a gentle breeze that fueled the fire, causing the power of the azure flame sword demon to detonate slightly ahead of schedule. Chen Mobai didn't pay any attention to this. In any case, after this battle, he will definitely be in charge of King Musha of the Shenmu sect, so there's no need to feel sorry for a mere wisp of sword energy. Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai had just ridden the Golden Bridge out of the Shenmu sect's battle formation range, when they hadn't even had time to hide inside the protective formation at the top of the Hanshin Mountain. It was then caught up by Chen Mobai's ultimate version of the Azure Flame Sword, which was enhanced with the Rising Sun technique, the Flame Burst technique, and so on. Senior brother, I'll go first. Xuan Jinjai gritted her teeth, looked at the golden token in her hand, and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to activate the magic weapon's strongest power. Then she landed on the golden bridge and flew off in another direction at top speed. That's quite unexpected. Chen Mobai had originally thought that the two would be a couple with an unbreakable bond, but he never expected that they would fly away separately when disaster struck. Xuan Kaio roared angrily at Xuan Jinjai's back, but by then the azure flame sword had already struck behind him. He could only activate his golden pearl protection technique again, and then took out a series of defensive talismans, a second-grade high-quality defensive magic weapon, and even a pill of unknown function from his storage bag. The power of the Azure Flame Sword Fiend's self-destruction was such that even a core formation cultivator wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Xuan Kaio managed to block it with all his might, though he was left with only half a life, his entire body corroded by the power of the Sword Fiend. But at least I survived. At this moment, Jai Dingjian, who had rushed out of the mountains, landed in front of Xuan Kaio, picked up the latter who was covered in green smoke, and turned to retreat back to his own battle formation. Oh, is it because the power of the sword aura was detonated prematurely? Chen Mobai's questioning voice rang in Jai Dingjian's ears, and the latter shuddered, the black mace in his other hand slamming down with tremendous force. Amidst the flickering flames of his escape technique, Chen Mobai had already retreated 3 meters, smiling as he watched Jai Dingjian carry Xuan Kaio back to the battle formation atop Mount Han. Jai Dingjian was puzzled. He looked at Chen Mobai outside the battle formation and saw that the latter was holding a lid in his right hand and gently stuffing the yellow gourd hanging from his waist. Before the lid of the yellow gourd was closed, Jai Dingjian saw a bright orange red light, like a bloodline, fall into it. What's this? Just as he was wondering, Xuan Kaio in his arms coughed violently, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. Cough, cough, wait until I form my core, huff, huff. Xuan Kaio was speaking when he suddenly realized something. A line of blood had appeared on his neck, and then a large amount of blood gushed from his mouth, nose, and 7 orifices. Click. Xuan Kaio's eyes widened in disbelief as his head detached from his neck along a bloody line and fell onto Jai Dingjian's body. Such a fast sword, when did he strike? Jai Dingjian was shocked. He stared at Xuan Kaio, whose head had been severed from his body, whose consciousness had been extinguished, and who had completely lost his life force. He stood there dumbfounded for a long time without saying a word. This guy is improving way too fast. Jai Dingjian sensed the residual sword energy within Xuan Kaio's body, beginning to erode and burn his corpse. He indifferently put down the headless body in his arms and met the gaze of the handsome young man watching this scene from outside the battle formation. Be thankful you should have been the first one. Despite being separated by the battle formation, Chen Mobai's words could not be heard, but Jai Dingjin understood what Chen Mobai was saying by reading his lip movements. Is heaven trying to kill me by making me shake the mountaintop? For the first time, Jai Dingjin lost confidence in winning. Although he wasn't entirely confident of victory against the Divine Wood sect, Jai Dingjin at least felt he could fight. Now, after witnessing Chen Mobai's unpredictable swordsmanship, he felt the same despair Zai Yunchen had felt when facing Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai. Quickly break up the battle formation and let me in. At that very moment, on the other side of the Dingshan battle formation, Xuan Jinjai, having circled around, shook the mountains with its attack, attracting Jai Dingjin's attention. Xuan Jinjai originally wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, she felt that she might not be able to escape the pursuit of Chen Mobai, this terrifying swordsman. After all, his miraculous escape technique was too fast. It would be safer to hide in the battle formation. Moreover, as long as she survives this ordeal, she can later find a way to return to Dongyi via the teleportation array at the top of the mountain. Once she returns to Dongyi, her life will definitely be out of danger. Jai Dingjin hesitated for a moment, then thought that the only hope of winning the battle against Shenmu sect at the top of Hanshan Mountain was still Xuanxiao Dao Palace, so he nodded and opened an opening in the battle formation. Oh, I forgot there's one more. Just as Xuan Jinjai had one foot in the Dingshan battle formation, Chen Mobai once again opened the lid of the yellow gourd at his waist. With a flash of orange-red light, it had already grazed Xuan Jinjai's snow-white and slender neck. Jai Dingjin's eyes were bloodshot, but he could only watch helplessly as Xuan Jinjai turned into a headless corpse before his eyes. This time, Chen Mobai didn't forget to string together the Xuan Jinjai storage bag and the golden token in her palm with the Yuan Yang sword and bring them back. Damn it, this is outrageous. Jai Dingjin roared, donned his armor and gripped his black mace, ready to charge out of the battle formation and fight Chen Mobai. He was a body cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment. Although his attack power was average, he was extremely confident in his defense and believed that he could withstand the sword's attack. Sect Master, calm down. At the critical moment, a peak master who could shake the mountaintop pulled Jai Dingjin back, preventing him from committing suicide. After Chen Mobai obtained the storage bag of the Xuanjinji, his eyes lit up when he saw Jai Dingjin's actions, and he even waited for a while in midair outside the battle formation. But seeing that Jai Dingjin had been persuaded to stop, he couldn't help but shake his head in regret. Looks like a double kill is the only option today. End of this chapter. Chapter 442, Falling Treasure Golden Light. Chapter 442, Falling Treasure Golden Light. After killing the two people from Xuanxiao Dao Palace, Chen Mobai returned to the skies above the Shenmu sect's camp. At this moment, Zhou Wangshan, who had experienced great ups and downs, also returned. He stood with Zai Yunchen, staring blankly at the handsome young man flying towards them in the sunlight. Greetings, senior brothers. Chen Mobai greeted the two with a smile, but Zai Yunchen and Zhou Wangshan immediately waved their hands, indicating that there was no need for such formalities. It's fair to say that these two still have some self-respect. If it were any other Foundation establishment cultivator from the Divine Wood sect, they would probably have immediately called themselves junior brothers. Junior brother Chen displayed tremendous power this time. He truly deserves to be called the #1 combatant after our sect's two patriarchs. He turned the tide and saved the collapsing edifice, making a great contribution. Zhou Wangshan was originally a proud person, but after being humiliated by Chen Mobai at Yin Qingmei's banquet, he realized his own limitations. Upon seeing Chen Mobai approach, he immediately expressed his sincere gratitude. To be honest, just a few minutes ago, he was still fleeing in panic with the Shenmu sect disciples like stray dogs. At that time, Zhou Wangshan thought that his life was over. The devastating defeat on the battlefield caused immense losses to the sect, enough to make him a sinner for all time. Even with Zhou Liaozu's connections, he would probably only be spared the death penalty at most, then stripped of all cultivation resources, imprisoned in a cage with no possibility of further advancement. In an even more extreme scenario, some of the clan elders might, in order to protect the reputation of ancestor Zhou, have him sacrifice himself for the clan and die in battle in the Thunder Kingdom. Therefore, Chen Mobai's timely arrival, killing Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai, and repelling the attack from the summit of Hanshan Mountain, can be considered a life-saving grace for Zhou Wangshan. I am deeply grateful and will not thank you enough. If you ever need my help in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Zhou Wangshan patted his chest and said this, and Zai Yunqian, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. After returning to the sect, I will give you all of the Azure Wood Fiend. Only in your hands can this thing play its greatest role. Zai Yunqian had also made contributions in the last battle against the top of Hanshan Mountain, and the sect gave him the remaining 16 Azure Wood Fiends. However, Zai Yunqian did not have the same favorable conditions as Chen Mobai. After 100 years of hard work in cultivation, he only managed to master 1.5 stages of the Azure Flame Sword aura. To prevent the spiritual effects of the green wood demon from gradually disappearing after it was collected, the remaining 14 demonic paths were still nurtured in the sect's earthly fiend caves. It was precisely for this reason that Chu Zuoshu was able to mobilize the Lingbao Pavilion to place 3 green wood demons on Chen Mobai last time. However, Zai Yunqian's consent was obtained before doing this, since these things were nominally his. Now, Zai Yunqian witnessed Chen Mobai's unpredictable Azure Flame Sword demon on the battlefield and was completely convinced. He believed that it would be a waste to use the sect's precious resources on himself, and it would be better to give them to Chen Mobai, this peerless sword genius. Having faced life and death, Zai Yunqian's previously narrow-minded mindset suddenly became more open and accepting. After all, only when the Divine Wood sect is powerful can its disciples more easily obtain cultivation resources. If Chen Mobai had already successfully formed his core today, then the summit of Hanshan Mountain would definitely not dare to fight. It is estimated that after hearing the news of the Shenmu sect's deployment of troops, he would pack his belongings and run away. In that case, thank you very much, senior brother. Chen Mobai was very pleased with this and thanked Zai Yunqian sincerely, but the latter stepped aside and did not dare to accept his greeting. I would appreciate it if you could take the lead on how to proceed with the battle. King Zhou, with keen insight, spoke up and immediately handed over command of his army, indicating that he would follow Chen Mobai's lead. I've noticed that quite a few qi refining cultivators from outside the sects have gotten lost. I'd like to trouble senior brother Zhou to do the work of gathering them back. Chen Mobai was equally unceremonious, believing that becoming the commander-in-chief and leading all the cultivators in battle was the fastest way for the Divine Wood sect to win this war. Yes, I'll go. Just as Zhou Wangshan was about to leave, Chen Mobai called him back and gave him a cell phone. At this moment, the Foundation establishment elders of the Divine Wood sect who had fled earlier also flew over at Chen Mobai's call. Greetings, junior brother Chen. After all the Foundation establishment elders arrived, they first greeted and thanked Chen Mobai. Thanks to you so much this time. Without you, Lei Kingdom would probably have fallen by now, and we would be left to wait for rescue alone. Among them, Yue Zhudao and Yuan Che were Chen Mobai's good friends, so they spoke a little more sincerely, expressing their gratitude once again with deep emotion. This battle is not over yet, fellow disciples. We still cannot let our guard down. This is a cell phone. After Chen Mobai offered a few words of encouragement, he held up his phone and explained its functions. Everyone's eyes lit up. Having spent 2 months on the battlefield, they understood the power of this magical artifact. Junior brother, with this, conquering the summit of Mount Han is just around the corner. Yue Zhudao excitedly tried it out first, and after confirming that the communication function was working properly, he seemed to have already seen a bright future. Let everyone take one. After the scattered cultivators are reunited, let each sect disciple serve as a core team leader, leading some independent cultivators and disciples from aristocratic families. Chen Mobai reiterated his training plan. Although the 15 foundation establishment cultivators, led by Zhou Wangshan Zai Yunshan, didn't quite understand it like Chen Zhenwu, they all resolutely chose to obey after witnessing Chen Mobai's astonishing swordsmanship. Zhou Wangshan led 10 foundation establishment elders to summon the fleeing rogue cultivators and aristocratic disciples, while Zai Yunshan stayed behind to reorganize the retreat, and then returned to the somewhat panicked Shenmu sect disciples. Is senior brother Zai's arm injury all right? Chen Mobai saw Zai Yunshan's right hand, which had been reattached using a regeneration talisman, and asked him a question with concern. Thanks to my junior brother for using his sword aura to break the golden thread at my wound. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have taken until the two patriarchs made a move or a long period of attrition before I could reattach my severed arm. By then, it would probably be too late. Zai Yunshan raised his still somewhat clumsy right hand and thanked Chen Mobai again. The latter used his insightful eye to check and confirmed that there was no problem with the meridian connection. All that remained was for the broken bones and flesh to reconnect. He then walked into the central tent with peace of mind. The camp of the Shenmu sect was naturally a wooden hut. Chen Mobai felt that it was more beautiful and sturdier than the wooden house he had built himself, and it also seemed to have a special array restriction. Yue Zhudao accompanied Zai Yunshan to reorganize the Shenmu sect disciples, while only Yuan Che stayed with Chen Mobai. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and after chatting for a while, Yuan Che tactfully took his leave. You all should go and help senior brother Zai. Xuaner can stay with me with a group of cultivators. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, the foundation establishment elders who had come with him nodded and directed their 100 subordinates to disembark from the airship before flying off to Zai Yunshan's side to offer assistance. Several others followed the direction Zhou Wangshan had left, gathering and capturing the rogue cultivators who had just fled in defeat. Finally, only Chen Mobai and his apprentice remained in the wooden house. The former waved his hand, and the latter immediately and obediently withdrew, standing at the door and closing it behind him. Around the camp's wooden huts, 100-man squad led by Luo Yixuan stood guard, forming a battle formation of Jiamu Dao soldiers. In truth, with Chen Mobai's cultivation level, all these people combined were not as strong as him alone, but as the commander-in-chief, he had to have such a grand display. Inside the room, Chen Mobai took out the storage bag of the Xuan Jinji. Since Xuan Jinji was a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment, his spiritual sense was slightly stronger than his, so he needed to draw a blank space symbol to break the restriction. Chen Mobai first looked at the golden token. Although his appraisal skills were average, he had learned the basics at the academy and quickly identified it as a second-tier, high-grade defensive magic weapon, suitable for cultivators with a gold spiritual root. After being infused with spiritual power, a golden shield will appear to protect the body and can also enable cultivators to fly and teleport, which is very useful. It is equivalent to Chen Mobai's Crimson Clouds and Misty Silk. Although the Crimson Clouds and Smoke Robe is not as high-grade as this golden token, if Chen Mobai had to choose, he would definitely choose the former. After all, this thing is the symbol of the Dance Weapon Academy, and its future potential is huge. As long as there are enough resources, it can be upgraded to the Tei 5 Smoke Luo. This golden token was not only made using ordinary techniques, but it also did not match Chen Mobai's spiritual root attributes, so it could not unleash its full power. Unfortunately, none of his 3 disciples possessed outstanding golden spiritual roots. Chen Mobai counted all his relatives and friends, and only his younger sister Wang Xinying was suitable. But even if he were to give her the item, he would have to wait until she had reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, it would be best to find a way to re-refine it to avoid any potential risks of exposure. After roughly examining the token, Chen Mobai placed it on the table, then took out a second-tier jade talisman paper and a complete set of talisman pens, and began drawing blank talismans. With his current level of almost a third-tier talisman maker, it was naturally a piece of cake for him, and he succeeded on the first try. After opening the storage bag of the Xuanjinji, Chen Mobai poured it out directly. A little while later, he awkwardly picked out the spirit stones, cultivation materials, and other items that interested him from a large pile of women's clothing. To his surprise, Xuanjinji, as expected of a descendant of a major sect in Dongyi, actually had 2 high-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. Zai Dianjian has earned 2 years' worth of salary. With that in mind, Chen Mobai put the spirit stones into his storage bag, and then picked up a few refined dark gold minerals to examine them carefully. He had taken the elective course Mineral Identification at the Taoist Academy for several years, and soon recognized it as gold crystal, a spiritual material that had been refined to the second level. In the immortal sects, 1 gram would cost tens of thousands of merit points. If these 3 pieces were sold to the immortal sects, they would be worth at least 30 million merit points. This stuff is traded among the common people in the immortal sects, but at most it's only traded in quantities of 10 or 20 grams, because just adding that amount to a magical artifact is enough to maintain its luster and sharpen it anew. Unfortunately, Chen Mobai didn't dare to sell it. As long as he does his business step by step, his assets will definitely increase in the future. There is no need for him to do something with hidden risks for a mere tens of millions of good deeds. Besides the 3 gold crystals, Chen Mobai also found a lot of pills, all of which were carefully labeled. By comparing the names of the pills, one could roughly guess what they were used for. But for Chen Mobai, all of these were simply the consequences of selling them off. Finally, his gaze fell upon a book. The cover reads, "Falling Treasure Golden Light," indicating that it is a magical technique. Chen Mobai remembered what Zai Yunshan had said before. The Xuanjinji knew a secret technique to suppress magical artifacts. His blazing flame flying sword had been suppressed, and at that time he almost thought he had permanently lost this top-notch flying sword. However, after Chen Mobai killed the Xuanjinji, Zai Yunshan regained his sense of the flying sword he had refined, and he wondered what secrets it held. After witnessing the falling treasure golden light technique, Chen Mobai realized that it was because Xuanjinji had not yet mastered the technique. This secret technique is used to seize an opponent's magical artifact. It has 4 levels: treasure suppression, treasure sealing, treasure dropping, and treasure refining. Among them, suppressing treasure is the ability to suppress magical artifacts, but this only controls the tangible nature of the artifact. Once the opponent's cultivation surpasses one's own, they can still forcefully break through the suppression by activating their divine sense. The second level, sealing treasures, is even more profound. It can also seal the divine sense that a cultivator has refined into a magic weapon, making it impossible for the cultivator to sense the existence of the magic weapon. Xuanjinji has cultivated to this level. Zai Yunshan had his flying sword sealed in the same way before, and he thought that the divine consciousness he had refined into it had been erased. However, in reality, it takes reaching the 3rd level of falling treasure to be able to quickly destroy the divine consciousness left by the cultivator in the magic artifact and forcibly seize control of the magic artifact. However, there are limitations to this method of dropping treasures. It cannot be dropped on an opponent's natal magic weapon, nor on someone whose cultivation level far surpasses one's own. However, once mastered, the thought of directly snatching a cultivator's magical artifact right in front of them is incredibly exhilarating. The final refinement is the highest level of this secret technique, which allows one to refine the artifact on the spot and obtain all the methods of refining and controlling it. This is equivalent to a 4th-level appraiser in the immortal sect. After reading it, Chen Mobai felt an irresistible urge to cultivate. Because the immortal sects value human rights, property rights, usage rights, ownership rights, and so on, spells like falling treasure golden light would not only be absent, but even if they existed, they would probably be labeled as forbidden spells and prohibited from being practiced. But this spell was extremely useful to Chen Mobai. At worst, Once you've mastered it, you can just use it here in the heavenly river realm. Besides spirit stones, the main requirement for cultivating this falling treasure golden light is gold crystals. Cultivators absorb the pure golden energy contained within, mix it with their divine sense and their own spiritual power in a special ratio, and after refining it 9 times, they can obtain a trace of the falling treasure golden light. Once the complete process is completed, it reaches the level of a treasure-suppressing artifact. The 3 pieces in the Xuanjinji storage bag were probably for her own cultivation. Chen Mobai estimated that they should be enough for her to cultivate a complete falling treasure golden light. End of this chapter. Chapter 443, the 14th level of the Scripture of Immortality, 8K. Chapter 443, the 14th level of the Scripture of Immortality, 8K. Do what you want to do. Chen Mobai immediately took out the formless puppet to deduce the cultivation process of the falling treasure golden light, and it proved that his cultivation speed was not bad. It's probably because his metal spiritual root also has 23 points. After all, before obtaining the turtle treasure opportunity, Chen Mobai already possessed the true spiritual roots of the 3 elements, metal, wood, and water. When he was young, he even dreamed of becoming an outstanding and handsome sword cultivator. However, because the 2-phase technique combines both wood and fire cultivation methods, his metal spiritual root was basically never developed. Now that he has reached the peak of foundation establishment and is cultivating this falling treasure golden light technique, with the help of the formless puppet, he naturally understands it very easily. Unfortunately, they were on the battlefield, and Chen Mobai didn't want to be distracted, so he temporarily put the treasure-falling golden light technique into his storage bag, thinking that he would cultivate it when he had time after the war ended and returned to Zionan Mountain. Once he had a clear idea of what to do, Chen Mobai tidied up everything he had emptied from the Xuanjinji storage bag. Spirit stones, elixirs, and cultivation techniques were naturally taken into their possession. The useless clothes were put back into the storage bag as before, and then Luo Yixuan was called in to have her little apprentice dispose of them. "How's the team regrouping going?" Chen Mobai then inquired about the situation of the previously scattered cultivators. Luo Yixuan was guarding outside, and could see that quite a few people had been brought back one after another by the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Wood sect. However, the number of people has decreased significantly. The master and apprentice walked out of the tent. Chen Mobai flew into the air, looked down at the camp, and roughly calculated that there were only about 2,700 people. Of these, 1,000 were brought by him. This means that of the original 3,000 people, apart from the 1,000 from the main sect of the Shenmu sect, only 700 were left after this defeat, consisting of rogue cultivators and disciples from aristocratic families. Chen Mobai called over Zai Yunchen and Yuan Qi, who were left in the camp, and asked them about the specific personnel composition. Only a little over 100 of the fleeing rogue cultivators were caught and brought back by junior brother Zhou and his group. The other 600 were qi refining cultivators from aristocratic families and small sects. Most of them had worries and dared not run too far. When they saw you displaying your great power not far away, they all rushed back. After listening to Zai Yunchen's words, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. He didn't have any expectations for these rogue cultivators who had run away. "Let's try to gather a full 3,000 people. That way we can evolve 3 large-scale armored wood soldiers, which will give us a better chance of winning when we attack the top of the mountain." Chen Mobai gave an instruction, and Zai Yunchen immediately nodded. By this time, the camp had settled down again. After all, the final result was that their Shenmu sect had won, which was reassuring for the sect's disciples and the affiliated aristocratic families and small sects. In this battle, about 300 qi refining cultivators died, including 36 sect disciples, more than half of whom were from the sword refining department. After they finished speaking, Yuan Qi also came up and reported on the casualties. Zai Yunchen's face darkened after hearing this. Before Chen Mobai arrived, The cultivators on the top of Hanshin Mountain used the Golden Bridge battle formation to invade the Shenmu sect's camp and wreak havoc. If Zai Yunqian hadn't led the sword training department to hold off the 300 disciples of Xuanxiao Dao Palace in time, and hadn't single-handedly held off Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai, the casualties would probably have been even greater. The sword training department lived up to its reputation as the #1 combat department of the Divine Wood sect, holding back the enemy's most surging first wave of attacks on the most dangerous battlefield. Brother Yuan, please write this down. After the war ends, we will compensate your descendants according to the agreed-upon compensation for casualties. Yuan Che listened and nodded. As night fell, Zhou Wangshan and the other Foundation establishment cultivators returned, bringing back about 100 people with them. The next day, Chen Mobai did not send them out again. He began directing everyone to divide and train troops. Now, there are a total of 24 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Divine Wood sect here. 2 of them were members of the Lei family who had reached the Foundation establishment stage. They were Lion Chenghai, and the others whom Chen Mobai was familiar with. There were originally 3, but one of them unfortunately perished in the previous battle with the summit of Hanshin. However, it wasn't just him. Even 2 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Divine Wood sect died in battle. Chen Mobai divided the more than 2,800 qi refining cultivators into 2 groups, assigning a Foundation establishment cultivator to lead a 100-man team, while the 2 teams under his command remained unchanged. Among them, Zai Yunqian continued to lead his 300 elite sword training troops as a mobile force in the event of battle. Chen Mobai was not in a hurry. He led his army to surround the camp at the top of Hanshin Mountain and practiced his tactics every day using the Dingshan battle formation opposite. Under his command, the Jiamu Dao soldier battle formation became more and more proficient. There was even a time when 10 squads were combined into one, evolving into a large Dao soldier that was 30 or 40 meters tall. Large Dao soldiers are already capable of exerting the power of core formation level, and Chen Mobai did not miss this opportunity, using his own divine sense as the core to experience it. He manipulated and controlled the azure giant formed from the spiritual power of 1,000 qi refining cultivators, wielding a hurricane in his left hand and lightning in his right, bombarding the battle formation atop the mountain. It even caused the mountain's protective barrier to begin to distort slightly, but unfortunately, it still couldn't be broken. However, this 10-in-1 large-scale Jiamu Dao soldier form could not last long, and Chen Mobai felt a sharp decline in power after only a few minutes. He immediately commanded his 9 Foundation establishment disciples to disperse into 10 Jiamu Dao soldiers. Finally, the Dao soldiers also dissipated, revealing 1,000 qi refining cultivators with slightly pale faces in the camp. This is considered the ultimate change in the Divine Wood sect's battle formation, and it is usually only used when the outcome of a battle is decided. Chen Mobai's demonstration startled Jai Dingjian on the other side, who almost couldn't resist unleashing his own battle formation's mountain and river dragon transformation. Fortunately, the Shenmu sect was merely conducting military training. In the days that followed, Chen Mobai familiarized himself with the dispersal and regrouping of the Jiamu Dao soldiers while attacking the mountain light barrier atop the summit. Although the 2 sects did not engage in direct combat, their battle was incredibly intense, with spectacular visual effects. During this process, some of the qi refining cultivators who had previously escaped actually returned. After all, many rogue cultivators are masters of opportunism. After learning that Chen Mobai had killed 2 Foundation establishment cultivators in succession and defeated the attack on the summit of Mount Han, they all felt that the Divine Wood sect was bound to win this battle, and that it was necessary to take advantage of this opportunity to collect some more spirit stones. However, they observed for a few days and saw that Chen Mobai was indeed leading the Shenmu sect's army to press down on the top of Hanshin Mountain, before they shamelessly came back with various excuses. Some say they had just recovered from injuries sustained in battle, while others say they had chased the enemy far away and had only just found their way back. Chen Mobai didn't say much about it. After experiencing the large-scale Jiamu Daobing formation several times, he knew that the more people in the formation, the stronger it became. Therefore, he accepted all comers. In addition, he had already divided the troops during this period of training. After these rogue cultivators returned, they were all scattered and assigned to various foundation establishment and true instruction teams. Even if there were enemy spies, they could only obediently serve as the source of power for the battle formation. However, thanks to this, the number of cultivators under Chen Mobai's command finally exceeded 3,000, enough to create 3 large-scale Jiamu Dao soldiers. Half a month passed quickly. 10 azure giants, each wielding a hurricane in their left hand and lightning in their right, seemed to be embodiments of nature, harnessing immense and vast energy as they crashed down upon the earthen yellow mountain at its very center. A series of loud rumbling sounds rang out, and Chen Mobai keenly sensed that the spiritual energy of the earth veins in this area was beginning to become disordered. After all, the strength of their battle formations, apart from the cultivators, came from constantly drawing spiritual energy from the surrounding world. And this border region is the poorest area in both countries. The camp was located on only a second-tier spiritual vein. With both sides relentlessly extracting power day and night, the spiritual vein's strength will gradually wither, eventually being drained dry and turning into a desolate place. However, neither the Shenmu sect nor the Hanshin Peak cared about this at all. After all, if they can win this war, they can even obtain the enemy's 4th-tier spiritual vein. Not to mention 2nd-tier spiritual veins, they wouldn't even blink an eye at 3rd-tier ones. It does indeed resemble a tortoise shell. As Chen Mobai flew through the air, he gazed at the Hanshin mountain camp, which was surrounded by the Jiamu Dao soldiers who had evolved into a battle formation of 1,000 men. He couldn't help but nod, agreeing with Zhou Wangshan and Zai Yunshan's description. Their Shenmu sect has launched over 20 attacks, but aside from wasting some spiritual energy and spirit stones, they haven't been able to shake the mountain barrier that the enemy is firmly prepared for. Knowing that they were outnumbered by the Divine Wood sect and that they had lost 2 foundation establishment cultivators, Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai, their chances of winning were even slimmer. So they decided to stay put and formed a battle formation to guard their position. They held their ground here, and the Shenmu sect army could not cross them. Because if they were to sweep through Yan Kingdom, the army at the summit of Hanshin Mountain here could also sweep through Lei Kingdom. Neither side would do something that would result in mutual destruction unless it was the last resort. However, that was when the 2 sides were evenly matched before, but now things are different. I will personally lead 2,000 cultivators to block them here. You will lead the rest of the cultivators to conquer the Yan Kingdom and the Xiao Kingdom. Chen Mobai felt that dragging things out like this was not a solution, so he discussed it with Zai Yunshan and other foundation establishment cultivators from various sects and finalized a battle plan. Would 2,000 cultivators be insufficient? Most of the cultivators on the summit of Mount Han are body cultivators. If they fight to the death to break through, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. Zhou Wangshan suggested a possibility. He wanted Zai Yunshan to lead 300 elite sword training troops to sweep through the cultivation families and minor sects of the Yangtze Kingdom, while the rest of the people stayed here. In this way, the sword cultivators who have penetrated deep into both countries can maintain their mobility while also having sufficient power to suppress them. That's feasible, but senior brother Zai's arm injury hasn't healed yet, so we might need to find a different team leader. It's just one hand, it won't affect my strength. However, if I'm alone, there might be some hidden dangers. Junior brother Chen, you'll need to send some foundation establishment cultivators to accompany me. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded, and then ordered Yu Lion and the other 4 foundation establishment cultivators from the sects to follow Zai Yunshan and 300 disciples from the sword training department to infiltrate the 2 countries and cause sabotage. Before leaving, Chen Mobai privately told Zai Yunshan that there was a puppet body of Ancestor Fu in Yan Kingdom. If they encountered danger, they could go directly to the headquarters at the top of Hanshin Mountain. The latter was excited after hearing this and became even more confident. This was also because Zai Yunqian had risked his life to stop Xuan Kaio a few days ago, and his loyalty to the sect had been proven. Chen Mobai believed that he was trustworthy, so he told him this secret. The news of Zai Yunqian's departure was not kept secret for long. After all, they were few in number and certainly couldn't eliminate them completely. Soon, news of the fire in their backyard reached Jai Dingjian's ears. That damn brat, all he knows how to do is play dirty tricks. With a furious roar, Jai Dingjian smashed a pottery jar containing spirit beast meat onto the ground, ready to muster his troops and set up battle formation to fight the Divine Wood sect. Vice Sect Master, this is a provocation from the enemy. If we confront them head-on, we might just be doing them a favor. The person who had previously dissuaded Jai Dingjian from fighting Chen Mobai spoke again. This person was named Ai Chu. His assessment of the situation was very accurate, but at this point, they were divided on their own. Senior brother Ai, things are different now than before. If we don't act now, news of the fall of our rear will spread, and our morale will collapse. Everyone will be worried about the safety of their families and relatives, and then we may not even have the strength to fight. The speaker was Jiao Xuquan, one of the 9 peak masters of the summit of Hanshin Mountain. However, he came from a family of cultivators, and there were nearly 200 qi refining cultivators here who were disciples of his family. His family is a renowned family of cultivators in the Yan Kingdom. However, he had brought out all the elites of the Jiao family, leaving only a foundation establishment elder and a few dozen qi refining cultivators in the family. Even with the protection of the formation, he was extremely anxious, fearing that the Divine Wood sect would attack and plunder the family's centuries of accumulated wealth. Not only Jiao Xuquan, but the other 2 peak masters also chimed in. They were also from aristocratic families, and without the support of their families, their positions as peak masters would be unstable. But after the 3 spoke, Jai Dingjian calmed down and his previous impulsive expression disappeared. Having served as the deputy sect leader of the Hanshin Mountain for over a century, he was second only to Jai Zhenqi in the upper echelons of the sect. How could he be an impulsive and easily angered person? The Shenmu sect sent people to raid their homes in the back, precisely to prevent them from hiding and to confront them head-on. Jai Dingjian was also very clear that if they fought head-on, they would most likely be no match for the enemy. However, if they did not fight, as time went on, and the Shenmu sect's mobile forces broke through the aristocratic markets of Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom one by one, then they would have already lost. Therefore, this match is a must. Because if we don't fight, morale on our side will crumble first. My mind is made up. I will shake the mountains and break through with all my might. Upon hearing Jai Dingjian's words, the anxious expressions on Jiao Xuquan and the others finally eased slightly. Ai Chu sighed. He could see that Jai Dingjian was not unaware that this was a provocation from the enemy, but it was an open scheme. We have no choice but to fight. Amidst a deafening roar, yellow mountains rose from the ground and crashed down upon the surrounding azure giants, unleashing extremely terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy. With the commander's order given and the army's morale high, half of the qi refining cultivators on the mountaintop belonged to cultivation families. After hearing the news of the devastation caused by the Divine Wood sect in the rear, they were all filled with resentment. So, as soon as the battle formation shifted from defense to offense, it was like a tortoise that had been holding back for a long time, suddenly poking its head out and unleashing a powerful fighting force that caught even the Shenmu sect off guard. At the critical moment, streaks of azure light lit up above the Shenmu sect's camp, transforming once again into 9 azure giants. The 19 armored wooden soldiers joined forces and finally stopped the Yellow Mountain range that was surging in like a giant boulder, shaking the earth. "Where is Jai Dingjian? Come out and fight." Without any further words, Chen Mobai rushed directly to the very edge of the Shenmu sect's battle formation, intending to invite the opponent's leader to a life-or-death duel between true cultivators. "Fight your mother." But amidst his angry curses, Jai Dingjin directly harnessed the battle formation power that shook the mountaintop, transforming it into a gigantic yellow hand of dust, which crashed down towards Chen Mobai. Master, be careful. With the help of the battle formation, Jai Dingjin's attack had reached a level close to that of a core formation cultivator. Fortunately, Luo Yixuan had been paying attention, and upon seeing this, immediately commanded her squad to form a wood-type Dao soldier that covered Chen Mobai's entire body. The azure wind and thunder were fiercely unleashed, like a blade of wind and thunder, slashing into the palm of the earth-yellow hand and turning it into a handful of dust. I was originally thinking of leaving you with a complete corpse. When Chen Mobai said this, his eyes were icy cold, which made Jai Dingjin's heart suddenly tremble. But on the battlefield, it was a matter of life and death, and he had long since disregarded life and death. Even if I die today, I will severely damage your Shenmu sect. After uttering a harsh remark, Jai Dingjin began to wholeheartedly control the mountain-shaking battle formation. Suddenly, the yellow mountain range, which had been blocked by 20 Saiyan giants, began to billow with dust and smoke. To everyone's astonishment, it began to transform, eventually turning into a ferocious yellow dragon. Huanglong suddenly swung its tail, sending 2 Jiamu soldiers flying far away. The mountaintop is now fighting desperately. This is the final change in their battle formation. After the mountains and rivers transform into dragons, they can reach the power level of core formation. Zhou Wangshan has been in the Thunder Kingdom for many years, and every day during his meditation and cultivation, he has been studying how to conquer the summit of Hanshan Mountain. He is very familiar with their methods and changes. What is there to fear from the battle formation of my divine wood sect? Chen Mobai said calmly, and then began to give orders to the crowd through his phone. Instantly, the armored soldiers near him also scattered into blue light, disappearing like meteors into the blue giant covering him. Before long, the Jiamu Dao soldier that Chen Mobai was riding suddenly expanded to a height of 30 or 40 meters, and at the same time, the power of several other Jiamu Dao soldiers also gathered, and its size continued to grow. Amidst the deafening roar, Jai Dingjin, who had completed the final transformation of the battle formation ahead of schedule, was already riding the yellow dragon of the mountain, which opened its gaping maw like a black hole and lunged at him. Chen Mobai was in the core of the chest of the large Jiamu Dao soldier. He used his divine sense to control the battle formation of the sect. Then he reached out and pointed a thick, transparent blue finger, like a tree trunk, at the yellow dragon that rushed in front of him. A ray of clear, bright light shone from the fingertip of the large Jiamu Dao soldier. In that instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 meters was uncontrollably devoured and absorbed by this ray of light. And then, according to some kind of supernatural power, it was transformed into a terrifying force capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Rumble! Chen Mobai felt a terrifying force, enough to shatter him, erupt from the fingertip of the enormous Saiyan giant surrounding him, like a clear, bright sword of light, slashing into the mouth of the yellow dragon that was gaping like a black hole. In that instant, streaks of blue and yellow lightning flashed across the sky, and the earth began to shake violently as the 2 battle formations collided in their ultimate transformation. With a cracking sound, a huge crack suddenly appeared between the feet of the blue giant standing on the vast earth. This was the aftershock of the clash between the 2 great battle formations, which the earth could not withstand, and it began to groan and crack. Is this the power of core formation? After the heavenly wood divine light was unleashed, Chen Mobai couldn't help but be somewhat intoxicated by its magnificent power, which could almost change the mountains and rivers. A battle formation is one that can gather the power of many people and allow one person to control it. The previously over 10-meter-tall Saiyan giant was created by 100 qi refining cultivators, harnessing the spiritual power of a foundation establishment cultivator, which was then transformed into a Jiamu Dao soldier through the battle formation flags of the Divine Wood sect. When the 10 Jiamu Dao soldiers gather again, they can transform into the large Jiamu Dao soldiers that Chen Mobai is currently controlling, possessing power at the core formation level, but that is only the minimum requirement for core formation. Now, his armored wood Dao soldier is not only blessed with the spiritual power of more than 2,700 qi refining cultivators, but also with the power of 19 foundation establishment cultivators, including himself. This force is far superior to the previous small-scale exercises that could only last for 2 minutes. He had just used the heavenly wood spiritual light technique from the scripture of immortality, but with the support of the immense power of the wood Dao soldier, it directly evolved into the higher realm of heavenly wood divine light. Back when Chen Mobai was on Qingguang Island, the first time he saw Tianmu divine light was when it unleashed its divine power and directly killed a second-tier demon beast. Now, however, he can use the power of the battle formation to treat the heavenly wood divine light as his most ordinary attack. In that instant, the content of the 14th level of the scripture of immortality flashed through Chen Mobai's mind. This layer, besides recording the completion of foundation building and the formation of a false elixir, also contains the true mysteries of elixir formation. Chen Mobai, on the other hand, had grasped these concepts. After evolving the Jiamu Daobing to its ultimate form, he suddenly understood all the mysteries of these 14 levels. He has now reached the same level as Meng Hong in this skill. If he wanted, he could try to form an elixir anytime, anywhere using the longevity scripture. But it's clear he wouldn't be that unwise. Chen Mobai suppressed the longevity spiritual power in his Danshan that seemed to be undergoing drastic changes, and began to concentrate on manipulating the large Jiamu Dao soldiers that covered his entire body. With his 10 fingers spread out, 10 beams of divine light from the heavenly wood pierced the sky, weaving into a cyan net of light in front of the yellow dragon mountain. Jai Dingjin was completely unafraid of this, and with his yellow dragon, which had evolved to its limit, he charged heavily into the attack with his powerful earth elemental energy. After a flash of shimmering blue light, one of the horns of the yellow dragon mountain broke off, turning into rolling yellow sand that poured down to the ground. But Jai Dingjin paid no attention. He once again steered the mountain yellow dragon and spat out a dark yellow pillar of lightning, carrying terrifying energy that could annihilate life, towards the towering blue giant. Earth Divine Thunder. Chen Mobai smiled slightly when he saw this scene. According to the 5 elements theory, wood overcomes earth, and his Yi Wood Divine Thunder is the nemesis of this Wu Earth Divine Thunder. His Yi Wood Divine Thunder had already reached the 3rd order perfection level under the empowerment of the Great Tao Tree. Unlike Jai Dingjin, who only reached the 3rd rank with the help of power. With the power of the core formation level, Chen Mobai pushed this spell to its limit for the first time. A single point of blue light appeared in the palm of the wood soldier, resembling a large blue sun. In an instant, it burst into a beam of lightning. After making contact with the earth divine lightning, the latter was only held for a minute before being pushed back. The mountain range and the yellow dragon had half their heads pierced by this divine lightning of the wood element. Its momentum continued, sweeping away dust, shattering thick clouds, and turning everything it touched into nothingness. This feeling is quite similar to the external incarnation of the myriad Dharma body. After this experience, Chen Mobai gained a new understanding of the Jiamu Daobing and felt that the myriad Dharma body might have been created based on this. However, at this moment, he didn't think much about it. All he wanted to do was defeat and annihilate the massive army led by Jai Dingjin at the summit of Hanshan. After the divine lightning of Yi Wood, he began to cast all the spells in the scripture of immortality. He had also diligently cultivated these skills in the divine tree secret realm, but in the past, limited by his cultivation level, he had only reached the 2nd stage. This time, however, he was able to use the power of the Jiamu Daobing to advance to the 3rd rank. He took out the 2nd-tier tree seed from his storage bag and first activated the signature domain of the Divine Wood Sect. However, compared to the enormous size of the armor wood Dao soldier, this Azure Sun spirit tree was like a short stick held in the palm of the Azure Giant. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt a little regretful that he hadn't applied to the sect for a third-tier tree species before setting off on the expedition. However, second-order tree species are almost enough. He pointed, and the leaves on the tree detached, transforming into countless spirit leaf swords that landed on the yellow dragon mountain, which had been severely damaged by the divine lightning of the wood element, raising clouds of yellow dust. Then the heavenly wood divine light, the wooden arrow technique, the divine wood sword slash, and so on fell one after another, slashing into the yellow dragon mountain. Under Chen Mobai's relentless attacks, Jai Dingjin finally couldn't withstand it and changed the battle formation once again. Amidst the rolling yellow sand dissipating, the yellow dragon began to transform into mountains, as if it wanted to become a tortoise again. Now that you've come out to fight, you can't back down now. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai's eyes turned cold. He had no intention of lingering here for too long. A blue light appeared again in the palm of the blue giant, and he once again pushed the Yi-Wood divine lightning to the limit of the third rank. A terrifying beam of lightning burst out and rushed straight into the mountain phantom that was not yet fully formed amidst the changing battle formation. A deafening explosion. With Jai Ding's eyes blazing with fury, the battle formation atop the mountain began to crumble. Apart from the disciples of the main sect, who were well-trained and able to maintain their position, the area occupied by the aristocratic families and independent cultivators had already collapsed and was on the verge of disintegration. Junior brothers, hurry over there and lead the rogue cultivators to maintain the battle formation. Jai Dingjin could only send a few foundation establishment cultivators from the shaking mountain peak to the other side, while at the same time, Chen Mobai took out his 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror. This third-tier magic weapon had never unleashed its full power in his hands. Today I can finally give it a try. Although the spiritual power of the Jiamu Daobing was vast and chaotic, it was still at the core formation level. Under Chen Mobai's divine sense guidance, it continuously flowed into his natal magic weapon. Wood generates fire in the 5 elements theory. After obtaining this abundant wood elemental power as fuel, the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror began to burn with unprecedentedly brilliant flames. The attack spell of this third-tier magic weapon, Pure Yang Fire, was activated by Chen Mobai. A pure white flame landed on the mountain's protective barrier. With the continuous support of the wood elemental energy, the pure Yang Fire intensified and soon ignited the entire mountain. Hold on, this kind of offensive won't last long. Seeing this in the midst of the battle, Jai Dingjin placed 2 high-grade spirit stones into the array plate and could only shout like this, hoping to once again extract the spiritual power of his disciples and escape this most intense wave of attacks. It can only be said that being on the defensive is indeed easier than being on the offensive. Chen Mobai activated the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror to burn the mountain's protective barrier until it was riddled with holes, but the momentum that shook the mountaintop did not completely collapse. Junior brother Chen, the disciples are almost at their limit. Just then, Zhou Wangshan's anxious voice reached Chen Mobai's ears. He looked down and saw that not only were the more than 2,000 qi refining cultivators under his command pale-faced and their eyes lifeless, but even the foundation establishment elders of the sect were pale-faced and their eyes lifeless. Chen Mobai was having a great time wielding the power of the Jiamu Dao soldiers, but they, as the foundation of the battle formation, were almost completely drained. That's about enough. After this battle, the morale of the troops at the top of the mountain will never be as high as it is today. Chen Mobai silently recited the words in his mind, then stopped the Jiamu Dao soldiers from exerting their power and retrieved the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror. One by one, the blue giants began to separate and eventually disappeared into the air, revealing more than 2,000 qi refining cultivators panting heavily in the Divine Wood Sect camp. If I truly have the support of 10,000 cultivators, could I also try out the power of the nascent soul stage? At this moment, Chen Mobai thought of this point. However, that would require a core formation cultivator to control it. He shook his head, banishing the unrealistic thoughts from his mind, and turned to look towards the top of Mount Han. With the threat of the Jiamu Dao soldiers gone, the cultivators of Yan and Xiao kingdoms, who had been holding on with all their might and did not want to become the eggs of a destroyed nest, could no longer hold on. After the mountain's protective barrier flickered twice, it completely collapsed, revealing the equally weakened army of cultivators on the other side of the summit. Chen Mobai glanced at the people around him and felt that chasing after them at this time was not a good idea. However, without the interference of battle formations, he could finally do something he had always wanted to do. Jai Dingjin, come out and face your death. End of this chapter. Chapter 444, I am the Holy Son of the Longevity Cult. Chapter 444, I am the Holy Son of the Longevity Cult. Within the camp atop the mountain, Jai Dingjin naturally heard Chen Mobai's challenge. In the past, he would have definitely ignored it and acted as if it didn't exist. But that's not possible now. The two factions clashed in battle, and now both sides are exhausted and unable to form a battle formation for a short time. In other words, if the commanders of both sides are willing, they can charge straight in and engage in close combat. However, most cultivators were currently exhausted, and even though the Shenmu sect had a larger number of people, Chen Mobai did not launch a full-scale attack at this time. You all led your own cultivators and retreated in different directions. Jai Dingjin suddenly said this to the Foundation establishment cultivators around him. Zhao Xuquan hadn't reacted yet and looked blank, but Ai Chu sighed, knowing that the situation was hopeless. This battle has been lost, and the responsibility lies entirely with me, the commander. I will go out and hold off the enemy. Which of you will escape is up to your own fate. As soon as Jai Dingjin said this, everyone understood and couldn't help but show a sorrowful expression. They had enjoyed the shade of this great tree atop Hanshin Mountain for over a century, never imagining that they would fall today. When disaster strikes, everyone flees for their lives. As Zhao Xuquan and the others saw Chen Mobai flying towards them on a cloud of smoke and mist, they all bowed to Jai Dingjin and then immediately went out to gather the cultivators from their respective families in the camp. Faced with the threat of death, these exhausted chi-refining cultivators all unleashed astonishing potential. Some took pills, while others used secret techniques to rouse their spirits. One by one, they followed behind their ancestor, boarded flying magical artifacts, and retreated into the depths of the Rock Kingdom. Junior brother Ai, you can take this. Ai Chu, the last to leave, was stopped by Jai Dingjin, who was already fully armored and ready to go to his final battle. This. Ai Chu accepted the two storage bags that Jai Dingjin handed him, his eyes reddening slightly. He understood that his senior brother had made up his mind not to live anymore. I will hand it over to the sect. Ai Chu could only say this in the end, and then led the hundreds of cultivators on the top of the mountain to retreat into the depths of the Rock Kingdom. Oh! Chen Mobai, who was not far away, naturally saw this scene as well. However, this is the best option under these circumstances. If the army of cultivators on the summit of Mount Han does not retreat, they can be completely annihilated once the Shenmu sect recovers. Behind Chen Mobai, Foundation establishment cultivators such as Yue Zhuda also flew over. They wanted to seize this crucial moment when both sides were unable to reposition their battle formations and take down their opponent in one fell swoop. Should I lead a group of men to hunt them down first? Zhou Wangshan spoke eagerly, having mastered the longevity body, which allowed him to recover his spiritual energy very quickly. By sparing no expense with spirit stones, he had now recovered about 60–70% of his spiritual power. The enemy is scattering and fleeing, so we can probably only choose to wipe out a portion of them. Yue Zhuda frowned slightly as he watched the various flying boats and magical artifacts taking off from the enemy camp and fleeing in all directions. No rush, let them run for a while. Once our cultivators have recovered their spiritual power, we'll lead the army to crush them. With overwhelming force, we can uproot every market and family in the Yan Kingdom. Chen Mobai shook his head. This was the moment when the cultivators on the summit of Hanshin Mountain had the strongest will to survive. If their Shenmu sect army pressed on and killed them at this time, It might cause the desperate enemy to unleash unprecedented fighting power and bite back. In that case, we need to prevent the enemy from regrouping in the rear and causing trouble for us. Why don't a few of us go ahead first, and once we discover such a sign, we can immediately gather a large army to crush them? Yue Zhudao is also very skilled in military strategy, and he immediately pointed out the most crucial point. Once the fleeing cultivators atop the mountain are reorganized and their battle formation is blocked in their path, even if they manage to capture it again, it will likely take a considerable amount of time. Then I'll trouble senior brother Joe to lead the team there. Chen Mobai thought about it and felt it made a lot of sense, so he let Zhou Wangshan, who was the most energetic person besides himself, lead the remaining foundation establishment cultivators of the sect to follow the largest group of flying boats fleeing from the top of the shaking mountain. Remember to stay in touch so you don't get ambushed by your opponent. Before watching them leave, Chen Mobai gave them one last piece of advice. The celestial instrument he painstakingly created was most effective in this kind of pursuit battle. Boom! Just as Zhou Wangshan was about to fly over with his men, a thick black mace came crashing down on him from midair. With a loud clang, Chen Mobai flung a dark blue shield from his storage bag, blocking Jai Dingzhen's attack. The coward has finally come out. Chen Mobai sneered and used his ground flame escape technique to land opposite Jai Dingzhen. Seeing that he had made a move, Jai Dingzhen had no more futile efforts and could only watch helplessly as Zhou Wangshan and the others passed him and chased after the fleeing cultivators from Yan and Zhao kingdoms. I should have killed you back then. Looking at the excessively young man before him, Jai Dingzhen couldn't help but sigh, his face full of regret. Don't flatter yourself. You never had the chance to kill me, nor did you have the ability. Chen Mobai shook his head, refuting Jai Dingzhen's words. HMPH, if I had been willing to risk my life back then, you wouldn't have had a chance to escape. As Jai Dingzhen spoke, he swallowed a blood-red pill. Then his aura suddenly exploded, and his blood and chi began to burn fiercely. Coupled with his dark red armor, he looked like a blood flame war god, exuding an imposing aura. Core formation. Chen Mobai frowned slightly and spoke with some surprise. If he wasn't mistaken, Jai Dingzhen had already surpassed the foundation establishment perfection level. Although he wasn't as powerful as when he was controlling the battle formation, the aura he was exuding was that of a core formation cultivator. I once secretly attempted to break through to the core formation stage, but unfortunately my divine sense was flawed, and I failed. However, if I were to risk my life, I could still unleash the power of the golden core that I had retained back then. As Jai Dingzhen spoke, his aura exploded completely. He raised the black mace in his hand and slammed it down heavily towards Chen Mobai. Like a pitch-black divine pillar that shatters the heavens, it carries a terrifying force that distorts the void, stirring up the wind and clouds. Chen Mobai's eyes flashed, and two divine slashes burst forth. Unfortunately, he had already used this move on Jai Dingzhen last time, and the latter was on guard this time. Even Jai Dingzhen's purple mansion sea of consciousness could not be penetrated, and it was frozen by an inexplicable force. As the black mace slammed down, Chen Mobai's figure transformed into a sky full of flames. Using the flaming light escape technique, Chen Mobai landed behind Jai Dingzhen. He took out the golden jade axe from his storage bag, infused it with immense spiritual power, and slammed it heavily onto the helmet. A crisp clang. Chen Mobai felt as if he had struck steel with his axe, and his hand began to throb with pain. However, this top-tier, second-tier magic weapon was extraordinary. The axe cleaved a gash into Jai Dingzhen's helmet. Unfortunately, there was another layer of soft armor and another layer of air armor inside the helmet. After the golden axe slashed through 3 defenses, it finally ran out of strength against Jai Dingzhen's body, which had been trained to the extreme of the 2nd level, and was then grasped by a large, pitch-black hand. Chen Mobai tried to pull the golden jade axe back, but he couldn't budge it at all. Jai Dingzhen turned around, and the black mace slammed down again. The divine wood shield flew out again, bursting forth with a dense layer of blue light, clashing head-on with the black mace. This magical artifact from the Divine Wood sect was crafted from third-grade Golden Sun spirit wood, known for its toughness and defensive capabilities. However, Jai Dingjan's current level is half a level higher than Chen Mobai's. He glared angrily, picked up his black mace, and unleashed a powerful martial arts technique. The black mace, like a raging sandstorm, struck the divine wooden shield hundreds of times in a very short period of time. With a loud bang, Chen Mobai's expression changed as he saw that the spiritual power of the divine wood shield was exhausted, and his own divine sense within the magic artifact seemed to have been hit by a hammer, causing a slight pain in his purple mansion sea of consciousness. Instead of forcibly resisting, he directly withdrew the divine consciousness from the divine wood shield, and then the black mace moved as if it were empty, smashing the divine wood shield away heavily. However, Chen Mobai had already taken advantage of this time to use his earth-based flame light escape technique to dodge far away. Boy, today I'll show you my ultimate technique that shakes the mountain peak, the vacuum body. Jai Dingjan's voice suddenly rang in Chen Mobai's ears. Surprised, the latter activated a spirit leaf talisman from Ancestor Zhou. With a loud bang, Chen Mobai felt like he had been hit by a baseball. Although he was not injured, the energy around him began to become disordered. But he also saw exactly how Jai Dingjan teleported to his side. The opponent's half-body remained in place, but the other half entered the dark crack and appeared behind him. Vacuum body. Could it be the ability to manipulate the void and teleport one's physical body? Chen Mobai found it hard to believe, but then he remembered the netherworld array he had encountered in Lonely Soul Ridge, which seemed to be similar in nature. On the immortal sect's side, only those who have cultivated the golden core realm can achieve this. And Jai Dingjan, who was only at the pseudo-core formation level, could actually do it. Is this the vacuum Dharma body? Chen Mobai activated his Void Insight Eye to capture Jai Dingjan's next move. He saw that Jai Dingjan's right hand, which was holding the black mace, suddenly disappeared from its original spot again, as if a dark crack had swallowed that part of him. But amidst the sharp whistling sound, the black mace had already appeared above Chen Mobai's head, slamming heavily down towards his forehead. The right hand holding the black mace emerged from a dark slit. Chen Mobai opened his mouth and spat out the azure flame sword aura. The azure light clashed directly with the black mace, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. At the same time, Chen Mobai used his right hand to open the lid of the yellow gourd at his waist. The orange-red light wrapped around and sliced towards the large, black hand holding the mace. But Jai Dingjan nimbly shrank back. The void rift disappeared, and Chen Mobai's Yuan Yang sword demon missed its mark. He glanced to his right and saw another dark crack appear. Jai Dingjan's physical body passed through it, his blood boiling as he rushed straight towards him. Chen Mobai's crimson clouds and smoke robe was not of high enough grade to block it. They could only fight and retreat, trying to use the sword's aura to kill their opponent in one blow. However, after witnessing the deaths of Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai, Jai Dingjan was extremely wary of the sword fiend. Even though he was very confident in his 3 layers of defense and physical body, he dared not face it directly. Chen Mobai never expected that his fight with Jai Dingjan would be even more difficult than his fight with Pei Qingshuang. The guy in front of me must have taken some kind of elixir, burning his last bit of life force to raise his cultivation level to almost the core formation stage. Within this realm, the miraculous power of the vacuum body begins to manifest. If Chen Mobai hadn't been protected by the 6 Yang Divine Fire Mirror, hadn't been experienced in combat, and possessed several third-tier techniques, he probably wouldn't have been a match for him. His current state cannot last. If I can drag this out, it will be my victory. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, Jai Dingjan roared, and his armor suddenly shattered, transforming into a mysterious formation. Caught off guard, Chen Mobai was trapped inside. Although the flame light escape technique can still be used, it cannot be used to cross the range of this formation. I told you I'd trade my life for yours. After setting up for a long time, Jai Dingjan finally trapped Chen Mobai. He was so excited that he tore off one of his arms, which turned into a cloud of blood mist and merged into the trapping formation formed by the armor. From the outside, it looked as if a giant black sphere enveloped the two of them. Luo Yixuan was slightly surprised and was about to use her wood-based Taoist weapon to provide support, but Yue Zhudao had already made his move and was unable to budge the black ball in the slightest. Inside the black sphere, Chen Mobai opened his mouth and spat out an azure flame sword aura. Although it pierced the black sphere with a huge, twisted spike, it still couldn't break through the formation. He took out a small teleportation talisman from his storage bag, but it had no effect. Ever since you escaped using the Heaven Escape talisman last time, I've been thinking about how to kill you completely. This is my answer. I've said it before, I'll trade my life for yours. Jai Dingjin's face was pale at this moment, and his skin began to wrinkle like a tree trunk, but his eyes were brighter than ever before, and his blood and energy also exploded to an unprecedented level of strength. He made a fist with his 5 fingers pointing outwards, then brought them together towards his chest. The surrounding black sphere space also condensed, and Chen Mobai felt the pressure around him getting heavier and heavier, and a trace of blood had already seeped out from his nose. If they wait until the black sphere space completely condenses into a single point, he and Jai Dingjin will vanish into nothingness. Is this your last bit of strength? Chen Mobai looked at Jai Dingjin, who was already risking his life, and with the flow of Yuan Yang sword energy, he had already circled around Jai Dingjin's neck. But an invisible surge of blood energy erupted, forcefully repelling the Yuan Yang sword demon. This immense power made Chen Mobai feel as if he were facing a true golden core cultivator. His expression turned slightly serious as he pondered how to break the deadlock. Should we detonate a azure flame sword aura? Or perhaps it's using the myriad sword's body to activate the 5-element sword fiend array. Or is it? Just as Jai Dingjin was excited, a purple light suddenly flew out from Chen Mobai's storage bag, like a purple dragon or a leaping purple lightning bolt. Let's take this opportunity to test the strength of your attack. As Chen Mobai spoke, he reached out and grasped the purple lightning sword. This 4th-tier superior-grade sword from the immortal sect instantly released everything, becoming one with Chen Mobai's mind, reaching the supreme realm of sword heart clear, man and sword in perfect harmony, that sword cultivators dream of. Master, although this opponent is a bit weak, we still need at least half a high-grade spirit stone. After the purple lightning sword merged with Chen Mobai's sword, it sensed Jai Dingjin's aura and had to make a preemptive statement. What kind of sword is this? Jai Dingjin also noticed something was wrong at this moment. After the long-handled sword with purple light appeared, his originally very stable black sphere space suddenly began to tremble. He controlled the 5 fingers of the trapped formation, which began to crumble one by one into blood clots. At this moment, Chen Mobai walked over, raised his long sword, and gently swung it down at Jai Dingjin, who was unable to move because he had merged with the trapping formation. Outside world. A dazzling purple lightning bolt suddenly flashed in the eyes of Yue Zhudao and the others who were anxiously attacking the black sphere space. Inside the space, Jai Dingjin stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Chen Mobai raised the purple lightning sword in his hand, a slightly satisfied expression on his face. What kind of sword is this? Jai Dingjin asked again, coughing up blood as he did so. His body had been cleaved in two by the purple lightning sword, but the tenacious vitality of a body cultivator meant that he had not yet completely died. The sword that will kill you. Chen Mobai didn't say much. He didn't want to expose his 4th-tier sword in the eastern wilderness if possible. If the environment hadn't been so favorable this time, he wouldn't have been able to use it either. Such a powerful flying sword, even the primordial ancestor doesn't possess it. Just who are you, the successor of which reclusive sect? Jai Dingjin's life force was waning, but he still struggled, wanting to know an answer. I have no obligation to satisfy you. Chen Mobai put away the purple lightning sword and removed the flying sparrow hairpin from his hair, preparing to pretend that he had used the flying sword to defeat his opponent. I can give you the incantation for the vacuum body and make a vow of Tao heart to guarantee it. just as Chen Mobai was about to use the flying sparrow hairpin to cut Jai Dingjin in half again. The latter said a condition that made him raise an eyebrow. Previously, he would definitely not have been interested in the vacuum body, but after witnessing Jai Dingjin's physical body traverse the void, he felt that this body-forging method might help him open up the golden core realm. Since that's the case, as a worthy opponent, I'll give you an answer. Chen Mobai nodded, and Jai Dingjin didn't waste any more time. He only had a few breaths left, and with his last bit of divine sense, he directly imprinted the vacuum body onto Chen Mobai. Then Jai Dingjin received an answer that made his eyes widen, and his face suddenly realized something. I am the holy son of the longevity sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 445 Results, 7K. Chapter 445 Results, 7K. Jai Dingjin was aware of the reputation of the longevity cult. This is a sacred place passed down from ancient times. During its heyday, it was guarded by true lords of the divine transformation level in every generation. I had long heard that part of the 5 elements sect's heritage came from the longevity sect, but I never expected that the divine wood sect, which split off from it, would actually hold such a huge opportunity. I see, can I ask you for a favor? Jai Dingjin felt his consciousness begin to blur, knowing that his divine sense was collapsing and he was about to face complete death. He mustered his last bit of spirit and spoke. Go ahead and tell me, but I might not agree. Jai Dingjin is currently in no position to negotiate with Chen Mobai. If possible, after destroying the summit of Mount Han, pass on our lineages, cultivation techniques. The people of the eastern wilderness are ruthless towards their enemies. The Shenmu sect and the top of Hanshan Mountain have fought one battle after another, and it is basically a fight to the death. After Jai Dingjin was cut in two by the purple lightning sword, he realized that his sect's chances of winning were slim. Therefore, before he died, he wanted to leave behind a legacy for his sect. Even if all the cultivators of the Hanshan Peak sect were eventually killed, he still hoped that their sect's cultivation techniques could be passed down in the Shenmu sect in the future, so that future generations would remember that the Hanshan Peak sect once existed in the eastern wilderness in an alternative way. This should be achievable. Chen Mobai nodded. Although there were many body-tempering techniques in the Divine Wood sect, only the longevity body was the best. During his last encounter with the summit of Hanshan, he obtained the top-tier Earth Attribute 9-Ren body from Jai Daeyuan's storage bag, and this time he obtained the vacuum body from Jai Dingjin. These are 2 of the 3 most powerful body-forging techniques at the summit of Mount Han, and the Shenmu sect will definitely use them to supplement their own cultivation techniques. Upon hearing these words, Jai Dingjin's gaze completely glazed over, and he breathed his last. Chen Mobai stood before his body, which had been cleaved in 2 by the purple lightning sword, paused for a moment, then gently swiped the flying sparrow hairpin between his fingers. Outside world. The seemingly unbreakable black sphere completely collapsed in the eyes of Yue Zhudao and others. The mangled, headless corpse of Jai Dingjin was revealed, along with Chen Mobai, who had just severed his opponent's head with a single sword strike. Bury it on the spot. Seeing the Shenmu sect members approaching with expressions of awe, Chen Mobai calmly flicked the flying sparrow hairpin between his fingers, then burned it from the inside out with flames. Yes. Li Yixian immediately nodded, then took out his puppet from his storage bag. While directing the puppet to mine, he began to sew up Jai Dingjin's corpse with needle and thread. How's the pursuit going, senior brother Joe? As Chen Mobai spoke, he took the white handkerchief handed to him by Luo Yixuan, carefully wiped the flying sparrow hairpin, and then inserted it into his high ponytail. Although the army at the top of the mountain was scattered and fled in all directions, junior brother Joe and the others still caught up with the flying boat carrying the 200 cultivators from the Jiao family. It's a pity that the Jiao family cultivators abandoned the flying boat in time and landed. After they scattered and fled, junior brother Joe and the others were delayed by Uncle Jiao for some time. Although we killed the sea-breaking peak master who shook the summit, we only killed a few dozen Jiao family cultivators in the subsequent pursuit, so the results were not significant. With mobile phones, communication became very convenient, so Yue Zhudao quickly relayed the latest battle results reported by King Zhou. Distribute 5 spirit stones to each of us qi refining cultivators. The entire army will set off the day after tomorrow, heading towards the territory of Yan Kingdom, and strive to reach the headquarters at the top of Hanshin Mountain in the shortest possible time. After listening, Chen Mobai gave an order, and Yue Zhudao nodded and went to carry it out. After the Shenmu sect distributed an extra 5 spirit stones, the cultivators who had been sitting on the ground looking exhausted instantly became refreshed, especially those independent cultivators. If they are at a disadvantage in a battle, they will run faster than anyone else. But when they have the advantage and are about to engage in a pursuit to acquire spoils, they are more eager than anyone else. Even without the Shenmu sect's mobilization, after receiving the extra spirit stone reward, the rogue cultivators took out the spirit-restoring pills they had purchased before the war and tried to be in the best condition when they set off to pursue the enemy, so as not to miss out on the gains of this war. The next day, Zhou Wangshan reported another piece of good news via mobile phone. They caught up with 3 enormous flying boats bearing the inscription, Mount Shaking the Mountain, indicating they were likely elite disciples of this sect. Unfortunately, when Zhou Wangshan and the others were about to make a move, they discovered that there were 4 Foundation establishment cultivators on the flying boat, one of whom was Ai Chuo, one of the 9 peak masters of the Shaking Mountain, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. After a brief exchange, if Zhou Wangshan and the others hadn't all been Foundation establishment cultivators with profound cultivation, and if the cultivators on the top of Hanshin Mountain hadn't been exhausted, and their battle formation hadn't been full of flaws, and if they hadn't been able to communicate easily by mobile phone and promptly summoned 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Shenmu sect who were chasing the cultivators on the top of Hanshin Mountain to come and help, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape easily. I'll take my men over first. Senior brother Yuan, please come with me. I'll leave things here to senior brother Yue. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt that he could not let go of this elite group that shook the mountaintop, and made a decision immediately. While Luo Yixuan and Li Yixian went outside to gather their team of cultivators, Chen Mobai took out his phone again to contact Zhou Wangshan and the others ahead, and issued the latest instructions. Yes, we will follow them and launch surprise attacks from time to time to ensure that they can only survive by sticking together. If they bravely break away and scatter, we also guarantee to wipe out most of the elite qi refining cultivators. Zhou Wangshan also explained his battle plan, and Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. In midair, Ado, standing on the flying boat, looked coldly at the 6 people who were faintly visible in the air not far away. Beside him were 3 Foundation establishment cultivators who could shake the mountaintop. Some had grim expressions, while others were filled with hatred. Senior brother, do we really have to do this? One of the elders from the summit of Hanshin Mountain, beside Ado, asked a question with a hesitant expression. This is a very good opportunity. If we just run back like this, the Shenmu sect army will be able to advance unimpeded and even besiege our sect's headquarters. Although we can block the Divine Wood sect's army by relying on the power of the sect's formation, this also exposes the sect's spiritual veins to the enemy's attack range. If the Divine Wood sect is willing to use the pulse-breaking pearl, the sect's formation will become a cage that traps us. This is also why the deputy sect leader wanted to keep the Shenmu sect army at the border. Now that we can't do that, we should at least delay their advance and buy time for our reinforcements to arrive. The best way is to take this opportunity to kill all the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Wood sect who are being reckless. After Ai Chu finished explaining his plan with an icy expression, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from the top of the Shaking Mountain beside him also made up their minds and nodded to follow him. But these people from the Shenmu sect are just following us from a distance. They aren't greedy for merit or reckless. How can we lure them over and kill them? When someone raised their question, Ado simply smiled coldly and indicated that he had a plan. At night, Suddenly, Zhou Wangshan noticed that the flying boat that had been flying rapidly ahead was suddenly falling towards the ground. To his astonishment, the 300 Qi refining cultivators who had shaken the mountaintop landed and began to flee in all directions. This is bad. These guys know that if we drag this out any longer, they'll be wiped out when our main force arrives. So they're making a tough decision now, trying to get as many of them to escape as possible. Upon seeing this, Chen Zhenwu's expression turned anxious, and he was about to rush over to give chase. Wait, let me report on the situation here first. Zhou Wangshan felt the same way as Chen Zhenwu, but he thought he still had time to make a phone call, so he used his phone as a precaution. I should be able to get there in about an hour. You guys just need to hunt down the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators on the top of Mount Han. Compared to Qi refining cultivators, killing them will yield greater rewards. I will have Yuan Feihu and the others come to your side to provide support, and try to take down this group of elites from the top of Mount Han in one fell swoop. After hearing Chen Mobai's instructions, Zhou Wangshan confidently led the 5 people around him to chase after the 4 cultivators from the top of the Hanshin mountain, including Ai Chuo, who were flying at the forefront. Don't run! With a sharp shout, the 10 Foundation establishment cultivators began a fight. Ai Chuo had the highest cultivation level, and his physical body had been trained to the 2nd-tier superior level. He single-handedly held off Zhou Wangshan and the other 2, fighting and retreating while covering the sect's disciples' evacuation. 10 beams of spiritual light continuously bloomed in the night sky, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to vibrate. Thunder and howling winds occasionally echoed, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, creating a deafening roar. As time went on, Zhou Wangshan and the other 2 started to lose face. They couldn't even defeat him in a 3-on-1 fight, especially since Zhou Wangshan, who always prided himself on being a genius capable of challenging opponents of higher levels, suffered a setback when he met Ai Chu this time, and his face turned ashen. He unleashed his spiritual power to its fullest extent, wielding a golden spear. With each swing, it resembled a brilliant shooting star flashing across the night sky, and with each thrust, it was like a Venus bursting forth. Meanwhile, Liang Lingzhen, perched atop a 2nd-tier azure goose, held a blue feather fan in her hand. Swift wind blades, combined with the spirit beast beneath her feet, resembled 1,000 flying knives, working in conjunction with Zhou Wangshan. Ai Chuo, wielding a bronze hammer, clashed head-on with Zhou Wangshan's golden spear, causing the latter's tiger's mouth to split and bleed, and his body to be forced back. However, under the mysterious power of the longevity Dao body, the blood flowed backward, and the wound quickly healed. The 1,000 blades of wind landed on Eido's full-body armor, leaving marks, but they were unable to completely break through the latter's defense. Another purple flame shot out, seizing the opportunity to strike directly at Ai Chu's brow and sea of consciousness. Amidst a deafening roar, a dazzling crimson flame transformed into a massive fireball in midair, engulfing Eido within it. Zhou Wangshan, gripping his spear, charged forward again. Sure enough, Ai Chuo, his body emitting smoke, burst out of the fireball, and the 2 clashed once more. As the golden spear clashed with the bronze hammer, sparks flew like starlight, illuminating the night sky. Under the combined attack of the 3, Eido finally couldn't hold on any longer and began to run away. The other 2 Foundation establishment cultivators who were fighting also moved with the 4 of them. Soon, they landed on a desolate mountain with spiritual energy. Zhou Wangshan, who was already fighting with all his might, didn't care at all, but Ai Chu showed a happy expression and burst out with powerful spiritual energy again, sweeping the 3 of them away. Junior brothers, prepare for battle. With a loud shout from Ai Chu, Zhou Wangshan sensed something was wrong and stopped in his tracks, intending to retreat. But by then it was too late. Below, yellow sand billowed up from the desolate mountains, revealing a concealing array that was opened, exposing 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and 200 elite disciples from the shaking mountain peak, who had been waiting there to set up their formation. Oh no, it's the other 2 peak masters of the 9 peaks at the top of Mount Han. When Zhou Wangshan saw the two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators below, his expression changed drastically. He immediately called Liang Lingzhen and the others back to his side. Then, under the command of Zhu Hongqiu from the formation department, the six of them formed a simple six-harmony position, carefully guarding themselves while retreating. However, the experts at the summit of Mount Hushan, who had been waiting for them there, had anticipated this move. A cloud of yellow sand rose up and spread out instantly, enveloping Zhou Wangshan and his six companions. Then, the Dingshan battle formation was activated, trapping them inside as they tried to break free. If we can kill all six of you today, this battle will not be considered a failure. With a cold laugh, Ai Chu fell into the Dingshan battle formation below. He had already thought of this plan when he retreated. If he could take advantage of the enemy's recklessness to eliminate some of the high-level cultivators of the Shenmu sect, he could at least delay the Shenmu sect's progress. Especially Zhou Wangshan, who is a direct descendant of Zhou Shenking and is also hailed as a genius with the potential to form a core. Being able to kill this person would be a huge morale boost for the team at the top of the mountain. Junior brothers, please make the move. I need to recover my spiritual energy first. If we can kill Zhou Wangshan, it will be a great achievement in front of the ancestor. Ado lured the enemy deep into his territory and fought against 3 opponents at once, risking his life and losing 70 or 80% of his spiritual power. Now that victory is assured, they are even more cautious, fearing that Zhou Wangshan and the others might replace him before they die. Don't worry, senior brother. With the help of the battle formation, junior brother Jai and I will be able to kill them quickly. Maybe you won't even need to lift a finger, ha ha ha. The 2 peak masters who were lying in ambush at the top of the mountain, laughing heartily, had already led the remaining Foundation establishment elders and Qi refining disciples to activate the dragon transformation of the battle formation. Although only 2 yellow sand pythons could be evolved due to the insufficient number of cultivators, they still reached the power of the Foundation establishment perfection stage. I'll be there in a quarter of an hour. Yuan Feihu and Hong Lincoln are nearby and will be there soon. Hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Zhou Wangshan had already informed Chen Mobai of the situation via his mobile phone. The latter promptly notified the Foundation establishment cultivators of the nearby Shenmu sect, and then left the army first, using his ground flame escape technique to head towards the desolate mountain. In the pitch-black night sky, 2 enormous yellow sand pythons coiled around the 6 Zhou kings who had formed a battle formation. A second-tier tree seed took root and rose. Zhou Wangshan and the other 6 unleashed their domains, pouring their spiritual power into the Qingyang spirit tree. With the combined strength of the 6, they painstakingly condensed half of the heavenly wood divine light. A clear, bright beam of light shot into the sky, cleaving one of the giant sand serpents in 2. However, the other giant sand serpent seized the opportunity and blasted towards Zhou Wangshan and his 6 companions. A huge, transparent, cyan spirit leaf appeared in midair. Amidst a violent roar, the spirit leaf split open, but it managed to block the attack. However, at this moment, the giant sand python that had been severed by the heavenly wood divine light had reassembled. Although it was much smaller, it still unleashed a spiritual energy fluctuation that made them tremble with fear. 2 giant yellow sand pythons, carrying a chilling killing intent, once again coiled and bombarded Zhou Wangshan and his 6 companions. With a crisp bang, like a bowstring being drawn, or like the sound of a zither being played, a long, golden arrow shone brightly from the distant horizon, carrying an incomparably dazzling golden light, like a comet streaking across the sky and flying into the head of a giant sand serpent. A wisp of golden flame began to burn atop the giant sand python's head, forcing the Foundation establishment cultivator at the summit of Mount Shaking to transform his battle formation into a mountain-like shape in order to barely suppress the golden arrow that was darting around within the formation. Even so, 6 or 7 disciples from the summit of Hanshin Mountain within the formation had already been pierced by long arrows and turned into corpses. It's Yuan Feihu's golden sun arrow. Upon seeing this, King Zhou was overjoyed. Yuan Feihu's trump card from the weapon forging department was a bow and arrow made of golden yang wood. After being enhanced by the talisman-making department, it could unleash a terrifying power of nearly the third rank when the arrow was fired. He happened to be nearby this time, and after receiving the notification from Chen Mobai, he immediately spared no effort to expend his energy to shoot this arrow from a distance to resolve the situation. At the same time, Hong Lincoln also arrived. After hesitating for a moment, she rushed into the heavenly wood divine light array. With the addition of another person, the Azure Sun Spirit Tree, which was originally teetering on the brink of collapse under the attack of another giant yellow sand python, suddenly lit up with a burst of spiritual light, and once again condensed half a strand of heavenly wood divine light. Unfortunately, this half of the heavenly wood divine light was much weaker than before, and it was only enough to blast the giant yellow sand python back. Please hang in there, my two junior brothers. I will take the rejuvenation pill and finish my meditation in just a quarter of an hour. Upon witnessing this scene, Ai Chuo was puzzled as to why the other two Foundation establishment cultivators from the Divine Wood sect were able to arrive so conveniently, but he didn't have time to think about it at that moment. However, to avoid any unforeseen complications, he still took a golden red pill, determined to kill Zhou Wangshan and the others as quickly as possible, even if it meant being weak for 2 years afterward. After receiving Ai Chuo's reminder, the other two Foundation establishment cultivators on the top of the mountain stopped trying to gain merit and instead used the trapping transformation of the battle formation. The two giant yellow sand pythons dispersed and gathered into a yellow mountain, which enveloped and suppressed Zhou Wangshan and the others under the Qingyang Spirit Tree. However, their actions actually brought joy to the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Wood sect. In the distance, Yuan Feihu, pale-faced, took out a golden sun arrow and a green sun arrow. With his cultivation level, if he were to shoot another golden sun arrow, he would exhaust his spiritual power and might even lose control and damage his essence. However, if it's a Qingyang arrow, then there's no problem. He was already mentally prepared that he would not hesitate to use the golden sun arrow again if necessary. Now we just hope to stall until Chen Mobai arrives. As time passed, the joy on both sides grew stronger. It was only a quarter of an hour before we arrived. Ai Chuo, who had been meditating with his eyes closed on the desolate mountain, opened his eyes and, amidst a loud laugh, took a step forward, stepping through the void and landing in the battle formation formed by the cultivators at the top of the mountain. With him as their pillar of support, the power of the mountain and river transformation into a dragon was concentrated in his body. A giant yellow sand python, even thicker than before, appeared in the night sky, looking down at the 7 tiny figures beneath the Azure Sun Spirit Tree. Your deaths are just the beginning. I believe that we will be the ones to win this war in the end. Ado, wielding the immense power of the battle formation, delivered his final declaration to Zhou Wangshan and the others with a cold gaze and a fervent tone. But to his surprise, not a single cultivator from the Shenmu sect showed any fear or hesitation in the face of death. Everyone looked calm and even confident. What's going on? Are the cultivators of the Divine Wood sect truly unafraid of death? Or is it that they are willing to die for their sect? Although Ado couldn't understand it, it didn't affect his ability to control the powerful yellow sand python. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark yellow beam of lightning towards the direction of the Azure Sun Spirit Tree. It is indeed the Earth Divine Thunder. Once this third-tier power descends, the Azure Sun Spirit Tree and the 7 Zhou Kings below will be reduced to dust. Even if Yuan Feihu fired the golden sun arrow again, he couldn't withstand it. Go to hell, all of you. Ai Chuo hardened his heart and unleashed the power of the battle formation once more, making the spiritual light of the Earth Divine Thunder even stronger. Sizzle. However, at that moment, a thunderous sound that Ado was very familiar with rang out in the sky not far away and instantly reached his ears. The thunder, like a bird's cry, stirred up terrifying memories of what he had recently experienced. The terrifying memory then became reality. A gleaming blue lightning spear, like a sharp arrow, was thrown from the right hand of a handsome young man, landing with the precision of a beam of light at the very tip of the earth. Divine lightning spewed out by the giant sand python. With a loud bang, the dark yellow lightning bolt suddenly dissipated. Qing Yao's thunder spear, however, continued its momentum, piercing straight into the head of the giant yellow sand python. Amidst the deafening roar of thunder, this battle formation that shook the mountaintop was nearly shattered completely. This is impossible. Amidst the tingling, excruciating pain that felt as if he had been struck by lightning, Ai Chuo stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the handsome young man who was walking on flames in the distance, and who landed in front of the Qingyang spirit tree in an instant. How could you have gotten here so quickly? Ai Chuo realized that the Foundation establishment cultivators of the divine wood sect might discover his plan, and for that reason, he had recovered his spiritual power as quickly as possible, wanting to finish the battle quickly. But the other side seemed to have seen through his plan long ago, as if Zhou Wangshan and the others were bait, waiting for him to lead the last batch of elite cultivators from the top of Hanshin Mountain into the trap. I came over after receiving the notification. It's not far away. Chen Mobai casually remarked something, then untied the lid of the yellow gourd at his waist. A beam of orange-red light shot out, piercing through the last thin layer of battle array light shield on the summit of Mount Han, and then slicing across Ado's neck. I have failed my sect. Before he died, Ado's face was full of regret. The people here can be said to be half of the power that shakes the mountaintop. If they were all lost here, even without the Shenmu sect taking action, they would probably fall out of the ranks of the major sects in the eastern wilderness. But by then, it's too late for regrets. A line of blood appeared on his neck, and his head, filled with remorse, fell to the ground, splattering blood everywhere. After slaying one person, the orange-red light, under Chen Mobai's control, sliced across the necks of the remaining 5 Foundation establishment cultivators atop Mount Han. Whether it was the late or middle stage of Foundation establishment, all of them experienced a gurgling sound as blood gushed out and their heads fell to the ground. Everyone run. After being beheaded, Ai Chu still had his last breath. His head, rolling on the ground, shouted something to the 200 qi refining cultivators at the summit of Mount Han, whose faces were filled with despair. However, these cultivators had not fully recovered from the spiritual power lost by Jai Dingjin's dragon transformation, and this time their battle formation was defeated head-on by Chen Mobai, leaving almost all of them with exhausted spiritual power. Even if they ran, where could they possibly run to while being chased by so many Foundation establishment cultivators? However, some people still had a strong will to survive. They took pills one by one, gritted their teeth, and used their lightness techniques to run in all directions into the wilderness at night. If they are spread out enough, out of the 200 people, some will eventually be able to escape. With this thought in mind, one by one, the qi refining cultivators struggled to their feet, and without looking back, they chose a direction and plunged into the dark wilderness. Kill as many as you can. Chen Mobai gave an order and put the Yuan Yang sword demon back into his yellow gourd. Zhou Wangshan and the others who had survived the ordeal all thanked him respectfully. He then glanced at the storage bag on the corpse of the Foundation establishment cultivator who died on the summit of Mount Han, and with a look of reluctance, began to chase after the fleeing qi refining cultivators. Soon only Chen Mobai remained. According to the rules of the Eastern Wilderness, whoever kills the person gets to keep it. Clearly, the storage bags of Ado and the others all belonged to him. Huo, the peak master of the Breaking Void peak at the top of the Shaking Mountain, organized a counterattack and ambush by cultivators halfway. Although he trapped junior brother Zhou and his group, thanks to timely communication, junior brother Yuan and others from nearby areas came to their aid. In addition, the opponents were also exhausted, and they held out until junior brother Chen arrived. All the Foundation establishment cultivators on the summit of Hanshin Mountain were killed by junior brother Chen. Our sect's army followed up, and under junior brother Chen's leadership, wiped out the cultivators who fled from the summit of Hanshin Mountain, while also eliminating the cultivation families and markets within the Yan kingdom that were loyal to them. The army of 3,000 cultivators is currently being led by junior brother Chen and is heading this way. On a boulder not far from the main headquarters at the summit of Hanshin Mountain, Zai Yunqian respectfully reported the latest battle situation to Fu Zhangju's puppet body. Not bad, not bad. This kid really didn't disappoint me. Fu Zhangju listened with great satisfaction. Then he looked sharply at the top of the mountain. Jai Zhenqi's time to die has come. End of this chapter. Chapter 446, Nascent Soul Formation Experience. Chapter 446, Nascent Soul Formation Experience. After Jai Dingjian's death, the group of cultivators that Ai Chuo gathered to ambush Zhou Wangshan and his group were clearly the last elites of the Hanshin Mountain. After their strategic failure, the group scattered and fled, but still suffered dozens of casualties under the pursuit of Foundation establishment cultivators such as Zhou Wangshan. Then, Luo Yixuan and Li Yixian led 200 people to arrive. Under Chen Mobai's instructions, they cooperated with the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Shenmu sect to begin encircling and suppressing the fleeing cultivators from the top of Hanshin Mountain from all directions. This round of pursuit was much bloodier, as it was a battle between qi refining cultivators. Luo Yixuan even encountered a powerful opponent, a true disciple of the mountain shaking sect. If she hadn't possessed the divine wood sword, she probably wouldn't have been able to break through her opponent's defenses. However, the qi refining cultivators under her command were not so wealthy. More than a dozen of them went too far in the pursuit and never returned after the agreed rendezvous time. 10 of them were independent cultivators. It's unclear whether they were truly killed or if they gained something and decided to leave quietly. Chen Mobai ignored them and waited until Yue Zhudao led the Shenmu sect army before he began to march straight towards the top of Hanshin Mountain. Within the territory of Yan Kingdom, there is a family of cultivators called Changyuan Zhuang clan. Their ancestral home is located on Changyuan Mountain, a third-grade low-level spiritual vein, and they have a Foundation establishment cultivator stationed there. The Zhuang family patriarch was naturally summoned for the great battle between the summit of Hanshin Mountain and the Shenmu sect. However, he was lucky. After Jai Dingjian ordered a retreat, he was able to safely return with 50 qi refining cultivators from his clan because their territory was nearby. However, the monk may run away, but the temple cannot. The patriarch of the Zhuang family looked bitterly at the more than 20 huge airships flying in from the distant sky and ordered his clansmen to release the mountain-protecting formation. I am willing to join the Shenmu sect. Chen Mobai stood on the airship, glanced at the dealers below, and nodded to Yuan Che and Yue Zhudao beside him. The two immediately flew down and began to take over the Zhuang family's third-tier spiritual vein territory, ensuring that there were no ambushing cultivators inside. Changyuan Mountain is about the same distance from those two spirit stone mines, so junior brother Yuan, you can lead a team to stay here. During the last major battle at the summit of Hanshin, the Shenmu sect's target was two spirit stone mines near the border, but they were quickly taken back by Jai Dingjian and his men after the battle began. Now that Jai Dingjian is dead and the army at the top of the mountain has scattered like stars, we still need to be on guard to prevent any unscrupulous rogue cultivators from taking advantage of the lull in the battle between the two sects to plunder the two spirit stone mines. Chen Mobai has already regarded Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom as his own sect's territory, so he will definitely have to protect these two spirit stone mines. The fact that this landlord is willing to surrender is a good thing for the Shenmu sect. With the local bully Zhuang Jia in charge, they can keep fewer cultivators around. However, just in case, a team was left for Yuan Che. As long as they could evolve into Jiamu Dao soldiers, the latter would have the strength to suppress the situation. The surrender of the Zhuang family was not an isolated case. Chen Mobai acted swiftly, and after resting for a day at Changyuan Mountain, he led the Shenmu sect army back to the headquarters at the top of Hanshin Mountain. Along the way, there were also those who stubbornly resisted. a foundation establishment elder at the summit of Mount Han, relying on the third-order formation of the market, organized and gathered hundreds of qi refining cultivators who had fled back from the front lines, attempting to halt the army's advance. With a focus on defense, the power of a third-tier formation is still quite good. It held off the Chen Mobai's army for 3 days and 3 nights before being trampled by the enormous blue giant. After the market was destroyed, all the elders and disciples of the Hanshan Mountain were killed. The remaining cultivators who did not have time to escape became spoils of war for the Chen Mu sect army. After breaking through the market, Chen Mobai frowned slightly, fearing that every disciple of the Hanshan Mountain was so courageous that they would rather sacrifice their own lives than let them advance. As expected, the next market also activated a third-tier formation, like a stubborn rock, once again blocking Chen Mobai and his army. Chen Mobai could only evolve large-scale Jiamu Dao soldiers again and begin a relentless bombardment. This time, the formation was broken much faster. This was not only because there were fewer cultivators in the market than before, but also because Chen Mobai had become more and more proficient in controlling the power of the core formation level after several practice sessions. After conquering 2 markets in succession, Chen Mobai and his group encountered a third market, but before they could even make a move, internal strife broke out inside. A short while later, the market's protective array was dismantled, and the gates opened wide. 2 foundation establishment elders from local cultivation families respectfully presented a human head to Chen Mobai. "This is Fei Ziqiang, who is stubborn and inflexible. We have obeyed the will of heaven and beheaded him. We hope that your clan can spare our 2 families' lives." What a wonderful way to follow the will of heaven. Excellent. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt that the 4 words sounded very good, and he showed his approval to the foundation establishment cultivators of the 2 major families. He naturally understood the principle of spending a fortune to buy a horse's bones. Since the 2 families have done this, the Shenmu sect should not only let them go, but also reward them handsomely. The management rights of this market town will be given to your 2 families from now on. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, the 2 foundation establishment cultivators were overjoyed, deeply feeling that their decision to join the Divine Wood sect was the wisest thing they had ever done. Besides Fei Ziqiang's head, the cultivators from the 2 major families in the market had also slaughtered all the disciples of the Hanshan Mountain, leaving the ground covered in blood and corpses. Chen Mobai did not leave any Shenmu sect cultivators here. He directly pulled the Zhang and Fu families who had sought refuge with him, as well as the remaining cultivators in the market, into his own ranks, and together they marched towards the headquarters at the top of Hanshan Mountain. With the 2 foundation establishment cultivators from Yan Kingdom, Zhang and Fu, joining him, Chen Mobai's journey ahead will be much easier. Along the way, most families and towns surrendered without resistance. Even if there were any overconfident individuals, these local collaborators arranged for inside agents through various connections to break the formation from within and without, saving Chen Mobai a lot of trouble and reducing their casualties. Later on, without even needing the Shenmu sect's army of cultivators to be mobilized, the locals who had come to join them had already wiped out the entire families of the die-hard Hanshan Mountain clans who were blocking their way. It was originally expected to take a month to reach the local area at the top of Hanshan Mountain, but it was actually completed 10 days ahead of schedule. Greetings to the 3 patriarchs. After conquering most of the Yan Kingdom without bloodshed, Chen Mobai led the Shenmu sect's army of cultivators to surround the top of Hanshan Mountain, where he paid his respects to the 3 core formation cultivators who had been waiting at the entrance. He had already met Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhanju, but this was the first time he had ever met Mo Duguang from Jin Guang Cliff. He stood on a rock with an ordinary face and a slender figure. He wore a blue-gray long robe, and his eyes, though calm, held a sharp glint that could chill the heart. "Junior brother Mo, this is Chen Gixian, whom I told you about. His talent in swordsmanship is on par with yours." Zhou Shenking gestured for Chen Mobai to come over, then led him to Mo Duguang and gave him some introductions. "When I was his age, I hadn't even developed my divine sense yet. Mo Duguang shook his head, indicating that his talent was inferior to Chen Mobai's. Junior brother Mo is too modest. You were the last of the 5 of us to be accepted into Master's sect. If it weren't for the fact that we later met Zhou Yi, who has the earth element heavenly spiritual root, Master originally wanted you to inherit the primordial Tao fruit. Zhou Shenking's words surprised Chen Mobai slightly. He did not expect that Mo Duguang could also cultivate the Hunyuan Tao fruit. Could it be that he also has a heavenly spiritual root? Let's not dwell on the past. Let's find a way to kill Jai Zhenqi first. Mo Duguang shook his head. He was focused on refining his sword. He had come to help with the fight because he wanted to test Jai Zhenqi's vacuum body with the sword in his hand. However, the opponent retreated into their own well-established 4th-tier formation, rendering the 3 of them unable to use their strength. The pulse-breaking pearl has been brought over, but if it is used, this 4th-order spiritual vein will be ruined. So we still hope to break through the great formation at the top of the shaking mountain normally. Even if Jai Zhenqi destroys all the precious items such as cultivation techniques and herbs before he dies, it would be a huge gain if we could occupy this spiritual vein. In the eastern wilderness, only the 7 major sects possess 4th-order spiritual veins. The spiritual vein atop the summit of Hanshin Mountain was upgraded to the 4th rank by Jai Zhenqi at a cost of tens of millions of spirit stones, making it extremely valuable. That is why even the 3 core formation experts blocking the entrance were helpless against Jai Zhenqi, who was hiding in his lair. Unless the pulse-breaking bead is used, but that would destroy the 4th-order spiritual vein. Chen Mobai led the Shenmu sect's army here precisely for this matter. Zai Yunqian was already here. In addition to the local cultivators from Yan Kingdom who had been recruited along the way, as well as the rogue cultivators who came looking for him, the number of cultivators controlled by the Shenmu sect had reached 4,000. Upon arriving here, Zhou Shenking personally took command. He took out 10 3rd-tier tree seeds and placed them on 10 key nodes where the spiritual veins flowed at the top of the mountain. Then, Chen Mobai and the other 10 strongest foundation establishment cultivators each guarded a golden sun spirit tree. With the addition of 1,000 of the most elite qi refining cultivators from the Divine Wood sect, a large heavenly wood divine light array was deployed, slowly beginning to suppress and sever the connection between the spiritual veins at the summit of Mount Han and the earth. The remaining 3,000 qi refining cultivators were not spared by Zhou Shenking either. This core formation ancestor of the Divine Wood sect took out 30 2nd-tier tree seeds in full bloom from his storage bag. After doing all this, Zhou Shenking's expression hardened, and he then sat down on his golden sun spirit tree. In that instant, Chen Mobai felt the spiritual energy within his body begin to surge into the tree seeds around him, and then it seemed to transform into a stream in the ocean, merging into the 100-meter-tall cyan gold giant that slowly condensed and emerged in the sky. Chen Mobai's Jiamu Deyabing was on a completely different level compared to Zhou Shenking's. It wasn't just the huge difference in appearance. Even the 100-meter-tall blue giant had golden leaves flowing around its body, as if it were wearing a layer of golden armor, making it exceptionally majestic and powerful. After Zhou Shenking condensed the cyan gold Jiamu Dao soldiers, he did not bombard the 4th-order formation on the top of Hanshin Mountain. Instead, he continued to expand the range of the Tianmu Divine Light Formation, which soon covered the entire area of 10 kilometers around the top of Hanshin Mountain. Then Chen Mobai felt the Earth's energy being continuously absorbed by the cyan gold Jiamu Dao soldier, and Zhou Shenking seemed to be using them to practice his techniques. Moreover, the source of power for cultivating this technique is the 4th-order spiritual vein at the summit of Mount Han. Upon noticing this, Jai Zhenqi flew out. When he saw the 100-meter-tall Jiamu Dao soldier, his expression changed slightly. Then, he struck out with his palm at Zhou Shenking in midair. With a hiss, he had been waiting for his Mo Duguang flying sword to strike and shatter Jai Zhenqi's energy hand. However, just as Mo Duguang and Fu Zhangju were about to make their move, Jai Zhenqi retreated back into the 4th-order formation. He looked at Zhou Shenking, who was using the Jiamu Daobing to devour the earth veins of the mountain peak, with a gloomy expression, and suddenly made a suggestion. I will lead my disciples away from the eastern wilderness, handing over this spiritual vein to you intact. In return, you will give me the nascent soul formation insights left behind by the primordial ancestor. How about that? Jai Zhenqi's words greatly surprised Chen Mobai. He never expected that this core formation ancestor who shook the mountain peak would be willing to give up the foundation he had built up over 300 years. Impossible. Although a fourth-order spiritual vein is precious, how can it compare to the nascent soul formation experience? Zhou Shenqing refused without even thinking. In the entire eastern wilderness, only the five-element sect possessed the insights into nascent soul formation. Previously, the eternal sect was destroyed by the five-element sect, and their nascent soul formation insights were also stolen by them. When Shenmu sect and Jingguang Cliff separated from Wuxing sect, they copied everything in the sect's library except for the Hunyuan Dao fruit. This is no exception to the experience of nascent soul formation. The other core formation cultivators in the eastern wilderness all knew about the nascent soul formation insights of the ancient ancestor and the primordial ancestor, and they all coveted them greatly. But this thing can be said to be the most precious knowledge in the eastern wilderness. It embodies the hopes of these core formation cultivators to reach the nascent soul stage. Especially after Jai Zhenqi cultivated to the late stage of core formation, he wanted to try his luck at the nascent soul realm. He was a powerful figure in the eastern wilderness who led his family to seize power and became the patriarch of the mountain-shaking sect. Although he had feelings for the sect to which he had devoted half his life, he could still sell it as a bargaining chip compared to his own future. Especially under the pressure of a large army, even if the mountaintop can be supported by a fourth-order formation, how many years can it hold out? Using all of Hanshan Mountain's assets in the eastern wilderness to exchange for nascent soul cultivation insights was a well-thought-out idea by Jai Zhenqi. Unfortunately, Zhou Shenqing rejected him without hesitation. That's a treasure trove of nascent soul cultivation insight, priceless. Although Jai Zhenqi is unlikely to break through this path due to his physical cultivation, what if he does? If this were to aid the enemy, and he were to successfully form his nascent soul outside the eastern wilderness, not only the Divine Wood sect, but the entire eastern wilderness would likely have to submit to him. My Mount Hanshan has more than just this fourth-order spiritual vein. There's also the Void Stone Mine. You should know how precious it is. In addition, my sect in Yan Kingdom and Zio Kingdom also has many hidden spiritual stone mines. Altogether, it is worth at least tens of millions of spiritual stones. In exchange for a nascent soul cultivation experience, this deal is worthwhile no matter how you look at it. End of this chapter. Chapter 440, 7 Jai Zhenqi's Death. Chapter 440, 7 Jai Zhenqi's Death. Are insights into infant formation really that valuable? Chen Mobai was greatly surprised after hearing the conversation between the two core formation ancestors. If he wanted, he could download 100 different related papers from the immortal sect. The library of the Dance Art Academy even contains several books specifically on this subject. Unfortunately, this thing was too advanced for him, a foundation establishment cultivator. He looked at it once but couldn't understand it, so he put it back. Looking back now, did I treat these works a bit too harshly? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai once again lamented the lack of knowledge and isolation in the Tian realm. However, although he didn't think the nascent soul cultivation experience was valuable, he wouldn't exchange it with Jai Zhenqi. After all, Jai Zhenqi was a genius, and what if he could actually gain some insights from it? Although Jai Zhenqi is over 300 years old, and his chances of forming a nascent soul are extremely slim, if he succeeds, the Shenmu sect will definitely have no chance of turning the tide. The two factions are already mortal enemies. We cannot give him any chance. So Zhou Shenqing coldly urged the Jiamu Dao soldier to punch Jai Zhenqi. My sect's fourth-order grand formation was personally set up by Master Yu of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Even if you suppress the flow of earth veins, it can last for a full year. I can leave the eastern wilderness through the teleportation array before you break the formation. With me as a hidden enemy, your Shenmue sect disciples outside will always be living in fear. If you make a deal with me, I will not only give you the spiritual veins at the top of Mount Han, but also all the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the sect, and all kinds of body-tempering techniques passed down intact. If I give these to the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, it will be enough to get their help. The reason I'm still adhering to the rules of the Eastern Wilderness and not bringing in outsiders is to make this deal with you. Think it over carefully. I won't wait too long. After using the power of the formation to block the Jiamu Dao soldiers, Jai Zhenqi left a few words and then disappeared into the air. After hearing this, Zhou Shenking's face darkened. Chen Mobai couldn't help but frown slightly. Teleportation arrays were troublesome. It was only because the Tianhe realm had abundant resources that they could buy void stones. The void stones from the immortal sect have all been mined out long ago. Now, every stone used is one less available, and even nascent soul cultivators need to apply for permission to use them for research. Therefore, Chen Mobai had never heard of any teleportation arrays in the immortal sects. We may have the technology, but we lack the resources to deploy it. After Jai Zhenqi left, Zhou Shenking and the other two core formation cultivators gathered together and discussed for a while. Soon, they seemed to have made up their minds. They beckoned to Chen Mobai, who, as the Foundation establishment cultivator second only to the third person here, was entitled to know. I originally wanted to take it slow, but now I'm afraid I'll have to use the pulse-breaking pearl. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's heart skipped a beat. Even if they managed to conquer it, not only would this fourth-order spiritual vein be destroyed, but all the medicinal herbs inside would likely wither away. Even if we managed to capture the summit of Hanshan Mountain, the losses would be too great. But since the three patriarchs had made their decision, there was nothing he, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator, could do to change it. He could only nod solemnly. Jai Zhenqi is a guest elder of the Xuanxiao Grand Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the successor of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace appeared on the battlefield earlier. It is estimated that he has already colluded with this major Dongyi sect. To avoid any unforeseen complications and the Xuanxiao Dao Palace taking advantage of this situation to intervene, we cannot afford to delay any longer and must resolve this matter quickly. After the pulse-breaking bead is used, the Earth's spiritual veins will be polluted and changed, making the teleportation array unusable. Jai Zhenqi certainly didn't expect that we would go to such great lengths just to kill him. As the first core formation cultivator in the Eastern Wilderness, Zhou Shenking was a ruthless figure who led the Divine Wood sect and Golden Light Cliff to separate from the Five Elements sect. He made very clear judgments at crucial moments. As long as they can kill Jai Zhenqi, even without the fourth-order spiritual vein at the top of Hanshan Mountain, the spiritual stone mines and other industries of the Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom combined will be enough for their Shenmue sect to reap huge rewards. Using the pulse-breaking pearl will cause the loss of the largest fourth-order spiritual vein, but as long as Jai Zhenqi is killed, we can rest easy for a while. At that time, Zhou Shenking can calmly prepare for the formation of his nascent soul. As long as he can successfully form his nascent soul, he is confident that he can withstand the pressure from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. From a broader perspective, this temporary pain is necessary. Chen Mobai considered things from Zhou Shenking's perspective and found that the two shared the same viewpoint. However, even if the pulse-breaking pearl is used, the connection between the Great Formation and the spiritual veins at the top of the shaking mountain can be severed, and spirit stones can be used to provide energy instead. Chen Mobai suggested a possibility. Back in Rolling Thunder Mountain, Chu Zuoshu and others had also considered the possibility of using the pulse-breaking pearl at the summit of Shaking Mountain and had proposed this plan. Using the pulse-breaking pearl was only to sever the teleportation array connecting the top of the shaking mountain to the outside world. Moreover, without the continuous supply of spiritual energy from the fourth-order spiritual vein, the fourth-order array could only last for a month at most if it relied solely on spirit stones. Moreover, the meridian-breaking pearl we used is a high-grade third-tier one, which will have a much smaller impact on the spiritual veins. Perhaps some rare spiritual herbs and medicines can survive. When the five elements sect split up, Zhou Shenking copied all the cultivation techniques, but the other three sects did not allow him to take away the forbidden item, the meridian-breaking pearl. This third-grade superior quality pulse-breaking bead was obtained by Zhou Shenking over the past few years by exchanging void stone ore from the eastern wilderness. After hearing this, Chen Mobai breathed a slight sigh of relief. Perhaps because of his background in the immortal sect, he was quite environmentally conscious, and he couldn't accept the serious consequences that something like the pulse-breaking pearl could cause. Now that I've heard the impact will be much smaller, I can't help but nod in agreement. Let's make our move. Jai Zhenqi will never expect us to be so decisive, but once the pulse-breaking pearl is out, he'll know there's no way out and he'll definitely fight us to the death. Fu Zhangju spoke up, saying that Chen Mobai recognized it as a puppet body, but he didn't know if it was the Ziyang puppet. You lead your disciples to stay within the area enveloped by the spiritual light of the tree seed. The heavenly wood divine light array has the effect of resisting the poisonous gas of the pulse-breaking bead. When we shake the spiritual vein later, you lead your disciples to switch the battle formation to a defensive one. Zhou Shenking instructed Chen Mobai to only tell him about using the pulse-breaking pearl. Senior brother is about to form his nascent soul, so he should refrain from doing anything immoral. I'll use my puppet body to activate the pulse-breaking pearl. After listening to what Fu Zhangju said, Zhou Shenking nodded and took out a dark blue-black jade bead about the size of a fist from his storage bag. After Fu Zhangju took it, he immediately took to the air. Chen Mobai immediately took out his phone and directed everyone to surround the tree seed, demonstrating the defensive changes of the divine wood sect's battle formation. Aside from the three core formation elders, he was the only one present who had been informed of this matter. When the other qi refining cultivators saw Fu Zhangju's puppet body rise into the air, they thought that this ancestor was going to cooperate with Zhou Shenking to use some kind of heaven-breaking technique to break the formation. Then a dark blue-black light descended from the sky. The fourth-order formation on the summit of the mountain responded instantly, but the moment it came into contact with the dark light, the pulse-breaking pearl sank into the earth's veins along with the formation. A series of shocking fluctuations flashed, and the ground began to shake violently. Then, amidst a deafening roar, cracks appeared on the earth, from which wisps of black gas emerged. Chen Mobai looked around and saw that, apart from the area covered by the spiritual light of their heavenly wood divine light array, all he could see was this poisonous and foul energy mixed with spiritual energy. If an ordinary qi refining cultivator accidentally inhales this, at best they will suffer from weakened qi and blood like Liu Wenbai, and at worst they will suffer severe damage to their vital energy and die on the spot. No one should leave the area of the tree's spiritual light. Chen Mobai emphasized this again to everyone via his phone, and also told them to prepare to attack the top of Hanshin Mountain. At this moment, the power of the pulse-breaking pearl had been fully unleashed. The fourth-order formation on the summit of Mount Shaking, which was originally radiant with spiritual light, suddenly dimmed. Although it had not completely dissipated, its power had decreased by at least 60–70%. Could this be a pulse-breaking pearl? Among the Shenmu sect's army, there were also many insightful individuals who, upon seeing the scene before them, immediately recognized the object and were shocked. However, the cultivators from the native Yan kingdom who had come to join them were even more excited upon seeing this. Even if they gain control of the market, they won't feel at ease unless they eliminate Jai Zhenqi and Hanshin Peak. Therefore, they all wished they could immediately storm the top of Hanshin Mountain and wipe out this major sect in the eastern wilderness. Let's do it! At this moment, Zhou Shenking's stern shout rang out, and Chen Mobai and the others immediately transformed their battle formation into Jiamu Dao soldiers, gathering everyone's power into the sky. The cyan gold giant once again stood between heaven and earth, even more magnificent and majestic than before. The 100-meter-tall Jiamu Dao soldier clasped his hands together, and boundless spiritual power condensed and gathered in his palms, transforming into a dark green stream of energy that swirled around him. The surrounding void could be vaguely seen distorting, like black lightning. Zhou Shenking tossed a jade-green leaf into the palm of the Jiamu Daobing above. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, as if a sea of spiritual energy had been grasped and condensed. The energy contained within was so vast that Chen Mobai's void insight eyes only glanced at it before feeling a stinging pain. The verdant leaf was a fourth-tier talisman, likely made from the leaves of the longevity tree using a special method. It's unknown what kind of talisman Zhou Shenking drew on it, but it contains such vast spiritual power. After the verdant talisman was activated, the deep green energy in Jia Mu Dao Bing's palm became light and airy, like a gentle breeze, falling from the sky and blowing onto the dimly lit array on the summit of Hanshin Mountain. Zhou Shenking, don't push your luck. Jai Zhenqi's angry roar rang out from within the formation. He was already wearing third-tier armor, holding a black spear in one hand and a large formation flag in the other, seemingly forcibly using spirit stones to activate the power of the fourth-tier formation. However, Zhou Shenking had prepared for so long, and now that he had even used the pulse-breaking bead, he naturally wouldn't give Jai Zhenqi any hope of escape. He was already at the peak of the golden core stage, and with the help of the Jiamu Dao soldier, he condensed the longevity true qi and unleashed a fourth-order talisman, which was equivalent to a strike from a nascent soul cultivator. Even though Jai Zhenqi went all out and spared no expense in using high-grade spirit stones to enhance the power of the formation, the impact of the pulse-breaking bead was simply too great. After a violent earthquake, the massive light shield that shook the mountaintop shattered. However, Jai Zhenqi's desperate resistance was not without effect. At least he blocked Zhou Shenking's attack. However, without the protection of the Great Formation, it would be impossible for the mountain-shaking peak to stop the army of the Divine Wood Sect. Today is your death day. Zhou Shenking sneered and, together with Fu Zhangju and Mo Duguang, surrounded Jai Zhenqi. Fellow disciples, unleash the heavenly wood divine light and bombard the summit of Mount Han. Chen Mobai took over the command. Because the spiritual energy outside had been polluted by the pulse-breaking pearl, the cultivators could not absorb or exhale spiritual energy during this period. However, the heavenly wood divine light array has the ability to purify some of the earth vein poison gas. In addition, every cultivator who survived this war made some money, and at this critical moment, they all took out spirit stones to absorb and restore the spiritual power that Zhou Shenking had gathered and used to cast the fourth-order talisman. Chen Mobai directed half of the cultivators to meditate and recover their spiritual energy, while the other half gritted their teeth and continued to supply spiritual energy, urging the heavenly wood divine light array to change its attack patterns. At this moment, it was even less likely that all the Foundation establishment cultivators stationed at the tree species would rest. The dawn of victory was just around the corner, and under the watchful eyes of the three core formation ancestors, they had to put on a good show even if they were exhausted to the point of vomiting blood. Streams of divine light from the heavenly wood were condensed and blasted towards the various building complexes on the mountaintop after the protective mountain array was broken. However, when Chen Mobai directed the bombardment, he used his void insight eye to check the area beforehand, and specifically instructed the Foundation establishment cultivators who controlled the heavenly wood divine light to avoid vast areas such as spirit fields and medicinal fields. Just aim and bombard areas with lots of people. However, there were occasional instances where the aiming was off, and the beam ended up hitting the four core formation ancestors who were fiercely fighting in the sky, giving the Foundation establishment cultivator who fired the heavenly wood divine light a fright. Chen Mobai immediately took out his phone and started cursing at the person controlling it. However, this heavenly wood divine light was like the last straw that broke Jai Zhenqi's back. With 3 beams of spiritual light blasting out, the famous third-tier armor that was renowned throughout the eastern wilderness could no longer withstand it and shattered into thousands of black iron pieces, scattering in all directions. Zhou Shenking once again channeled his longevity true qi, deflecting Zhai Zhenqi's final, desperate thrust at him with the pitch-black spear into the sky. A hazy, gray sword aura slashed out from the longevity sword in Mo Duguang's hand, landing on Zhai Zhenqi's body, which was at the peak of the third rank, leaving a deep, bone-revealing sword wound. If Zhai Zhenqi hadn't shifted his position, using his vacuum body at the crucial moment, this sword would probably have severed his neck. "Damn it, you three, just wait, I'll be back." Zhai Zhenqi roared, knowing that the situation was hopeless. He didn't even look at the sect he had painstakingly built up over 300 years. Instead, he used his void body's spatial teleportation technique and stepped into the dark rift, trying to escape. "I've been waiting for you to pull this trick." Zhou Shenking chuckled and took out another emerald green leaf from his storage bag, but the talismanic patterns on it had turned silver. After witnessing the strangeness of the vacuum body during his last encounter with Zhai Zhenqi, he had already prepared a way to counter it. "This anti-air spell is a sure kill." The talisman glowed with a silver light, and not far away, Zhai Zhenqi staggered and fell out of a dark crack in the void. The hazy, ethereal sword aura followed him relentlessly, piercing his heart from behind the moment Zhai Zhenqi was ejected by the anti-air talisman. With a poof sound, Zhai Zhenqi coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he still mustered all his strength to push the longevity sword that had pierced his heart out of his back and out of his body. Then he took out a talisman from his storage bag. This also appears to be a fourth-tier talisman, his trump card for survival. However, just as he was about to activate it, the hazy sword aura flashed again, severing Zhai Zhenqi's right hand that was holding the talisman. At this moment, Zhou Shenking also flew to Zhai Zhenqi's side with a smile, and gently pointed out that the deep green longevity true qi sealed the latter's purple mansion sea of consciousness in an instant. Although Zhou Shenking was unable to break through the latter's third-tier physical body due to the nature of his cultivation technique, he could still seal and restrict its movement. Moreover, isn't there still the #1 swordsman in the eastern wilderness who can break through the defenses? Mo Duguang flew over expressionlessly, raised the longevity sword in his hand, and stabbed it into Zhai Zhenqi's purple mansion sea of consciousness under Zhai Zhenqi's despairing gaze. "Xuanxiao has ruined me." Before his death, Zhai Zhenqi looked up to the sky and roared. At the same time, the longevity sword, imbued with a hazy gray sword aura, pierced through Zhai Zhenqi's skull. Although a body-tempering cultivator possesses strong vitality, there is no way they can survive if their heart and brain are pierced. However, Zhou Shenking was still somewhat uneasy, so he had Mo Duguang swing his sword again and cut Zhai Zhenqi into pieces before nodding in satisfaction. Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh as he watched Zhai Zhenqi's performance end. Two fists can't beat four hands. Cultivating immortality is difficult, but building connections is also very important. The reason why Zhai Zhenqi died was because there were 3 core formation cultivators on the Chen Mobai side, while he only had 1. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel strange. Why didn't Nanshi Dao from Rocco Mountain come? Or do they still think that the summit of Hanshin Mountain won't be defeated so quickly, and that they are still leading their troops? And what exactly did Zhai Zhenqi mean by the words he shouted before he died? Could it be that he really asked Xuanxiao Dao Palace for help, but the latter did not come? Chen Mobai had many questions in his mind, but this was not the time to think about these things. He directed the Shenmu sect cultivators, who had recovered their spiritual power, to begin to perform the armored wood Dao soldier battle formation. After ensuring that they were isolated from the poisonous and foul air from the outside world, he followed the 3 patriarchs into the top of the Hanshin Mountain. After this battle, only 6 of the 7 major sects of the eastern wilderness remain. End of this chapter.